Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Wild Rift North American Series Major number 3, day number 2. Yesterday, we booked 4 tickets to the first ever WNS Championship in Minnesota, and now it's all about placement. It's all about prizing, and it's all about putting the opponents into the ground. What's up, everyone? Digon here with Pastry and Alk Battery, and y'all, it is going to be a great day of Wild Rift as we close out the final major of the season.
I'm excited, man. We've been here all throughout the months. We're getting into the last bit of professional play for Wild Rift, so WNS has been exciting all the way through. I can't believe we're already here. We're so close to it.
Yeah, very excited to see the championship right around the corner, but of course we have a little bit of business to settle before that happens.
Yeah, we got to remind everyone, WNS Season 1 Championship will be taking place at Mall of America on April 29th through May 1st. And this is a free event with seating available on a first-come, first-served basis, so make sure to get there early. The regional championship will see the top 8 teams compete for a piece of the $80,000 prize pool, with one team moving forward to represent North America at the Wild Rift Icons Global Championships. That's a huge amount of pressure. It's going to be a lot of fun, and of course it'll be a lot of fun there at the event where you all will have the opportunity to get some special surprises and free gifts. Like, what would you want to see given out for free there, Alk?
Honestly, a lot of the free merch would do just wonders.
Yeah.
I know that Wisdom people are showing off their offices already on their stream, but I think merch would go a long way, obviously, just showing off their love for North America and going out for Wild Rift.
Look, Esports doesn't actually get to go to that many places in like
True.
a given place. So getting to go to an esports event for free if you're an esports fan is actually massive. So whether you live in the area or are in one of the surrounding states or just want to make the trip and like make a go of it, esports in person is very different. I think if you caught the LCS this weekend, you realize how big of a difference it's made just to have people back in the audience. So if you've never been to an esports event, I highly recommend showing up to this one because, again, it doesn't cost you much. You just have to be able to get there on your own, help whatever that takes. So a free esports event and potentially some free stuff that's a very alluring package, I think, for any esports fan.
Oh, for sure. And the fact that we're here at the first year, the first season of Wild Rift competitive esports, it'll be a lot of fun to kind of see all of the magic happen in its rawest, purest form, passion for the game. All right, but before we get to that, we got to crown ourselves a champion as we take a look at the bracket from day number 2. We started with 8, we're down to 4. And like we said at the top of the day, all 4 of these teams have the pressure of qualifying to the WNS Season 1 Championship off their shoulders. We've got Suzaku GG, Tribe, Saint, and Cloud9 all have qualified on through, with Suzaku GG and Tribe on the upper side of the bracket. But we've got our first match of the day. It's Saint and Cloud9, a rematch of the first match of the day from yesterday, which gave us probably the big surprise of the day as we take a look at these rosters here, Pastry.
I'm not sure how many times we're going to be able to say that Cloud9 randomly losing is an upset, because it just feels like the teams in North America are getting stronger. But here is Saint. I mean, pretty aptly named. Crown Prince here on the top lane, definitely the crown jewel of this squad. But I think this team is scaling together. It's been really fun to watch them improve, and not too surprising, as I said, to see them take down one of the bigger names in North America. I guess the question becomes, can they do it again? Because seeding is very important moving into the championship.
This is a really tough matchup, I think, just because we've already seen how this matchup has gone before. They are 1-1 against each other. There was a qualifier before where Saint and Cloud9 played, and Cloud9 got the better of them, going all the way to 3 games. But the fact that Saint just immediately came through with a roster that has, I think, a bunch of ragtag members is super exciting for me.
Yeah, and I had the chance to sit and talk with Konsui about how much they've started to practice and how much they're starting to gel, and we got to see that in full display in their lower bracket elimination match against Reflection. But here with Cloud9, we also had the opportunity to talk to the support player in Selma and say, like, hey, we played bad. When we play good, we win. And kept it real simple. I mean, this Cloud9 squad knows what they're capable of here.
Yep, it's been a rocky road for Cloud9, especially when you look at the beginning of the year coming in. We were excited for their roster. They have been consistently participating in these majors, but they've had some stumbles, right? First major, 8th place, 7th place. Coming in a second major, they did a fantastic job there, I think, but here again, they got to prove themselves. Lower bracket, you've got a rematch. This one matters the most.
Yeah. Definitely does. Let's take a look at the star players that we want to keep an eye on for this game here. And it's in the top side of the map. The man that pulled out Master Yi in their old
Nothing
matchup.
else. Nothing else.
Yeah. We don't have to worry about their, one of their other elimination matches where they pulled out Evelyn.
Nothing else.
Nope.
Crown Prince. And then Zello, who had a tough series, I think, in that specific Saint matchup, but then continue to scale on up like Cloud9 normally like to do on his Renekton after a pretty tough day for Cloud9 Renektons. I think this is going to be a very important matchup to watch here, Bezra.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the story of Saint, at least when Crown Prince is really going off in a game. Typically, when they win, he's the one getting all the resources and carrying the game. Zello is really been like a good weak side player, I would say. Like, he's picking lots of safe picks, he's sometimes being able to run over lanes, but for the most part, like, it's not his job on Cloud9 to take over a game and carry it, whereas that is absolutely Crown Prince's job on Saint. So I think when they go head to head and Saint win, Crown Prince is going to look excellent, but the games where Saint lose, he looks invisible. So Zello is going to have to try and find a way, whether it's on his own or in combination with maybe his jungler or support, to try and neutralize this threat, because if they can't, they're going to make the game significantly harder on themselves.
Pastry, that was some good analysis, but like, who cares about that? I mean, look, you just got to follow the LCS team for Cloud9's success. Last time they lost their head coach, they went to 8th, and now here again, they went 0-3 in the quarterfinals LCS. They didn't do too well yesterday, so we'll see. You just got to track their LCS team. Come on, man.
All right, well, I love the analysis there by Pastry. I love the simple breakdown here by Alk, but let's see what you guys picked here. Okay, Alk has fallen. Not what he just said about following their North American team. What are you talking about here about?
They did all the losing yesterday. It's okay. They got all the winning in today. They're bringing it forth. And I think with a little bit more time to kind of rewatch some of those games, check over what they did, I have a lot of trust in the staff behind them to bring a victory today.
All right, well, we've got our predictions on in here. Saint versus Cloud9, a rematch of day number 1's match, but now elimination on the line with placement over at Mall of America on the line as well. Let's find out how they do with game number 1.
Alrighty then, Alk. Back at it again. A very different situation we were in last time we were together. We were casting the gamut of qualifiers there to actually get us to this point here in Major 3, but now we are down to only 4 teams here. So can Cloud9 figure out what happened the first time? I think, as you said, this team definitely should have done their homework between, day 1 and day 2.
Yes, finally, we're getting some more karma now. We got to see a little bit towards the end of yesterday. And last time around, I was the big Saint believer. That didn't go quite as well for our qualifier, but I'm excited to see what we get from Cloud9, and specifically more performances, not only just from Zello, but from Tarzan and Meals, because when we really start to see them flourish, this is like a Cloud9 that we think is contending for one of those top 3 spots.
Yeah, definitely there. As a Singed, kind of an interesting band sticking out on the Saint side, but in general, like, things have changed a lot since that qualifier. We got to skip the second qualifier where the patch changed, and we had a little bit more time and let the players kind of show us more what's happening. But definitely Karma, obviously one of the newest champions, one of 2 to the game, and Rengar has been rapidly rising in priority, at least in North America.
Rengar with absolutely no buffs, no direct changes.
Yep.
He's not on the patch notes, and he's just getting picked up immediately. North America seems to be kind of indexing a lot on this champion when you think of like what it brings to the game. We also have Divine Sunder added in, so there's going for a more tanky build where you just survive for so long and you are a kill threat onto the enemy backline. They can't kill you. There's not a lot of tank busters in the game from the marksman position, so I think this is a really cool way to kind of throw around Nori.
Yeah, also one of the tank busters that you can play from the AD spot is actually picked up by Cloud9. Vayne also been surprisingly popular in recent weeks, so curious to see how Old School does on that, because that has not been the MO of really any marksman in North America, save a handful of players.
And I think this is going to be cool because we've seen throughout Cloud9's performance all throughout the year, it has been the battle of resources between Tarzan as their carry and Old School. Old School's a fantastic laner, and there's just game after game that we watch that I'm like, this guy is a fantastic dragon laner, but you need to give him a little bit more resources, in my opinion. And so giving him something like Vayne is one of these champions that I think where you put gold in, you get wins out most of the time. So I'm excited to see what we get from them and kind of going more into this style around the dragon lane.
All right, well, Akali, Morgana, a couple of bans being tossed back here and there. Also of note, Karma is extremely flexible as a champion. You might think, bot lane's the obvious spot alongside the Vayne, but you can play her in either solo lane. You could probably put her in the jungle if you're going insane. We're definitely not doing that because there's a Rengar in the game and it's Tarzan playing, not anyone else. But Karma is like one of her greatest strengths across both games is you can kind of plug and play Karma in anywhere and she's going to be successful in a lot of cases.
And she just does so much. She also, rule of thumb, if it's a new champion, it's probably broken in some kind of way. So Karma definitely fulfills that slot, especially. From Saints, I do want to see a little bit more of consistent DPS. You have a lot of burst, I think, from someone like a Set and a Lucian, a Set and Lee Sin, but someone like a Xayah for Nori provides what I consider a really good escape tool and some proactivity from him, as Nori is a huge shot caller for this team. Even looking back at his old days on Chonk Chortle last year, has a major voice for any team that he's on.
Yeah, also I think just a good pick in general, especially when Rengar's on the enemy team. Just like need a button to click away from the Rengar because you are the #1 target in almost all cases. Shen also going to begin there. So Cloud9 kind of going with what you just said, right? If there's a new champion in the game, it's probably pretty good, if not too good. Cloud9 going to take that to the logical extreme. Zelo has already played Shen top lane already this weekend, so he's going to maybe give it another spin here today.
Oh, wow. Okay. We are just all eggs in the old school basket. We're playing multiple enchanters. Tarzan, good luck, buddy. You're going to be playing Rengar into this team. You're going to have, I think, a little bit of a harder time just because you're going into the Nami and the Set. I love this from Saints. You're talking about how receptive they can be to a team fight from Cloud9. The Nami here, I think especially, is excellent, especially with how low range some of their members can be.
Yeah, also Diana, just a very good mid laner, likely here for IC to slot in. Pretty tanky. You can obviously engage, but even just clicking your ulti when people are trying to dive your carries, it is a massive zone of influence on the screen that can kind of push people around and like be very disruptive. So I like the Saint response here a lot. But it's always fun when a team gives you the new stuff, and this is about as new as we can go. And yes, definitely a lot of eggs in old school's basket. They're going to have to make sure not to drop them on the way through this game. I will say, though, Seraphine ult plus Rengar is pretty spicy.
We've actually got the battle of like the power creep that we were talking about yesterday, where you've got Diana ults versus Karma ults, which is just basically a better version of her and Orianna. So I'm excited to see what we get here. Saints, I think, are going to have a really hard time with getting into fights that are started by themselves. They don't have a lot of proactive engage, but as soon as they can kind of just look for a fight, they can throw out the tidal wave. They're set up for success. The movement speed that Nami's going to be able to provide for this team, as well as stopping Rengar engage. Good luck, Tarzan. Again, I'm wishing him well on this.
Definitely seems like a rough start here. Saint are going to invade here. We are very early onto this game and just dipping around for a bit of vision. Actually not going to commit to anything fully, but do at least get the Rengar spotted out. Pretty important to track the enemy jungler as a general, and they are going to have Tarzan's red watered right from the jump.
Okay, we were talking about, what exactly we're going to see from this game, just because Zelo and Crown Prince was our matchup to look at the beginning of the broadcast. And honestly, if there's ever a Meals matchup that I want to see, it's him versus Diana. I think one of his first plays that we saw in the WNS was him on Soraka versus Diana, and he took huge advantage of that matchup. Now here on Seraphine, something with a little bit more damage than the Enchantress there. Him and Tarzan are going to be huge, like a big pivotal matchup for me here with this this duo.
Yeah, for sure. Going Electrocute as well, not opting for any sort of poke. So you definitely can do quite a lot of bursts, especially when you're double casting as Seraphine. I've actually hit Seraphine in mid enough times to know how annoying it is. Let's put it that way. As Nori and Old School doing battle, but Old School looking good, but can't Sui maybe going to turn it back around. It is Soulmore, though, with the quick shield, is going to win that 2v2 cleanly.
It's okay. As also a fellow Dragon laner, I've also played against Electrocute Seraphine, and it is a lot of damage. Already, though, Icy has had to blow the flash, so Summoner Spell advantage across the board for right now is in favor of Cloud9. You see they're taking control of this bot side, and if I'm Saints, if I'm Nori, they already know that Rengar was mid. Gotta be careful. It could be a potential dive here with the wave. Yeah,
going for it again here. Campbell into mid lane. Onto Meals is the target. Does land the Q, I believe. Now there's a second one. Barrier up. Not enough to get it now, and now Tarzan going to take advantage. Icy took a tower shot or two, and that is not recommended. The root lands in, and Tarzan grabs first blood, and the boy's going to grab second as well.
Oh boy, Tarzan with a double kill to start. 2 kills in his back pocket means he's going to have a recall. Probably just going to be finishing up some of the components for the Black Cleaver going into Divine Sunder. This is going to be a fantastic start for Cloud9 as we get a replay of this. I mean, Meals just lives for so long. The barrier buys time. And Icy just has no mana. He has no mana, he has no health, and he's taking a quick recall.
Yeah, and then even this, Camel trying to get the kill back in. Meals with a very quick flash to get away. Does give Tarzan all the kills that you could ask for. Again, this is not a Rengar focused comp. That is filthy, though. And I said it already. There is Rengar Seraphine ulti in action.
Oh, man. They got the low orbit ion cannon coming through. You send the Rengar forward, and then Meals with the railgun just sends huge ultimates down range. Diana cannot resist the allure of a Seraphine ultimate.
Yeah, it's actually unmissable. You just tap it, it'll go the right direction, I promise.
Be careful, because
yeah, that's true.
Our fellow broadcaster Thomas James has talked about the allure of just tapping your abilities, and sometimes you just go in the wrong direction. I definitely have that happen to me a couple times. It's not as easy as it looks.
As a Rakan enthusiast, I agree.
Ah, yes. Max range grand entrance. Good, yes.
However, Meals obviously not going to fall folly to that amateur mistake. Has it lined up perfectly there with Tarzan. And now with the Luden's already done, Icy is going to have a worse time than he was already having, and obviously it hasn't been going well so far. The other sides of the map, though, not too bad. Crown Prince with a couple hundred gold ahead. It is Old School just barely ahead as well. So Vayne looking just fine, but Nori's not going to be too upset with how the lane has gone. So, you know what? They didn't want to give gold to the Rengar, because again, like, Tarzan wasn't supposed to get gold in this game.
Sure.
It's more about Old School, and now he's gotten early gold, which, you know, isn't what they wanted, but it's not that bad. That's really the only spot right now that Saint have to worry about.
Thankfully, I don't know about you, but I do like gold. Getting gold is good.
Same.
And it seems you already look at the priority. They've shifted their bot lane instead of the typical play, which is moving mid to be able to control both sides of the river. They've said, look, we're going to kind of give up the first dragon and immediately go for Rift Herald. They want to put a lot of gold, whether that's into Tarzan or into Old School. At this point, I think it's kind of a null point. Getting gold onto either of these carries is super important. So they're trying to set themselves up. Tarzan looks like he's popped the ultimate to try and find Icy.
Oh, actually just going for it here, just happily diving there. Has the karma in the back pocket. It's just so filthy. Zello, they're going to come on in, but Meals with a perfect roam is going to let the ulti rip, and Zello is going to join the fray for Cloud9 as well. It's Kansui dead to the Seraphine.
Nori?
It's Nori absolutely dead under the tower as the Seraphine's going to grab the double.
And instead of getting anything on the bottom side of the map, Saints, they try to rotate. I don't know if you win this, guys.
Oh, you get one kill, but at what cost? The double cast route is going to hit their Meals. Looking to hunt down Camel. Camel trying to live there, but the Seraphine a little too strong as Crown Prince actually gets a kill off the back end of it all, but the Seraphine's just going to make it too easy. Meals got 4 kills in that exchange, Alk.
Oh, it's a veritable ace at this point. The turret in their back pocket as well. It doesn't even matter that they had the Mountain Drake shield. So much damage coming out, and how difficult is it to get away from this Rengar? You have the ultimate, you have Shen ultimate on top of him, so he's just invisible for half of this time. And look at how much utility they have with the Karma ult, with the Seraphine ult. All of these things providing so much time that's being bought for this team to deal their damage. Old School, while he does go down in this play, I mean, it's just Meals and Tarzan. This duo is running the map.
Yeah, credit to Zello, by the way. That was a beautiful double Shen taunt that I just caught at the back end of that replay. So very well done by Cloud9 there in that dive. And I kind of feel like maybe we were wrong out. Whether it's, you know, coincidence or design, this doesn't feel like a very Old School centric game.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about it before the show, and honestly, this is just my bad for leading the discussion in this way. You know, it is just bot lane just doesn't matter. For everybody at home, if you're playing solo queue, Dragon Lane is not the one you want to carry.
Swap rolls. Oh, he's dead.
Okay, yeah, so, we talked about it before, but bottom lane, it has been just so saturated with just playing mages. 80 carries are not really where it's at. It is just all focused on solo lanes. How impactful can your jungler be in the game because of the importance of the neutral objectives, the Herald and the Dragon. They have such a warping effect on the game that really all you have to do in bot lane is just survive, do not feed, and usually, you know, you'll have a pretty good chance of winning. Yep,
and that's exactly the mission that Old School is currently accomplishing. Obviously, Vayne will be a threat as the game goes on, but haven't needed it, right? The Shen ult, the Seraphine ult, this whole topside setup for Cloud9 just allows them to be relentlessly aggressive, and definitely got enough kills between the three of them to make that happen. Crown Prince trying for the 1v2, but again, Vayne vs. Set's actually pretty good for Vayne.
Yes. One of the cool things about Wild Rift that we don't typically talk about is just how small the map is and how fast you can get around it. If you talk about this 3-man core where you can have someone like Old School Selma on Meals, they can hold mid lane, and on side lanes you'll have Zello and Old School potentially for split. So I love this setup.
Halcyon is so tanky, gonna get settled in there, but it just doesn't matter. Over the top, the enchanters come in. That is a kill actually there for Camel. Does manage to snipe down Selmore. Icy there with the ulti. He's gonna catch Old School on the other side as Zello is gonna get low, but the triple root there from the Seraphine is gonna make them pay, and Cloud9 gonna make it a 1-for-1.
And they may have overstayed. Tarzan, when Saints are grouped up and they're not, you know, frazzled all over the place in single spots, that is when the team fight looks awesome. I don't know about this one, guys. The turret's going down.
Okay, turret's dead. Tarzan still chasing. A little low, but not low enough there. Now on a killing spree, took out the Nami, trying to dodge the W. Can't get it done. Does die at the end there to Crown Princess. Zello blinking low on health, but looks like they'll get out here. Little redemption there for the exit, and everyone's okay.
Oh, they even got the teleport out from Icy. It is a kill traded over to them, but if I'm Cloud9, not feeling all too bad about that 16,000 in their back pocket. They can very easily hold this wave off for the time being. And another Rift Herald being spawned here. I want to see if Cloud9 are going to go for that, as they'll be pretty late for this Dragon take. You already see Saints on their way, controlling the river. They want to make sure that they have Dragon stacking as a potential win condition, because they need everything they could get at this point.
Yeah, definitely do. Drake up and available. We'll see if the teams do make their way there. Tarzan already in the area. Remember, Zello's ulti's cooling off pretty quickly here, so can join in from the top side. Does have that global pressure. Somewhat rare in Wild Rift, but definitely exists there. Tarzan with a beautiful juke back there, but the Nami wave, not bad for the setup, but the damage is just too big. Seraphine ulti over the top of the shields are too massive. It's a team fight. Win here for Saint. Still looking good as Camel's going to charge on forward. A triple bubble out of Konsui is absolutely ridiculous. And that just looks too good. There's a kill there for Nori. A shutdown on top as well, and Tarzan, it just doesn't matter.
Oh, the redemption! It's so close to killing Icy, but Tarzan went in, he got kicked out. And we were thinking, this is looking good for Cloud9, right? Like, you got the Seraphine ult that's coming in over top, but all of the damage from Saints kicking into overdrive there. And I think Konsui had such an important job in this game and showing off why we were talking about the Nami so early on. And constant knockups, even through Karma Ultimate, all of this, Icy and Khan just allow for their damage dealers to rip through Cloud9. Overstaying, and a lot of cooldowns burn there, so important gold being given back to Saints.
Yeah, filthy, filthy bubble there right at the end, but well played by Konsui across the board there as a redemption. Barely misses out on the kill on Diana. Icy is going to live to tell the tale this time. Still doubting gold our Saint, but showing off some of that team fight. Like we said, when Cloud9 can't get a quick pick or find a flank, it's pretty tough to fight through what Saint are bringing to the table, even though Saint themselves also have to do the same thing if they want to engage. So it's kind of who blinks first. I just think Cloud9 have maybe some better tools if they can find the angles, but you got to find the angles. That's the problem.
And real quickly, it looks like the Dragon is going to be started. I don't think we're going to have time to look at items, but Old School does have Blade of the Ruin King and Phantom Dancer, which in this game is a shield item. It's reverted back to its old state, so doesn't do as much damage. They're going in. Shen
once
combo.
Again, there's a good grab there. Chen going in, as you mentioned. That's a kill there for the Seraphine. Meal's just doing too much damage. Icy over the top. Does find a big ulti out from the Diana, but it's just not enough as Old School is able to pick one up, make it a double there. As in fact, Old School's going to chase it through, looking for the 5th and the ace onto Icy with Cloud9. They don't need it. They'll take everything here.
The unseen Rengar is the deadliest. They use the ultimate, the Shen ult comes through, and all of a sudden, out of Fog of War, there's 2 members on top of you, providing tons of damage. So, Dragon, Rift Herald given over to Cloud9. That's essentially the kind of team fight we want to see from them. Pick off, explode one member, and hit them with a haymaker to start.
Yeah, look at this choke point utilized so well here by Cloud9. And it didn't matter that Crown Prince can peel. There's just not enough peel for this.
You can't do much. It's a small corridor, which is why it kind of looks good at the beginning for Icy with that ultimate, but they're a little bit behind, and if the haymaker is good enough, if that first punch from Cloud9 is strong, then Saint, they can't recover. They're on the floor. They're on the mat. You got people, us here, we're like 10, 9. We're counting down for them.
I mean, Ulto's job has never looked easier, honestly. Just rolling in on the vein after the wombo happens, and just clicking on people until they all die. I mean, almost up to 3 items. Bane looking pretty good here, but Old School doesn't need to go off in this game. Has plenty of help here Even though it's 4 deaths between the top side of Cloud9, Meals, Tarzan, and Zello have played
wait a minute.
wonderfully here. As Tarzan, big old wraparound, Nori gonna have to ult nice and early. Here comes the Shen once again. Exhaust is decent. Zello now caught out on the other front side, but Kansui low. There's the set actually diving on in, trying to get a 1v1 happening. Solmar low. Crown Prince actually 1v1ing the enemy laners. Hello?
No.
But now the karma, it's just too brutal. Crown Prince, W cooled him back off, but I don't think he has it just yet. Pops it out there, doesn't get Meals, and Old School gets a double kill on the other side of the Rift. 2 different fights, but Cloud9 still win them.
This is perfect for someone like Vayne. Vayne's like, I want 1v1s all over the map.
Yep.
I do not care how or where they exist, but as long as they do, I am going to thrive. And Tarzan and Meals, yet again, they're kind of holding down the forts on their different ends. Fantastic stuff from Cloud9 as we get a replay of that. I mean, this is every AD carry's nightmare. Not only is he tanky, but he can also kill you as a Rengar. It's just not fun.
Yep, and then a Shen pops out into the clown car, and Tarzan's just zipping on around, and Nori's doing everything, and it just doesn't matter. Like, you don't have enough to win this spot, and then Old School scoops on in for a very stylish double here at the end of it.
Look good. Also,
range Fiora action.
Yeah. So many Zonias. This was something that I didn't miss from Horizon Cup, which was just like 70,000 Zonias. That's a pick.
That's a banger. Very nice out to Selmore. Nice kick there from Camel.
Okay,
Now,
wait.
actually, maybe one more. Old School, actually, that's a big catch if they can get it. But Vayne, little too good. Camel, going to keep on chasing. The squad is there. The Enchanters are dead. It's Saint with an opening here in this game.
Tarzan.
But Icy is low. Tarzan again. Now with Zello back in the mix. The taunt lands there onto Crown Prince. But Crown Prince pretty tanky. Camel, not so lucky. It's a triple for Rengar at the end of the day. And Tarzan even looking in the final shrubbery to try and kill Kansui. But they'll settle for the Baron instead.
There's just not enough damage at that point. Once Nori and Icy goes down, it's slim pickings, and Cloud9, they're calling the shots. They're going to be able to take off this Baron. Oh man, Pastry, I'm having so much fun having double enchanters with a strong jungler. When we've seen Cloud9, even last year, perform excellently, it was with this kind of style, where you had Tarzan on carries like Graves, like Riven, and you had Meals just on a more supportive mid laner, whether it was the Lulu, or maybe we just see his Aurelion Soul. I've been really enamored with this, and Cloud9 coming in, swinging with this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a statement first game for Cloud9 here, especially given they picked up a loss already to this same team in this same tournament. Definitely looking to push past that last encounter and at least open things up nicely in game number 1. Also, I mean, I agree, Meals' Enchanter play looks excellent. Also, like, not that supportive. Like, 9-1 and 14 with 3 damage items
You
already
say
built.
that.
Meals is ripping people apart.
I mean, they're basically, like, right now, you look at their KDAs, they're like brothers in arms. They're the same one. He's just diving past inhibitors at this point, man. Like, this is hilarious. Look at the shielding.
All right, Kitty Cat don't care. It's 2 inhibitors down there for Saint as Cloud9 just ripped through the enemy base. Looks like a catch, but a good stasis there. And oh my goodness, the Seraphine ult. It's just too good. Icy even has to get out of the way as Old School is zipping on forward, trying to take a few people out. Crown Prince does get one back, but Old School's going to make it 1 and 1 more as Cloud9 looking for the Nexus. Going to grab it. Might be an ace at the end of the day, but at least one stays alive. Cloud9 with a very zippy game number 1.
Oh, man. Cloud9 made those inhibitors, and honestly, most of Saints look like paper mache. Rengar was just tearing through them. Bad kitty. You typically don't want cats near furniture or anything that they can tear up, but for Cloud9, you're more than happy about that. Give them a scratch and poach.
Yep, just a team full of sofas on the other side there. As Tarzan looking real good. I'm honestly trying to think between Tarzan and Meals who deserves star player. Because I was leaning Meals, but I feel like it can tip either way here, Alex. So I'm not sure if you have thoughts.
I'm gonna give it to Tarzan. Like,
all right, I think that's
Meals
fair.
obviously is a facilitator there. He is doing damage alongside his carries, but there were just so many fights that we saw with this tanky Rengar build where he is just like spamming his second ability. That battle roar, he's like cleansing damage, he's healing, he's ripping through Nori and Icy. It was basically no chance for Saints in a ton of fights when Tarzan is properly set up. So, ooh, that's such an exciting game 1.
Yeah, that's brutal. Really, really fun stuff. I mean, both new champions. The other new champion, I guess, in Rengar that's popping out after this patch for whatever reason. I mean, maybe now I can see why. After a game like that from Tarzan. Very impressive from Cloud9. Definitely playing more of the style we expected them to. And I even like that they let Old School play more of a carry, but then just kind of left him to his own devices, right? Like, yes, the question may be, like, if you if you want to play around old school, do you have to give him resources? In this kind of game, the answer is no. And in other games where that would be more pertinent, I wonder if Cloud9 can shift gears. But you know what? We don't have to answer that question right now because Cloud9 showed us that they can pick carries everywhere and just be fine. You know, 2 enchanters is more than enough with old school and Tarzan to make sure they both are able to carry in this game.
One of the cool things that I like about Old School as a player that we even saw when he was on Tribe and now here on Cloud9 is his laning phase has been really, really clean for whatever you can kind of count in laning phase. There's not much in Wild Rift, but for what there is in the first few minutes, him and Selma have looked fantastic as a duo so far in North America. And so giving him something like the Vayne, while it is, it's individual, it doesn't have to rely on their team, at least early on, but this is just fantastic stuff. I'm really excited for Old School, just wanting to find another championship roster team with him.
Yeah, Cloud9 definitely looking like a good team today. On fire so far after this first one. Let's watch a couple of highlights back and forth. I mean, this is really what started it all. Great bait there from Meals in mid, and Tarzan gets 2 kills, and it feels like the game's over.
I'm sure Meals was definitely like, yeah, this was calculated 100%. There was no way that this was like, just like, I got ganked by accident. Also, just so disgusting, man. I love Seraphine when she could do this stuff, and you just put teammates in front of her, and her ultimate just reaches the other side of the map.
Yep, I mean, this dive as well, right? Set up the conga line, Zello teleports on in. This was a really nice, part of this comp that I feel like I didn't necessarily see in draft, but obviously in the game was very apparent how powerful this was. I mean, even this, right? This is a temporary 1v3 into a 2v3, and Tarzan's just like running around, letting Zello die, and Zello's to his credit lives for a long time. Old School's able to sweep on in to finish these off, but like this was the whole game. It's just Tarzan doing whatever he wanted from level 1.
That's basically how any Cloud9 game that we see them succeed is just how free is Tarzan allowed to be in this game?
True.
Now, obviously, there are some hiccups, right? Like Saint did have some good responses in some cases, and I think that is when we saw Cloud9 overstep. And even that happened yesterday. Cloud9 getting a little too eager, being a little too on the ball for wanting to look for fights, and they ended up kind of getting their hand caught in the cookie jar. But when Tarzan is just given free reign on a map with any of his carry picks in Elise Sin or otherwise, it just looks free. It just looks like Cloud9 all the way. And there's your man.
Yeah, this is what it looks like. 10-1-18, 93% kill participation, and just barely beaten in damage by his teammate Meals. And to be fair, it's a lot easier for a Fed Seraphine to deal damage than a Fed Rengar, I have to think. So extremely impressive from Tarzan. And like you said, Ark, I think it's obvious to many that have been in the North America Wild Rift scene since its young beginnings, but it is worth repeating. Games where Cloud9 succeed and Tarzan is on the team are going to look like this, right? Tarzan is going to go off, and typically it's very hard to lose when that happens.
Tarzan is a carry player, he carries over from PC to here. Whenever you give gold to this guy, he will try his hardest to win you games. And I think, the cool stat that maybe not a lot of people think is very flashy, 93% kill participation. If you would have just taken the name out, you'd be like, oh, this is a support, obviously. But he has such a massive influence on Cloud9's games, win or lose. This guy is always on the front lines for his team.
Yeah, just a support with 30% damage share. Totally normal stats.
That's a Seraphine game. That's a normal Seraphine game, basically.
That's true, actually. That was basically Mills' Seraphine game. A really fun game there for Cloud9. Curious to see what the responses are. I feel like at some point, and this has happened a lot when against Cloud9, it was Fiora kind of all one tournament for Tarzan, and he looked great on that pick. And now I think Rengar's the obvious jungler that not just Tarzan, but a lot of players want to get their hands on. So I think some priority has to be shifted to that champion here for Saint, whether they play it themselves or just want to ban it away. I mean, you can't ban everything. There are a lot of good picks, and when Cloud9 show you both new champions and more, you're kind of at a loss of what you're supposed to do because it feels like everything that they're playing is very overbearing. But I think at least after that game, saying no more Rengar is a good place to start. So I'm going to see what happens here in this draft.
Yeah, we got 5 bans. That's all you got if you're Saints. And you missed one, actually, in the last one.
True.
In the last draft. So
getting sloppy.
You probably don't expect the Rengar in a lot of cases, but now you do. So now you know exactly what you got to get rid of. We are on the same sides this time, which I think is really interesting. And I know you were like, oh, there's a Singed ban. Mills had a really good Singed mid game yesterday, and I wonder if he's willing to pull it out again. I think there's got to be a few conditions met, but I think as a mid laner, this is a really fun and interesting slot in.
What are lanes? Played
Yeah.
Singe mid. What are positions in Wild Rift? It's just, you got
Merely
solo lanes,
recommendations.
you got carry, which is jungle, and then you got the supports and bottom lane. Exactly. It's just a recommendation. As Tarzan going to go to Olaf, this is makes sense. This is still among, especially North American players, one of the best champions in Wild Rift. They at least love to play it. The Olaf win rate's pretty impressive. But actually, the Vayne going to be going on over. Interesting to see Vayne being a priority pick. That was not something I expected coming into this weekend.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about just all of the AD carries around, even just the mages. Seeing a Vayne here for Saints means that I'm thinking they're just going to go for a much more traditional 5-on-5 team composition with more eggs in the Nori basket. I do want to see a carry for the side of Crown Prince because I think a lot of their knee-jerk reactions, especially when we go to Game 2 for a lot of their series, is put him on a carry, and that's typically Lucian. So I want to see if Cloud9 have something prepared or if they're just going to straight up get rid of it.
Yeah, Lulu Lucian, a pretty good combination. Lulu Vayne also not bad. So it's going to be the enchanter of choice here for Konsui. We'll see how that works out. Could be flexed around as well, but definitely expecting that to be the duo lane. Therefore, Saint. Varus going to be the pickup for old school. This is kind of a classic one. Also, I feel like in the 2v2 and even like beyond, Vayne hates getting poked up by Varus. It's just so annoying. It's like almost the polar opposites on the range spectrum for Dragon laners.
It's got, like almost no range, very, very small. You got like maybe your phone screen, and Varus is operating from another phone away. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, well, this sucks. Well, guys, I got to go back. I got to go find a honey fruit somewhere. You're like scavenging around. I'm looking in my fridge for a honey fruit. I'm getting like 15% of my HP back.
Used to be more. Sad they changed it.
Yeah.
As Nami going to be the pickup here. It was great, actually, for Konsui, so I do like this takeaway. Also, it works both good defensively and offensively. Like, Olaf's very happy to be running through the waves, spinning axes, running towards enemy carries. So I do like that element of Cloud9's draft here.
And this Olaf just doesn't care about this enemy team. Like, the silence, I think, from Garen is probably going to be a little bit more important, but he sees this team and he's like, okay, cool, like, Vayne may be able to tank bust me, but as long as I'm swinging axes, I do not care if there's a Lulu in front of me. Wild growth can be a little bit problematic, so I want to see how Cloud9 are going to be able to answer that. They are lacking a little bit of magic damage, and so what mages are they going to kind of dip into for meals?
We'll see. We do have Darius and Akali banned away. Also, I assume this is a Crown Princess pick, so not a super hard carry. Definitely not in the style of Lucian and other champions we've seen Crown Prince play. I believe he's got Fiora on the resume. Probably has Yasuo on the resume, given like we just see too much Yasuo, and like all these young Zuma carry players just love to play that champion. So not quite the same style, but I think will fit well in the 5v5, and maybe Saint feel like that's their best shot at taking this game, is not getting far behind too early like happened in game 1, and then using their team fighting that we know to be very strong to kind of outmuscle Cloud9 in the mid to late game.
This could be, I think, a Garen mid. I think there's a lot of mid laners that, if you're talking about meals, when I kind of look at him as an impact player, someone that if I put him in the mid lane, I'm expecting him to solo kill his opponent. A lot of the champions that he is going towards don't have that capability, and so Garen, able to just be a stalwart member in mid lane, can clear the wave very fast and move out with his jungler, can provide a very interesting jungle 2v2.
Well, there is Riven. That's going to be Camel's pick most likely,
Yes.
although again we do have some shifts, but Diana was banned, which I think is very smart from Cloud9, trying to take away some of the magic damage options, and Diana would be great in this kind of comp when you're just trying to build this big bulky front line to stand in front of your Vayne. So Nori can get as many silver bolts off as possible. I guess then to that question is what's happening here for the rest of the side. Is Meal's going to play a very traditional mage? Are we still on enchanters? Are we going to play Singe because it's open and he played it and won 3 times already? Thanks stats, by the way, for passing us that one. Apparently Zello loves Shen, so we're going to go back to that. And I guess Singe would fulfill the need for an AP threat. Not exactly what I had in mind, but you know what? I'll take it if Meals wants to bring it to us.
I think giving Shen, not only because he's a new champion, but giving Shen over to Zello, I think is a really, really bad sign for Saint. We've talked about how Zello operates in this team. He is simply there to help facilitate the carries on his team. He's a weak side player, and giving a champion that has a free teleport on his ultimate that shields is super problematic in my mind. So more power to Tarzan here, and Ari for Meals. I think that this is a kind of a dangerous composition. It's definitely back to standard. We've gotten off of our our fun game ones, and here again it looks like Guess you called it. Crown's going to be playing some very fun Garen, boys. It got nerfed this patch, but I just don't think it's enough to knock him off.
Yeah, players can't get away from Garen once they discover it. It seems like, even with the changes. Zig's last pick. I assume that's Icy's pick there for mid lane, but you never know if Icy wants to play Vayne mid, which I know Meals does from time to time. So, like we said, like what are solo lanes, what are positions? Wild Rift definitely has some fluidity to its picks, but we'll see where Saint want to settle. Oh,
there it is.
There we go.
Yes.
It is Garen mid. You were right.
Okay. I was wondering when I saw the Ziggs, I was like, okay, they could get spicy, and we talked about it at the beginning of the draft, which feels so long ago at this point. We could see a marksman in the top lane. It's not quite Lucian, but Vayne is one way you can answer Shen. I just don't love it here. I think this is a pretty bad champion to try and play into Shen. If he ever gets on top of you, you're dead. And you have to expect that at one point or another, Tarzan is going to visit this lane, and they're going to dive him.
I think if it's just Tarzan, you're very lucky, actually. I think both
Yeah,
Meals and Selmore
maybe.
could potentially visit as well. I mean, I like the Ari pick for Cloud9 here because Ari is definitely more about, like, pushing and roaming, right? Like, it's, again, another way to help Tarzan. Meals can obviously do well with the champion and carry and burst people down in good spots. There is plenty of skill expression as they're trying to start at the tippy top.
This
here
is
in
so
top lane for
evil.
Cloud9.
This is evil. No. Oh,
they're
they're going to
swapping?
invade. They're going to invade level 1. Camel.
Oh, Camel. Selmore and Tarzan. Oh, no, they know. They're just
no, no,
chilling.
no.
Wait, what happened? All right, they're out. Everything's fine. Camel's gonna lose their red, but not his life. That's, you know what? You'll take it.
We take those, but also, I'm sure Camel, he like hit his first ability, and you see Conqueror stacks, and he's like, why do I have Conquer stacks? Wait,
Excuse
what?
me?
Yeah, and now they're even proxying the wave. They know that Camel cannot be on this side of the map, so they're just going to take his wave from under him. They're trying to bully Crown Prince to take as many resources out. Meal's getting roamed on incredibly early.
Ooh, exhausted as well. I see, very nicely done there. Sorry, that is Nori, excuse me, but Tarzan jumping on in. They're going to scrap here in the 3v2, but it's first blood for Icy. And now Tarzan is going to have the
Camel's here.
reinforcement, but is it too late? Camel roaming up as well. Icy low, but not dead. You said old school. Can't quite find the second arrow on Camel. Is just going to dash away to safety. Saint reinforcing. Crown Prince here, but everyone's backed away.
Oh my god, who needs summoner spells? We're talking about the roles being fluid. Summoner spells be damned here. Saint, they invest a ton to try and get back into this game. And Zello, in the meantime, has just been farming. So we get to see a replay of this play right here. The bot lane had not been in position, so I actually really like this from Saint that they're able to grab this. The part where I was getting worried is the turnaround from Cloud9. If they're able to pick up any of these kills, the fact that they couldn't find either of the bot lane or the mid laner here from Saints, I think is a massive boon for the red team.
Also, the bullying of Crown Princess Vayne in top lane has not stopped. It is a 4v2 once again here as Tarzan is permanently living with Selmore on this top half of the map. And strategically, I actually love this choice from Cloud9. Like, you've identified the threat, you know what Vayne wants to do, just never give her a 1v1.
And Saints, oddly enough, I think are opting into some pretty bad trades here as Camel is kind of just following around their lead to help out this Crown Prince. I would just say, look, Vayne, you've got a Lulu. I have my Ziggs holding down the mid wave. They've just completely like swapped all of their roles at this point. I need to be able to find where Tarzan is. I need to be able to get vision so that I can track him and just steal his Gromp right in front of him. Losing that entire quadrant of your jungle is really important for someone like the Riven. So, good looks from Tarzan, but I want to see Saint play a little bit more proactive and especially control the river because so far Cloud9, they're just trying to take away this entire top quadrant.
Right, nice invade there from Camel. Didn't get more. Tarzan was very low actually trying to take those last few camps, but Camel at least gets the Grump back and they're both now level 5, so ulti's at the ready. Gold also looking similar. In fact, Tarzan hasn't shopped yet. Camel does have that phage if he wants to look topside here. And we've basically swapped. Like, Crown Prince is now the Dragon laner. Like, Zig's actually the mid laner. So we've basically flipped the map upside down and then changed some of the homework a little bit on the positions here for Saint. But I think setup-wise, this is probably where you want to be.
The roles are merely a suggestion.
Correct.
They're a recommendation for us, and basically we're just playing from the red side advantage, or because the camera swaps when you're in game. It does like the full rotation. They're the Baron laners now. They're just hanging out in top side. They don't got to worry about a dragon, and hopefully for Cloud9, we saw them last game put a lot of emphasis on the first Rift Herald here. Let's see again if they'll try to go for this or go for the first dragon. It is Mountain yet again. Cloud9 probably not too enthusiastic about that, just wanting to try and get gold and put Saints in a really awkward position with how much scaling they have at their ready.
Yeah, well, Saint right now are down on the bottom half of the map. Camel going to go ahead, take this crab out. But it looks like if the trade is going to be initiated, Cloud9 are going to get what they wanted. If last game is any indicator, they are going to take the Herald here. And yeah, Saint just going to opt in for the full-on trade here. In fact, they're even bringing Crown Prince down. Maybe thinking there's going to be some sort of contest, but going to leave Icy out to dry on the farm for a little bit. But Cloud9, again, this is what they wanted. They'll happily walk up here and see no resistance in the top half.
And I wonder who's going to catch this top wave, because now they've just lost to Rift Herald. They're giving solo gold over to this Varus. There it is, finally. I was waiting for when the Ziggs ult was going to come through, because no one seemed to be moving. Like, Icy was just sitting in mid lane alongside Nori. Nori is more than comfortable with farming this mid wave. And so Saints caught in rotations, just very slightly. I mean, they're so far down in gold really early on with very little kills, right? It's 1 kill to Saint, but massive advantage for Cloud9.
Yeah, I think not recognizing that trade sooner does cost Saint a little bit there, because they just moved around without like getting much done. Zello does pop the Ignite there onto Camel, who was looking for a gank, did pop ulti there as well, by the looks of things for the Riven, but Crown Prince going to be a lot happier with this situation, right? 1v1 against the melee champion. Yeah, not the best there, as that dive is wonderful for Cloud9. And Nori just gets eaten alive by Olaf and Ari. As Icy here in the top lane is going to try and run them down. Kansui out there. Decent ulti from the Varus. There's the double root into the stun, into Zello. Taunt is good. Icy is low. Going to try and get the dunk, but he's going to have to run away.
Oh, but look at this now. I mean, Cloud9. Small kind of picks here and there. They dive onto Nori. They get both of his summoners as the Ziggs, which is super important. And at any moment, they can come back into this top lane. It's got 191 HP. Like, this thing just gets... You blow on it and it's done. Which is just huge amounts of gold waiting for Cloud9. They even break open the mid and hit, or the mid tier 1, which for a Ziggs, that's really, really important.
Yeah, Nori having a bad time. Has the Ludens there, just wants to keep Meals away. But once again, Tarzan and Meals grouping together and finding a play here for Cloud9. In fact, as you mentioned, they were up 1,000 gold, down a kill, down first blood, in fact, even worth that bonus money. Cloud9 now a few thousand gold ahead and looking to maybe increase that lead very swiftly here in the top half of the map.
I wonder if this is also just a reaction to the patch. Turrets were given a little bit more gold in the latest patch in 3.1. So I wonder if this is Cloud9 saying, look, Dragons, they got depowered a little bit, like 1% across the board. Selma's just going to straight up die. Almost.
Selma's going to live. Are you serious? Selma immortal there as Meals is going to run down. It is maximum punish. Great snipe from Nori there with the ulti and actually going to be able to get away. But Meals back over the top looking for Crown Prince, and Saint sneak away with that one.
Camel thought he got him on the recall. He's like, look, Selma, he still goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but now they'll get access to these plates. Exhaust comes down. Meals.
Good juke there, but I don't think it's enough. Olaf is just so relentless. In fact, it is enough. They might even get the kill. Crown Prince flashes in, gets that kill. Maybe going to find 2 here as Meals. Just needs 1 more order, but they don't have enough just yet. And Saint finding some critical gold back in the bot lane.
Something that we talked about in the last game, when Cloud9 get a little too hyphy, they start to make blunders. And we'll get a replay of what exactly just went down here. Kansui flashes in place. He's like, I'm going to try and help my Riven as much as I can. They try to go for this play, but Nori makes up for it by finding him with the ultimate. But yeah, this is, at this point from here at Cloud9, you got a good advantage, push in this wave, threaten for a plate. Meals is like, well, maybe we can go for a little bit more. Nori, we know he doesn't have flash, may have the exhaust, but I think we're willing to go for this. Obviously ends up backfiring a little bit.
Yeah, I think a touch too far. And Crown Prince picks up some much needed gold. There's not good news for Cloud9. Saint, they're very happy to receive something back here as bottom side of the map. It is just Icy chilling out in the 2v1. Cloud9 kind of back to bit more normalcy. It's already taken a couple plates. 4-man dive lined up. Icy pretty tanky, but still they can get it done. They're going to hit the tower first. Very nicely done there for Cloud9. And Icy's going to melt alongside the structure. As old school, you're recalling in front of the enemy, but that's a beautifully, very quick Varus ult there to maybe get a couple more kills. The ulti out of Ziggs is nice, but Camel now, even with the wild growth, is just going to get kited into oblivion. Cloud9 make it work this time in the bottom half of the map. And Nori, you are trapped. I'm sorry, you have nowhere to go but to the Death Realm. It's a triple kill for Tarzan.
Ring around the Nori.
Yeah.
It didn't look good. It was a really great fight from Cloud9. They grabbed the turret. They just straight up ignored Icy under it. They're like, we do not care. Like, I'm going to take this turret, and then we'll deal with you later. We're going to make sure that we put you in the timeout corner for us. Cloud9 setting themselves up. They've got an Ocean Drake in their back pocket, and now with Rift Herald on the board, Saints gonna need to contest if they want to try and stay back in here. I don't even know if it'll get them a turret, but it'll at least stop Cloud9 from having it.
Yeah, this play was made without Shen, by the way. They didn't even need Zello. He didn't have ulti.
He's helping. You know, he's holding down the fort top lane,
exactly.
Which is what we expect from him. We want him to do that. Saints, I think they just... Obviously, when the Garen dies there, you just cut your losses because you're not buying space for Nori. That's the whole point of the Ziggs. You give him space to poke, and then you can go in. He's able to whittle away HP bars. But as soon as there is, room for Cloud9 to kind of wiggle in and find the angles, poke out this Ziggs, game's just done at that point. And now Rift Herald for them as well. They can grab every single turret. It's 10 minutes into the game, Pastry. They could very easily open up an inhibitor if they play their cards right.
Yeah, definitely a GameStop level trade there for Saints. But, they'll take what they can get. They have to get gold somewhere. Cloud9, they're up 5k here at 10 minutes. Tarzan, again, has the most amount of kills in the game. Has participated in almost every kill once more. Mills also has 2 items done alongside the 2 other carries in Old School and Tarzan. So far, so good. As Zello is just big chilling in the 1v1. Has the ulti at the ready if he needs it. But Cloud9 just going to go pretty much wherever they want. Wherever they think the Rift Herald is going to be most effective, as Saint will have to just divide farm as best they can and hope the Vayne can get to late. Because right now, it's not looking good.
The only people that need gold at this point is Crown Prince and Nori. Everybody else...
Get away!
It's a good luck esports gamer. Like you're gonna have fun this game. We are splitting gold between these two. It's a mid-tier 2 going down in favor of Cloud9. It's Garen potentially dying. Have to invest the flash out from them. Cloud9, they're dominating the map. And yesterday, Pastry, it was a 2-0 for Saint. This time around, Cloud9, they want to try and punch their ticket. They want to make sure that this lower bracket run is just that. It is a run to the finals.
Looking good so far, but Cloud9 need to put a little more work in. Had the Rift Herald pop, did get the tower in mid, so nice for them to open up more for themselves. Saint, you cannot walk in here, and Icy kind of knows it. He's going to have to try and see if they can sniff someone out, but the Ragnarok's pop, they're going to go for it here. The Charm's going to miss for Meals, and that's a big ulti there out of Nori. Damage on the other side as Camel's diving in, and it just doesn't matter. Meals able to get the kill on the other side. The shields are enough there as Zello TPs on into Tarzan, and Crown Prince is going to flash out of the way. Saint still fighting, but Cloud9 couldn't even lose that fight.
We get to see the importance of Nami in a front-to-back team fight.
Yeah.
As soon as you're trying to play 5-on-5 versus Nami, you might as well just, you click the power button on your phone and you're like, all right, I'm done. And you walk away. Because Nami Bubble plus the Nami Tidal Wave just stopped everything that this Riven wanted to do. Riven was locked up, taken down, and while it was Icy that they engaged upon, boom, they got completely doomed after that one. So they're just going to pick up waves. They're going to redeploy onto the map. Saints... great run so far, and I want to see if they can push a little bit harder just because we know what we can get from this team. They've obviously already beaten Cloud9 before. They're going to have to dig incredibly deep, like somehow leverage Crown Prince's small advantage over a Shen to do something.
Yeah, definitely not an easy road, but see in 20 seconds or so what happens around the Dragon. Meal's getting jumped on, but Protobot and the Ahri ultimate means there's not a whole lot going on there. That route's massive onto Nori. Decent pick if they can find it. They don't convert though. Nori, they're going to be forced away, and the Charm onto Icy, who just runs into the enemy team. Now going to be slowed down by Tarzan. Great E there out of Crown Prince to push the Olaf away. He couldn't Ragnarok in time, but Old School, Ever the Archer does find the snipe onto Garen.
It's Baron time. You see the pings come down. They're like, oh, which one do we go for? We got the Baron spawn. We got the Dragon spawning. Cloud9, they have their pick of the litter as to what options they can go for. This Dragon also just burns down incredibly quickly, so it's not like Saints. They can even go for the Baron. It's even nerfed on this patch to try and sneak a Baron. They gave it extra health and makes it do a little bit more damage so people can't sneak it. So even if they wanted to, Saints, you're a patch behind on this one. You're 8,000 gold down. And Selma, while he almost got caught, just gets the flash out, and this is rough to watch. Pastry over 100.
Yep, definitely is so far. Unless you're a Cloud9 fan, I suppose, who are looking revitalized after their L yesterday. looking like they're going to get maximum revenge on Saint here and 2-0 them after getting 2-0'd. Old School, though, maybe in a spot of bother, but Camel not strong enough, really, to try and fight. The Varus probably knows there's more people around because Tarzan is always in the enemy jungle. Case in point, Icy, not safe. Not safe at the Wolf Pit. That is a very small amount of safety for Saints here. They are completely pushed back into their base.
You see where the inhibitor line is?
That's about it.
That is the place where Saints can feel the most safe. Not 100% safe, because we've seen before Cloud9, they don't care about an inhibitor line. They will just straight up dive you. And even Camel, he's like, I got some of my wolves. Awesome. Cool. But everything else, anywhere that the sun touches, it is Cloud9's territory.
Certainly so. Kansui getting poked down. Old School, again, 5 phones away, able to find that snipe very deep into the enemy jungle. Meals is uncatchable. Flash, Protobot, ulti, all available. So if Saint want to find a pick, Meals is going to be awfully tough to pin down to the side lane. And Cloud9, patch notes be damned. They are going to go for this Baron because Nami Olaf is a pretty good 2-man.
Yeah, and Tarzan is super fed. He's level 13 at this point. They even get pay-per-view spots, right? You see the ward that's in the pit. They know they're doing it. Can they make the steal? It'll buy them time. It will not win them the game. So Cloud9, they said, let's just not go for the burger flip. There's no reason to do this. Zello's split pushing on the Shen. Draw them away from their base. Continue to cause pressure onto Saints.
That charm was incredible there for Meals as Camel tries to dive in.
That's
Does
one.
get the kill, though. That's one kill they need, but Tarzan exhausted, still trying to rip through the rest of the team. Stasis is very nice there as Crown Prince maybe going off here in the back of this fight, but Zello's joined the fray. Crown Prince able to get the kill. Can they get more? The shutdown lands in as well, and Saints, they found the 5v5. That's a win for them.
You just saw Crown Prince on this vein. Goes crazy. Old School.
Oh, no. All right,
No
one
shopping.
back there for Old School. Yeah, no shopping. No window shopping here. Wait till championships, friends.
Exactly.
Plenty of shopping there.
You'll be able to do a little bit more shopping at Mall of America, but we just see this replay. You said at the beginning of this, that charm from Meals is sick nasty, but it doesn't matter, because Selma, he gets a face full of Ziggs ultimate, and some really close positioning, I think, from Crown Prince here. He is just in danger zone. He's playing melee range Vayne. For everyone at home, I do not advise you to try this out. Melee range Vayne is bad for your health, but good stuff still from Saints. That's a good team fight for them. Even with this kill onto Kansui, I think any even numbers fight or any barely even trade you take up against Cloud9 is winning for them. It buys them time, and we're 16 minutes in, and you still have a massive goal lead here for Cloud9. They still are able to close out this game, but I think they're going to wait until either the Elder or Space to take this Baron before that happens.
Yeah, Crown Prince on 3 and a bit items, so Vayne only powering up further and further. Nori getting some gold, but maybe not enough, as Zello is back to splitting here in the top half of the map. Does have ultimate at the ready. C9 definitely don't want to let the game slip any further down. As you mentioned, any trade is good for Saint because they just need gold and time. Trading evenly typically gives you that, and Saint even actually won the fight. Actually would have won it very cleanly if that snipe wasn't found by Old School. Instead, they settled for the 3-for-2. At the end of it all, Old School picking up the fruit. They're going to fall back towards this Infernal Dragon, the Elder Infernal, at that.
Okay. Well, at this point, if there was ever a time where Old School was really unkillable, it's right about now. He's got Edge of Night in his back pocket, so that spell shield is going to be really, really important. Thankfully for him, Crown Prince as a Vayne doesn't really care if you have that. Like, yeah, he can't condemn you, but if that's what she's worrying about, that's pretty good. They're starting this up. They'll have vision of it. Can Saints get the Elder Infernal? And even if they get this, I don't know if they win.
We're going to have to try Meals, though, on the flank. Is going to lock down Nori, and Tarzan's going to jump into the fray. Crown Prince, though, trying to chase them down back into the main fight here, trying to kill Tarzan. Tarzan's got the GA, but they do get the kill there onto Meals at the end of it all. The dragon is loose. Somebody click smite on it there as Crown Prince is popping absolutely off. The Nami somehow steals the dragon, but Crown Prince is still going for it. Zello dead, but Tarzan critically still alive for Cloud9 after the GA procced, and they're just barely going to be able to win that fight off of the steal for Nami. Cloud9 are going to grab the ace.
And it's 30-second death timers. They don't exactly have a minion wave here, so they should be able to get this inhibitor. It may take them a while. Tarzan's like, I do not care. We are going to grab this inhibitor and book our tickets already, but we want a little bit of a better seating over at Mall of America. We want to be there for the regionals. Cloud9, they 2-0, they get their revenge on the Saints.
Yeah, very nicely done there for Cloud9. A back and forth affair here in the second game, but it is Cloud9 ahead at the end of the day. Tarzan in top form today, at least, after falling back down the Saints. Yesterday, really impressive stuff from Cloud9, and it was nice to kind of get, like, I guess the new school and the old school of Cloud9, right? We got the new stuff, the new champs, the Rengar, the Seraphine, and then Cloud9 pick a very classic Cloud9 comp and feel pretty comfortable, even though Saints did have some excellent team fights here in this game.
I think they also just played good Wild Rift for the most part, mechanically speaking. Yesterday, I think we saw a lot of Cloud9 on their worst day where they are just not on the same page. They're not playing Wild Rift on the same phones or in the same server. They are... This time around, I think it was a little bit more cohesive, especially Game 2. I think there were still some things that I want to see them clean up before we see them in lower finals. But we were talking about Tarzan. He's a huge facilitator and an early game vehicle for this team, but Old School on the Varus, looking good.
Yeah.
Looking exactly where I want him to.
Is it an old school style play game? It's hard to say. Varus, in winning games, tends to pump out a lot of damage, but... Again, Meals and Tarzan continues to combine well together. Even Selmore actually had an excellent Nami game. In fact, Nami this series looked really good, but I don't know. I don't know who to give star play to just yet. Maybe Dagon has a couple of ideas.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you know what? I like giving this one to Old School. Like, give it to Old School and the Varus.
Sure.
Like, I feel like that's pretty straightforward here. I mean, Selmore called it. It's play good, we win. Play bad, we lose. Like, it is pretty straightforward here. And I think when we look at this series, I like the fight back that we saw from Saint, but Cloud9 were doing the right things at the right time and pushing to the correct limits. And I think it's actually pretty funny that in game 1, they're the team giving Saint the problem with the unique draft, because in their last series, it was Saint pulling out the Master Yi in the top lane, confusing them. I'm also kind of interested in the Rengar Shen being given over to Cloud9 for the second time here, because we got to see a lot of that yesterday from Cloud9 to success. So maybe not the best homework done here by Saint, Alec.
Yeah, again, I know Khan, when he was talking with you, he's like, you know, we just want to be known as good players. They don't exactly have a coach. They don't have all the resources of a big org, but they have awesome mechanical players, and I think some of that tends to shine when we see it. Today was just not that day. They got blasted in a lot of those games. Game 2 is obviously a little bit closer. I don't know. Cloud9 just looked good, and finally they're doing some good stuff, and I'm happy for them. But, like,
What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so on the fence here about this game just because when we see the top 3 of North America perform, it feels like a whole other level. And I think when we look at Tribe and Cloud9, they are on the precipice of that. They are a good disciplined team, and they can take down teams that are lower than them, but they have also fallen to teams that are, you know, below the standings in the power rankings.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think, like, to your point about Saint, like, obviously the skill is there, and I think we see that a lot in team fights, but they didn't give themselves good opportunities to get to even fights and show off that skill, and I think Cloud9 today just too on the ball, too clean, too good in their early game planning. And, you know, that's stuff you learn as your team gets better and better. Like, even this fight, right, where Crown Prince is able to find all this room. Like, if this game was more even, these fights would have been much more impactful for Saint when they won them, instead of just Cloud9 basically trading with you and extending the game a little bit longer. So, Cloud9 early game definitely showing off today. And Saint, well, they can have good early games. We didn't see Crown Prince really take over like we thought we did. And to Cloud9's credit, I think in this game especially, they did an excellent job of neutralizing that threat.
Yeah. This is a good play.
That's pretty funny there, Pastry, because what you said there, where they weren't quite strong enough, were Saint to win some of these fights. You could say the same thing about game number 1. You think about a lot of the Diana ults that came on in that hit 3, hit 4 people, and Cloud9 just either get away or regroup with enough health and then come back and clean up these fights. Like, again, this one, not the cleanest, but still they get the job done. Here's our star player from the series. It is Old School down in the Dragon lane. That's a lot of damage. 36%.
It's the same as, like, Tarzan's, like, Rengar, but just, like, the damage share, 36%. It's almost 40% of your team's damage. Which
Ranged Rengar, baby.
That is one way to describe Varus. Everything is just a variant of Rengar. That's I think the real key here.
Yeah, I mean, we had Range Fiora in this game too. That's Vayne. Everyone playing at home. So, you know, every champ's just a melee champion. Okay.
Yeah, I love it.
We're waiting on the opportunity to chat with someone from Cloud9 to get more insight from that last series and see how much they grew from, I guess, from match to match there. Because, again, you've hit it, Alk. This is a team that their highs can be as high as, Sentinels, as Immortals, but they've dropped games that they're supposed to win. And, we're just like, how can you solve the consistency problem? There's always that kind of archetype of a team in games. Cloud9 is that high ceiling, low floor, take your pick on which Cloud9 you get today, and trying to figure that out can drive a coach crazy.
I took my good bet. I got my bet all the way through. I made sure that my prediction was coming on through. So I feel good, and I'm sure the Cloud9 boys feeling good about going into lower finals.
All right. Well, we have the opportunity to chat with Old School here from Cloud9 on that last series. Old School, congrats on the win, man. The Varus pick coming on through.
Yep.
How did that feel?
The Varus was really good into that comp. I felt like I had a lot of room to breathe. And just poke and just throw my arrows at them. Yeah.
Kind of wanted to get your thoughts there on getting revenge here on Saint after they made you take the long way around down in the lower side of the bracket.
Yeah. No, they definitely had their draft. They prepared really well in the first series against us. We definitely were not expecting the Leona and the Brand. So props to them for their innovation. But now that we have some time to review, we beat them because we're the better team.
Yeah, well, and also now y'all pull out some weird stuff. Yesterday we saw 3 Singed in the mid lane, and then this time we see the Seraphine Rengar combo. All right, we are seeing some innovation for this Cloud9 squad where you don't get draft capped. You got more, right?
Yeah, of course. We have some more gas in the tank.
Okay. I got to chat with Selma yesterday about qualifying for Season 1 championship here. But I kind of wanted to ask you, what does it mean to you to qualify on through for your journey as a player? Because you've been playing for quite a long time.
Personally, I think qualifying for the regional championship is expected. And my real goal is to make it to the Icon Global Championship.
There it is, as it should be. The unique bond that you have with Selma, can you describe that when you have a duo partner that you just really click with?
Yeah, so I knew just from playing with Selma from the beginning that we didn't have to communicate that a lot in lane just to know what each other was thinking. So kind of having that synergy with your lane partner is really valuable for just getting quick information across. You don't have to say too much because they already know how you want to play.
Who are you looking forward to playing the most here? You got Suzaku GG, and of course, Tribe is also up there. Who do you want to play here on the lower bracket in your next game?
In the next game, I would rather play Suzaku so we can beat Tribe in the grand finals.
Hey, that's what we like to hear. Hey, Old School, thank you so much for taking the time. Good luck in your next match. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
There it is, a little bit of insight there.
You are saying we'll see him in a little bit, he's going to get interviewed again. Not like he's going to take the L and not going to be interviewed again.
We're going to see him on the Rift in a little bit, Pastry. Come on, man. Why are we going in semantics?
That makes sense.
Interesting, again, right? Because Old School, we used to play for Tribe. We've hit that a lot of times here on this show. But then finding this synergy with Selma and being able to, he said he had room to breathe. A lot of that comes from your support and the squad supporting you, and he's like, yeah, we don't have to talk as much, we just kind of know what each other's thinking.
You love that synergy. As a bot laner, I play a ton with Sam. That's exactly what I want to see. I don't have to think, I don't have to know what he's going to do. I know exactly what he's going to try and go for. Bought a lot of space in that game. I want to take a look at this bracket because we have got some really cool stuff coming in. We already talked about it and touched on it during your interview, but Cloud9 here in the lower finals, I think either of these matchups, you talk about, hey, you want to go into ease of execution. If you look on paper, you want to face against Suzaku. But Suzaku coming in strong this tournament.
Yeah, Suzaku GG with the big win over No More Ego to already qualify on through. And this is a squad where it feels like they're moving on step by step, getting better and better after each series here, Pastry. But they've got a tough matchup here against Tribe.
Yeah, this is so interesting to me because one of the features of this major that I really like is that we don't have the 2 best teams in attendance. They've already auto-qualified through. So you do kind of get who's the next team. And it's so funny to me that Tribe is one of those next teams, because that was not the spot they found themselves in all of last year, right? They were number one consistently, right? Never pushed off that perch. And now they are kind of having a fight to prove that they're at least the third best team in North America. And then maybe they can make this statement at regional championships. But if you don't win this major, like, the faith is going to start to dip pretty rapidly for, you know, Tribe's ascension back to being the best team in NA. And I think for this kind of team, especially with some of these players, like, that pride is very real. So I know Old School obviously would love to beat them in the grand finals if they meet there, but we'll see, because Tribe are, I assume, very hungry to continue to prove themselves, right?
Yes. All I'm going to say is I think for a lot of people, the Tribe ship has kind of sailed, especially with their first opening bouts coming into Major 1 and kind of scaling into Major 2. I do want to see how they perform. And for Suzaku, across the rift from them, what exactly we're going to see? I think this team can be kind of hot or cold on the day, but we will get some fun games no matter what. Between these two Titans, I am really excited for this matchup.
Yeah, there's a lot of 10-0 or 0-10 energy from Demon King, which I love. He's bounced around a bunch of different teams, but when he's on, he's phenomenal as a player. Very, very exciting. And in general, Suzaku, especially with this run, are proving that they can maybe challenge some of those top 4 teams, right? You know, we talk about IMT Sense being the obvious top 2. Cloud9 and Tribe, I think, very much solidifying themselves in the 3-4, although the order is maybe a bit more debatable, but there are threats everywhere, and Suzaku's definitely one of them.
Pastry, I love that 10-0 or 0-10 energy. You could say the same thing about T-Tigers, dude. Like, T-Tigers has very much carried a game and lost a game or two by Tribe multiple times this season. We take a look at the star matchup between these two squads. And again, you've touched on it here, Pastry, with a couple of these major teams missing, we get to see other stars rise up for these squads. And we're looking at the bottom side of the map with Dienzio and Ishtarboa. Got to chat with both of those players after their qualifying matches. Dienzio, more of like the Matador type player, where if he doesn't get peel, he'll still find a way to make space. Ishtarboa on the Ezreal, playmaking, landing abilities, mystic shot, shift forward, looked very aggressive. So two Dragon laners that very much play different styles, but also are very effective in what they do.
Ooh, such a spicy matchup, especially with the pedigree of some of these players. Obviously, Dienzio, a world champion in some of the other mobile esports around the world. And you have Ishtarboa, who he's got a whiteboard and like a college dorm that he's hanging out in. And he's just like taking up upper finals. He's beating like semifinalists or second place teams here in North America. This team who had no mid laner for like a few weeks. And then they were like, hey, Premonition, Danny, we need you to kind of step up. You want to play? And now they're here. A lot of stuff, just matchup to matchup, I think is going to be really cool.
Yeah, I feel betrayed, though, because we were going to use this to set up like the difference in marksman players, where Isaboa is one of the few players really playing carries in the Dragon Lane, which is pretty uncommon. And then we got Mono Vayne all last series, so maybe I don't know anything. Because obviously Ziggs and Varus and friends are still around. We saw a lot of Senna already this weekend, but we'll see. Maybe Dienzio is going to be on the Vayne train like apparently everyone else is.
Well, we'll get to find out here in our next match. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, the upper bracket finals here between Tribe and Suzaku GG. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Wild Rift North American Series. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the WNS Dagon Pastry and Elk Battery here, breaking down the action. And we just saw Cloud9 continue on their journey here in Major number 3. But on the top side of the bracket, in the winners bracket finals, we got to see who's going to the grand finals between Tribe Gaming and Suzaku GG. Suzaku, we've seen them every major work their way on up. They booked their ticket through the winners side yesterday, and now they have the chance to be sitting pretty in the grand finals, get a bigger chunk of the prize pool and better seeding when we go to the season 1 championship for the WNS. So let's pull up the predictions before we get into the series. Who'd you guys pick? I went with, of course, Tribe. There it is.
Yeah.
All right. This is pretty straightforward here, Pastries.
I mean, yeah, I think like, you know, for my love of the narrative and like the rise and fall of Tribe, like they are still one of the best teams in North America. I think solidly third at this point. I think they're quite a bit more consistent than Cloud9. I'm generally more interested if they can get back to their peak form, but they are a favorite. They're a favorite from most tournaments they attend, especially this one with top 2 not in attendance.
All right. Time for fun stats here for you, Alk. How many times have I picked Tribe Gaming and they've lost?
Oh, can I give a percentage? Shit.
You could give a percentage, yeah.
30%. 30% they've won. So 70% loss.
So 70% loss? No, that is incorrect. It's 100%. They've lost every time I've picked them. They've lost every time I've worn the jersey. Come on, Tribe! Make it to yourself. It can't be just me, dog. All right, let's see the game here. Suzaku GG and Tribe Gaming for the upper bracket finals. Who wins? Let's find out together.
So I guess, Alk, that kind of begs the question, are we more powerful? Are both of us more powerful than one Dagon?
All I'm gonna say is that Tribe were dominating in North America, and then we brought Dagon on for Horizon Cup and won 0-4.
True.
So I don't know if maybe there's a correlation. It's been happening since November. It may just be a Dagon diff, but we'll have to see. I'm obviously kind of we're all putting our hopes and dreams into Tribe here to try and win this one. Like you were saying at the beginning, there is so much like narrative power here, caster's bias, you know, King's legacies, whatever. The Tribe as the old North American Kings want to get back onto that pedestal. Now, again, this is a tournament where you do not have Immortals and Sentinels, but every step that you take builds some of that momentum, builds a little bit more into the credibility of that happening.
Yeah, and Suzaku are not an easy opponent at all. This is a very fun team to watch. Draft already pretty well underway as well, so we'll have a check-in. Big ones are Rengar and Nami, actually, both being banned out of the way. Also, a couple junglers slash soul laners there for Suzaku. But Karma, good enough to first pick here for Tribe. And then Darius, kind of old faithful there for many Baron laners here, and Senna actually, interestingly, going away from the carries we maybe expected Isabella to be playing, as DNZO will happily snap up Varus here.
I like this. I think if we're talking about, you know, when we look at their stats, how much DNZO contributes to his team, that wanting to just neutralize this laning phase and put a little bit more stock into your mid-jungle here. I know we were talking about DNZO and Isabella, but starting T-Tigers versus Demon King Premonition doesn't get much more spicy than that. Like, these two pairs are incredibly on fire, and when they start to play like these different assassin picks, we get the Lee Sin matchup, sparks are gonna fly.
Yeah, definitely two very exciting players to watch. Also like this Gragas pickup here that's almost assuredly for Stove. But one of the cool things in any center lane is that you get to pick up farm early on, so Gragas can actually build maybe some AP, maybe a bit more tank. You just get a bit more gold next to a center as a support player. So I like that pick there for Suzaku. We'll see what happens though in the rest of these bans, and it does seem like T-Tigers is sticking to the Riven gun. Has aimed it a few times already this tournament, but apparently that is the carry that he wants to bring into his hands for a lot of this weekend.
Man, how much more broken would Senna or would a Riven be if she had a gun instead of a
Oh
blade?
yeah,
it's like a broken blade, literally. So like,
yeah, true.
What's the point? Just get a regular working functional gun. It's better. Senna's got one and it looks cool. She even got an awesome skin this patch. So just get a gun, you get a free skin. There you go.
Maybe. Ari Jace Kha'Zix. Interestingly, they're against Stephen King and Jack. So definitely some jungle bans there for the Tribe side. Looks like Soul Lane is there. Mostly mid actually starting plays both those champions very well. The starting going to get some attention there because, as you said, this 2v2 mid jungle does feel very important to set up. I imagine you happily blind your jungle here and then give counter pick to Premonition. However, it is going to be the other way because we are taking Diana. Although I guess Diana could be the jungle if you want.
If it's Diana jungle, I know nothing. I know nothing. I'm Mr. Snow, basically. I like this. I think is a cool takeaway from starting, who is a massive Diana player and has such influential plays when you give him a melee assassin like this. So I think it's really cool. And the Garen here for Chuck opens up a lot of possibilities. I was wondering where Karma was going to go, because we've been talking, kind of touting it as a flex. I know some of the players have been like really chomping at the bit to try and play it in different roles, but it looks like today we're just going to get a lot of Karma in the support role.
And this Corki looks like that's for starting, actually, interestingly. So we have Jungle Garanus? Oh, Jungle Riven. Sorry. I fixed it. It's all good. Everything's back in its place, and there's Nunu for Demon King.
You saw Corki, you're like, that thing has a gun. It can go in the jungle. Unfortunately, it is Irvin, like you're saying. Corki for starting. I'll be honest,
not
Pastry,
a starting champ.
It's not a starting champ, and it's not one that I want to see him on. He is definitely way better on these champions that have, just amazing utility. And so now here for Suzaku, you have a lot of frontline, you have a lot of really good team fights as long as they go for an extended period of time. If you give Senna enough time to wail away, heal, shield, it's going to look good for them. Darius as well can really pop off for Suki.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is kind of like Tribe being willing, like kind of opting into 5v5 here up against Suzuki, which is interesting because I would expect Tribe to want to flex their individual talents a little bit more, especially in mid and jungle, as we kind of expected. Not that Demon King can't hang, and Premonition obviously a good player beside him as well, but definitely like surrendering a little bit to the potential center mess. Maybe you think that Karma is so good that you will happily take those 5v5s if the game is even, but not how Tribe typically approach winning their games. Maybe the early game will go great for them, and we'll figure it all out. But we'll see. What happens here at level 1 is starting is doing loops in the mid lane on Corki.
We're talking about the level 1. You already know Dienzio and Max Green. They're going to try and push their limits. And maybe you've taken a break as a Wild Rift viewer. You're coming into the WNS. You're like, oh, there's a new patch. Is there anything really important other than the fact that Karma and Shen are here? Supports. If you're playing a Dragon laner, you're going to probably either take Heal or Ignite. Heal getting changed so that it heals your ally a little bit better. I know we've had a little bit of a discussion, me and Sam, about whether or not like Heal, even in support role, is kind of valuable. Exhaust has so much value, especially because it got changed. Ignite is stronger earlier on, and Barrier as a whole is kind of just a really good summoner spell. So if you're trying to play Baron, if you're trying to play Dragon lane, you get some free notes.
Yep. Don't forget the heal. Stove's bringing it to bay here up against Max Green's Ignite. Root there does land for the Karma, but very nice W there for Isaboa. But again, definitely on the back foot here in this 2v2. I mean, Gragas, as you can see, is going to be taking farm anyway. So we'll check it here with mid lane as starting. Maybe in this kind of matchup can leverage at least some of that individual skill. I think the reason we're both somewhat disheartened to see starting on a champion like Corki is that Corki does not generate a lot of action typically as a pick. Much more about his team fighting ability. If anyone's going to get it done, it would be a player like starting, but this is not the kind of 1v1 where starting can like look to solo kill his opponent over and over again, right? You're just like, yeah, I harassed you and got a farm lead. Sick.
Yeah, I'm sitting here in lane. I'm like whittling away your HP bar. I'm going to force you to leave the lane a little bit earlier than me.
Got him.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's not exciting. It's not explosive. It's not Wild Rift. It's just starting. It's just Tribe starting all over. I do like this start, actually. I think that T-Tigers had a really cool path here where he knew they had so much vision on the topside river that they know exactly where Nunu was. So instead of starting up the scuttle immediately, he just goes in and takes 2 camps away from the Nunu while also getting this scuttle. So Tigers changing up some of the early jungle pathing and not being punished as both of his top laner and his support were able to move on over and protect that quadrant.
Yeah, already level 5, as you can see, has a pretty good chunk of change to spend as well. So off to the phage we go, as Chuck and Suki have been doing battle. It is a classic Darius versus Garen, where nothing will happen until they reach team fights. So you don't have to worry too much about that. It is very relaxed in the 1v1 in topside unless something goes exceptionally wrong. I think the thing I'm going to keep an eye on here in kind of the next stage of this early game is how much can Demon King get done, right? Nunu is not picked for farming and scaling. You definitely pick Nunu to start and stop fights early and often, and Demon King definitely kind of letting Tigers farm up for this early stage of the game, so see if that changes here.
Nunu is just like, I want to get as much gold as possible so I could be the most annoying frontline tank in the entire game. Like, I'm going to stand on top of your carries snare them, make sure that they're not able to move. The biggest snowball ever is getting charged up in the top lane. Chuck's about to get soloed. Ignite comes down.
Oh, and a flash! Oh, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Nunu, you're going to take a bite out of crime. And it does get first blood there onto Chuck.
Okay, now that's a great idea, honestly, for Riot. If they can get like a police, like Nunu skin, just him and his little buddy running around, starting getting solo.
Premonition! It's going to be close. It's starting with a solo kill. Very nicely calculated there as the cannon minion gets distracted by the incoming creeps. And starting does indeed get the solo we were asking for.
Okay. It wasn't in the way that we typically tend to see a Corki solo kill, as Premonition was like, I'm going to fight you. We're going to get a replay of that one. Starting does get a kill, though, and technically it is a solo, so, like, we got to add it to the tally count. You know, it's like, Starting has achieved the solo kill dream. We're going to see exactly what happened in the top lane. It looks like Suki just kind of got a lot of hemorrhage stacks down, and you know what's really funny is I'm sure Chuck knows this matchup, because last year we were talking to some of the players, and I asked T-Tigers to kind of describe his team members in a few words, and the way that he described Chuck was Darius Garen one trick. I think it was Starting actually that called him out. But for the first couple matches or couple months when they were playing in like practice, it was just these two champions.
Yes, definitely knows his way around the kind of bruisery, tanky top lane matchups, but it is the jungler that wins the day there for Suzaku in top side, and they are going to get this dragon as well. Will be traded for that Rift Herald there, so looking for that juicy extra turret gold, both in first turret and in patch notes. They're starting here, just going up on the top side of the map, and T-Tiger is going to make it happen. Suki, no health left to speak of, makes it close, but not close enough.
Oh my god, Suki almost makes two savior plays around his top side turret. Max Green getting the flash forced out from him from Stove. They get this turret. Stove!
It's brutal, man, as Max Green getting locked up is very good looking bait. T-Tigers are looking for the win slash. Exhausted, though, is about to wear off there and is going to get the execution. Isaboa, though, should be able to tank this up, but Riven does so much damage right now, but it will be a trade kill there as T-Tigers went deep to pick up that kill.
They invested so much onto this top side, and while it is gold in the pockets of Dienzio, or into Starting and Max Green, it is still a little bit of an overreach there for Tribe. So still ahead in gold, 2,000 almost is name of the game for Tribe, as they just were comfortable with scaling. Starting's use of the package there, I think, was a little bit suspect. We'll have to kind of investigate that a little bit further, but Pastry, I'm incredibly sad now looking at my screen.
What's wrong?
I see 3 black cleavers.
I also see 3 black cleavers.
We're gonna get flamed.
Okay, bottom side here.
Suki
in trouble, starting in there.
Oh no!
Ill-advised flash gets punished there by Isaboa, and here comes the snowball. Senna maybe can get the slowdown here, but Demon King into the wall. The snowball goes, does not travel through terrain. Thank goodness, that would be unbelievably broken. And Max Green gets away.
Just the no-clip snowball.
It would be so good.
I wish, you know, as a Dragon Laner, I don't want that to exist, but as a gamer, I need that. I need that.
Good.
Starting, you know, it was ambitious to say the least, but good news for him. Black Cleaver definitely probably doesn't save that play, so it's not the item this time, guys. Not the item. We don't have to flame them for the item this time, guys. It's fine.
Not yet.
Never. We leave that to the EU folks. The EU folks are all going crazy about that. We're just here to watch some good Wild Rift, man.
That's true. I feel that.
Leave us alone.
Definitely a vibe. Certainly do. Suki down here, back to the scene of the last scuffle, as Isaboa is kind of on full support center duty right now, just shadowing the Baron laner, but the rest of the tribe are pulling themselves down here. Demon King gonna have to hustle alongside Stove if they want to try and save this, but not a lot of siege here for Tribe, so they are just gonna back away. Nice defense there for Suzaku.
It's weird because you see that Tribe are trying to go for turrets, but they're kind of leaving mid lane open a lot. They're giving a ton of space for people to farm. Now, it is just Stove picking up gold here, but the fact that they're not trying to focus onto this mid turret, that they're not trying to go for something, at least try to force even for a plate, is just telling me that it's probably Starting or someone on the team that's saying, let's put gold into Corki. Let's get Starting ahead. Let's get him a little bit of an advantage so that we can kind of leverage that later on in team fights.
Yeah, Starting would say let's get Starting ahead, so that definitely tracks.
Yes. This is true.
I mean, again, this is the kind of comp where Tribe are happy to scale, right? You don't pick Corki and, you know, want to go blitz and trying to assassinate everyone, although that first package that starting drop was definitely more in the assassin category than the I'm playing Corki category, as he's picked it up again. For 30 seconds till those next objectives are respawning, so a good time there for Tribe to maybe get something done. We'll see if they do want to try and grab this dragon. It is an ocean, so not bad. Or if they want to give it up, let Suzaku have it and then take that herald for themselves once again.
Oh my god, Pastry, it's gonna happen.
It's Sundara.
It's Sundara Senna. Let's
go,
boys. Oh my god, he's doing it! The Kindle Gem is there! We got a Dragon and Rift Herald spawning up. Let's see if Suzaku can go for this. They are down items, specifically T-Tigers is very far ahead on this Riven. Yeah, 2 items already completed.
Yeah, does have his own center already finished here, but they're going to go for it. They're starting burns the package. Demon King now moving on in. Can't get the Dragon though, as Stove tries to find the initiation. Senna ulti over the top, but Demon King caught out on his own. Still pretty tanky though, and the dive happens as Premonition does get a pullback. They do find Max Screen, they get the kill. Stove is low but not dead at the end of the day, and Chuck now spinning around as Premonition is living for a very long time, but not enough as Suki trying to find the resets, looking for a few more. Demon King able to grab one there. There's the snowball, not quite timed on the Dienzio, but it's still enough for the double kill. 4 kills, count him there for Suzaku.
Starting the package, Demon ends up walking onto it and taking a little bit of damage, but does not ultimately fall. 4 members down there for Tribe, and while they got the Dragon, that was a sloppy team fight for the team here. As we get to see this again, Israboa in the backline, Premonition buying so much space, and while T-Tigers is on the backline, Israboa lives. And so now Suki, watch the Darius, applying this 5-stack hemorrhage onto almost all of the members of Tribe. Starting barely gets out, is the honey fruit that saves him from the bleed. Man, oh man, that's a heartbreaker for them.
And now look at this. They got the they didn't get the Dragon, but they're gonna fight for the next objective again. Feeling confident here are Suzaku, as Demon King's gonna roam on in. Premonition once again being disruptive. Riptoad goes down there. Dienzio able to pick that up, and Tribe still fighting there. It's actually Karma that gets the first kill onto Premonition, who went a little bit too far, but down the bottom side is Suki trying to 1v1 starting. He's gonna grab the solo.
Get the chalkboard. It's another column in the other column for the solo kill. Starting goes down, but you gotta feel good if you're Tribe. You got the Rift Herald here, and you're gonna get the mid-tier 2. The fight just took way too long. Suzaku trying to play on 2 different fronts in a single fight. They're trying to stave off T-Tigers and Dienzio, but then they're also trying to hit the Rift Herald at the same time. Split decision-making there leads to a win for Tribe Gaming.
Good there for Tribe, but Suzaku just barely holding on to the gold leads. Not much to speak of. Rift Herald, don't know if it got dropped just yet. Tribe did get it. Don't see the eye. They may have popped it off already. We'll check in later though, because not going to be too important to this mid game here, as both teams still powering up. Definitely looking over Isabeau, waiting for him to finish that second item, but looks like most of Tribe are already through their first 2 as well. Although Demon King, you mentioned it already, starting to become a problem. Like, yes, Corki does do magic damage. Like, Corki is basically a mage as far as marksman goes, but the rest of them are AD, pretty much. And this is a very tanky Nunu already.
Yep, all the magic resist that he's ever going to need is going to be packed into that stone plate, and the magic resist boots that he has in his inventory. So the stone plate shield, that alongside the Randuins, which he already has finished, means that Nunu is now unkillable. Like, it's going to take about like 6 or 7 rotations of spells just from Dienzio alone to chunk through this guy, and at any point he just hits a consume on any jungle creep and he's back to full HP. So very dangerous stuff, especially with where we've seen Demon King kind of exist in team fights, which is on top of your backline without a reliable front line. Unless Chuck can kind of hold them in place, there's not enough crowd control. Max Green gonna have to do a lot of work with the tether. Premonition
trying to make it happen, doesn't pull the trigger on the ulti though. Trying to bait starting out there, but starting doesn't blink too much, takes a bit of damage, but is okay. I'm glad though that Wild Rift now has its own unkillable Demon King. It is Nunu, which is a bit different to League PC's one, but you know what, we'll take it. I'm here for the very tanky Nunu here. Suzaku definitely gonna feel pretty good if they can set up their fights well, especially now that Senna's finished her second item. Senna's scaling is real good, as it turns out. Kind of go to infinity in some ways. We'll see if Tribe can crack through here. They've drafted for, mid to late game 5v5 here. You don't pick Corki and then, again, play like a Kali, although it's starting, so you never know.
Yeah. I know we've been talking about itemization as a whole today so far throughout this match. Dienzio has delayed his Sorelda's Grudge power spike for an Edge Knight. Really wants to try and have that shield, but will not have it for this fight. Infernal Drake, a huge objective for either of these
Who's
teams.
doing the damage? Is it Infernal Drake or is it T-Tigers there? Demon King taking a little bit more than I may have thought, but the dive on the other side is good. Suki is going to go down. Now Stove's just completely caught out of position, and Isabella can't tank through this, and Demon King finally getting low enough to maybe go down, but the center's trying to keep him alive. It's starting, though. It's able to grab the double kill, and Tribe are going to critically pick up this Infernal Dragon.
They got so many cooldowns before that fight. You saw there, T-Tigers in the picture-in-picture fighting off Premonition on a 1v1, and it just didn't matter. The package there kind of cut off the team. It cut Stove off. Suki was already fighting, and so without him there as well, Suzaku kind of in a conga line, 1-by-1 fall. They grab the Dragon for Tribe, and the Baron being started up. No one's going to be here in time. Like, you got Stove throwing barrels over the wall. Maybe Mr. Bo can do a little bit of poking, but I don't know how much this is going to work.
I mean, they've got enough health there to try and go for it. They are going to look for steal, but it's not going to happen. No jungle there to speak of. Demon King way too late to the play, barely missing out, and I think the TP they may have swapped to, or if he was just running there, they're at least going to try and get a kill out of the deal. T-Tigers, though, is awfully tanky, and Karen's going to pick it up finally at the end of the day. Riven does die there to Premonition, but not the trade they really wanted. Had to lose Demon King in the process, and Tribe just aren't going to be stopped here. Chucky is just so tanky, and even though they're landing snares, this tower's still up there. It's kind of hard to dive max screen. I'm going to go for it, though. Under the tower we go. Isabeau on a killing spree now, and in fact, Chuck's going to go down as well. Very nicely done here for Suzaku to pick up some kills. Suki going to force the flush of Dienzio, starting here. Going to try and make them pay. Stove is low, and Suki is just going to abandon his support. That should be okay. Suki now in trouble maybe in the 1v1, but has the blast plant to get away. So messy, but Suzaku got some gold.
Oh my god, Suzaku, you can almost feel the desperation in a lot of their plays. They want to try and grab kills. They want to try and punish Tribe on the way out from the Baron. And they got a few picks. They lost the turret in the meantime thanks to some minions building up, but honestly now with the Baron in their back pocket, with the Infernal to help with a little bit of their damage scaling, Tribe are in the driver's seat. They are in control for this game. And Suzaku, they are lacking a little bit of damage. It is all in. Can Suki stack up? Can Premonition find a massive engage into the back line?
Yeah, and can they make the fight last long enough, right? Because the tanks, even though the front line is there, Suzaku's tanks are not living long enough through Tribe's carries, through Tribe's gold. Still holding on to about, 2,500 gold worth of advantage here for Tribe to stand up for long enough for Senna to really take over the fight. Senna needs extremely long fights or a ton of soul scaling to really make stuff happen in any sort of situation. And Tribe, unrelenting, will take down this tier 2 and bottom side here. As Suzaku going to be pushed further and further back towards their nexus.
And they're just not able to do anything. Now we see the death huddle. Everybody, come on, let's hold hands. Let's walk into mid lane, pick up some waves, and we can try and put a little bit of vision into our own jungle. We get whatever camps they can. Suzaku going to have to try and wait this out. There is no Baron anymore for Tribe at least, so, saving grace there, but even the Elder, I just don't think the Elder is going to save them in this game. They still are lacking a little bit of damage. The shield would be nice, but it's just too much. Tribe, they've had really good teamfight positioning, and while some of them have had flubs, specifically I think starting has got a little too aggressive in certain cases, they are just spacing Suki and Stove out of these fights.
Yeah, I think, obviously execution's going to matter, but Suzaku need time in this game as well. Like, yes, they can maybe win late, but they're not there yet. And Tribe are probably not going to keep that window open. Going to try and end the game before there's even a chance for Suzaku to sneak back in. But we'll see. This Elder Dragon's going to be very important to both teams. I think the extra tankiness goes a long way on either side when teams are obviously very willing to throw themselves into 5v5s, because that is kind of the way that the teams have chosen to win this game. There isn't really side lane pressure they can apply that liberally, as T-Tigers has popped Blade of the Exile a touch early, but it's going to definitely deal with this crab. And should cool down pretty quickly.
That Scuttle Crab just got absolutely demolished. That guy was just like, oh god, there's a full stack Riven. They don't have that. I don't know if it'll have too much of an influence in this fight. Just minor upgrades to Riven's abilities when it is active. But you already see they have the package. They have Corki on 3 items as well. Tribe in full control. Get behind Demon.
All right, that wasn't as cool as I thought it was going to be. But starting positioning very aggressive. Typical of this player. Dragon hasn't been starting it. I don't even think it's quite up just yet, but Tribe are trying to keep them out of the area. Looks like Dragon is up and available. and Tribe are going to start it.
Okay, they have vision of this, but so does starting. He knows exactly where all of them are. This package could rip Suzaku.
Yeah, there's a good package there. Starting, diving in now. Volking out of the way. The center ulti over the top, though, is decent. And the damage is looking okay, but Shock's able to get that first kill. And Tribe are just going to roll over this team fight. Dienzio is going to take down Stove, and there's one left. There is the poor center, all left to her lonesome, is going to be crushed for the Aces. Tribe are looking good here in game number 1.
Lucian! That's the last kind of words that come out of Senna's mouth before this game is over. Tribe doesn't even need the dragon. They use it as a platform, as a stage to end the game. Fantastic fight. A really good Senna or Corki package into Karma ult, which just keeps all of the members of Suzaku trapped onto that burning trail from starting. And Tribe, they take game 1, looking pretty dominant, looking really good against a team that, you know, against Suzaku, who were the ones to take down enemy earlier yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, maybe a bit easier than we thought it was going to be, although it was somewhat neutral for a while here, but Tribe pretty comfortably taking over the game. Again, drafted for a pretty steady, pretty patient game, and basically got what they wanted, I feel like. Yeah, here and there, starting, did some classic starting things. Sometimes they're great, sometimes they're not so great. You know, did get a solo kill, but also got himself kind of solo killed, so, you know, he giveth and taketh away sometimes, but overall, the approach on Tribe was very clean, right? Show up to Dragons on time, trust in your execution to out-team fight your opponents, and when they got ahead, they just stayed ahead here. And Suzaku were never given a window back into the game.
I think the only thing that's going to be harder than that game for Tribe is us picking
a star player.
Yeah,
I was just thinking about that.
What is your gut reaction? Because I don't know if I want to say starting. He had a really big, you know, team fight presence in the later part of the game, but earlier on, I think there was some flubs here and there. I'd be willing to maybe give it to either, you know, I'm feeling T-Tigers on the Riven, but just it's feeling like a what is it? What's TJ's recommendation for this? Like the whole thing. We just need like a galaxy.
Yeah. I think T-Tigers is fine there. I mean, Truck actually also did a lot, but Garen's kind of going to be a role player in a lot of games. So yeah, I think T-Tigers, I agree with you, like starting too many ups and downs. From this Corki, although his last equalizer was very equalizer. It feels like that. Last package was very good there in that team fight. Definitely a team effort for Tribe. I think T-Tigers leading the charge on the Riven was a pretty big focal point of this comp, so I think he can happily earn the award. But it's definitely not a game where one individual was overperforming in any case. I think it was just Tribe kind of showing the consistency that got them to the top of the scene for so long here, and it's one of the reasons they're so hard to play against. It's just they have the fundamentals drilled better than you in a lot of cases, and when you try and skill check them, they're also very good at that.
Yeah, I like to think of Tribe this year so far as kind of the gatekeepers. You have to be this tall to ride. Cloud9 tends to kind of tread that line in between, like above or below, but definitely for Tribe, they are the ones that, while they have taken a hit this year, yes, they have fallen from grace, they are still one of the best teams in North America, and if you want to try and be in that top 3, if you want to try and punish Immortal, Sentinels, and Enemy, you need to be better than them.
Yeah, we can see some of the package here. This is a really nice dive, actually. Max Creed being active, as always, with the roams. The Tigers here control the bottom of the Dragon, and Demon King did have some decent moments, but it just felt like wasn't tanky enough. This is kind of the one ult that Premonition got that really opened up the fights here. But I felt like once Premonition couldn't find those angles, once the frontline couldn't really be frontline, it was just so hard for Suzaku to approach fights.
Super difficult, and we saw a little bit of it for Suzaku. When Suki is set up, it looks great, but this is also a guy that doesn't get a lot of resources. I think the play for me that made kind of like the biggest statement from Suzaku was yesterday. Suki's Camille play, where he is just like under turret, he's surviving 4 members diving him, and they make a massive turnaround play. That is exactly what I think the play that embodies him the most. He is playing without resources, he's outplaying his opponents in a lot of cases. But this game is like, you're playing against Chuck, another great like weak side top laner, and then you look across the board, like player pound per pound, it's super difficult, I think, to execute.
Yeah, definitely. You know, this fight just all one-sided at the end of it all there, as we will have a look at our star player. Was tough to pick, like we said, a very good overall game there for Tribe, but T-Tigers earning it this time here on the Riven. Pretty good KP, and just got a lot of, you know, what the team needed to get done early on, with some help, of course, which kind of led to the advantage that Tribe basically took to the bank this game. And I'm curious if Suzaku want to shift things up moving into the next game, because I'm struggling to think about what win conditions they were trying to play for there. Like, I like beefy front lines and center as a general rule, but I just felt like they could never kill anyone. Like, team fights were going to have to last an amount of time they could not last for in that game in order for you to win. And Tribe are giving you the opportunity to play scaling. And center does scale very well, but I just don't know if there was enough to meet Tribe where the game was headed here in this draft.
The way that I will describe this draft from Suzaku is the largest pillow fort in existence. It's very, very cuddly. You got a lot of big, beefy boys walking through. They're shoulder to shoulder. They don't really do a lot of damage. They're nice. They're calm. You know, they're copacetic folk. But other than that, they're not going to look for a fight. They're not going to win a lot of fights. And, you know, they're a little bit squishy on the inside. So it happens. I'm taking a look at Tribe's kind of like track record throughout the majors.
Mm-hmm.
They've only lost a full series to Enemy and Cloud9. They obviously dodged Cloud9 for the most part this major so far, and Enemy is gone so far. So, really, a lot of their competition that they're waiting for is already out of the way, and with Immortals and Sentinels already waiting in regionals, this is very realistically a major that I'm thinking Tribe are looking poised to win.
Yeah, definitely feels like they should be the favorites, all things considered. Obviously, Cloud9 will likely have something to say about that. Obviously, still need to make their way into the grand finals. For this series, of course, it is the winner of this that goes on to meet whoever will win between Cloud9 and the loser of this match in the grand finals. So, Tribe definitely looking to make it a pretty smooth ride for themselves. We'll see if they can continue their form. I think Suzaku are going to have more here in the tank. I didn't expect Isaboa to go to the supportive marksman in this game, and even though that is definitely a lot of what we've seen in the meta alongside the majors, I think Isaboa is a player that you can and should build around. Tianzio obviously not bad as far as lane opponents go, but I think Isaboa should trust in both his team and his individual abilities to try and carry the game, because I just don't think that is the way that Suzaku want to be attacking Tribe. I feel like, in my eyes, that draft was too safe.
Yes, I think they were maybe a little too scared. They were like, okay, we're playing against Tribe. Let's aim not to lose.
Right.
And a lot of competitors, especially the ones at the top, will tell you, you do not play to lose, you play to win. It doesn't matter if it looks bad, you know, sometimes you're just going to lose the coin flip. You're just going to die level 1 sometimes. You are going to lose a team fight, and the game's going to be over, and you're like, damn, I got outplayed.
Yeah.
But at least you're making those plays. We're seeing you play proactive. This time around, I think the key for me is I want to see Demon King's jungle pick a little bit earlier on into the game. We saw a lot of jungle focus, especially in the last part of the draft phase, pivoting against him. So now on blue side, let's see if they have that same read and say, let's get something for Demon King that's a little bit more proactive.
Yep. Also, respect to Karma here by Tribe. Did first pick it on blue side in game 1. Are going to ban it here on red in game number 2 alongside Camille and Rengar. It is Olaf Lysian set on the other side there. So the first pick is apparently center. This is the go-to pick right now for Suzaku. Again, not what I expected from Isaboa, but I think a very powerful champion right now.
Guys, you know how hard it is to get Pastry to be very sad about seeing Senna first pick. You got to put in work. You got to make sure you're putting in the effort there. It's obviously safe. I like that Tribe are trying to take away pairings away from it. I wonder if that means that we'll see Stove on something like a Galio to try to, be a swap in for the Galio or for the Gragas. But I agree. We wanted to see Isturbo on something a little bit more proactive, something that's going to have an ability to carry. And while Senna can have that, the likelihood of that happening is not very high. And so now Tribe, I think, get a really strong power pick for them, not only in the Gragas, but now a Jace here for starting.
Yeah, starting's Jace. Definitely a different animal to the Corki, although his Corki, to be fair, was quite good, but just like a very different speed of game, let's say. Starting is going to be just as, if not more aggressive, and this time Jace is going to reward you for that style of play, rather than Corki being like, cool, you got gold. Nice. Like, you have a small league. Congratulations. So Wukong going to be the pick here for Suzaku.
Okay. We were complaining about not having enough damage. Wukong is a shredder. He will make sure that there is not armor on the enemy team. So I do like this. This is something that is an adaptation that we've seen so far in the draft.
There it is.
Yes!
There it is.
I was waiting to talk about this because when we see Premonition had really awesome games, it was on 80 Assassins. It was the Zed for him that carried them all the way here to this major. And now we get to see him on something like a Yasuo, still in the same vein. And we're talking about carry versus carry matchup, Jace versus Yasuo. So explosive.
Yep, already got set up there as well for the Wukong. There is the Darius for Truck. Definitely, I feel like for these weak side top laners, this is the default pick, is the Darius. You'd rather be on that side than the Garen side, but Suki can maybe respond with the Garen if it is left up by Tribe. We'll have to see. But I expected us to get more Yasuo. I mean, freshly buffed on this patch, was already seeing more play than we expected. TJ's out molding somewhere. The Yasuo is still being picked, but hey, definitely these teams like to play it, have had success with it, and is even better now. Some very slight but very tangible buffs for Yasuo this patch.
He keeps trying to flame North America, and North America's like, I'm not hearing any of it. I don't care. I'm picking Yasuo. We're going to Icon Series, boys. That's all that matters. Second phase of the draft, we're going to take a look as to whether or not Tribe are going to continue to hammer away at support picks. I like the Malphite here as a really strong read against their team, and I wonder if that means another tank is going to get picked away. Maybe this is going to be a Leona Senna lane just because Galio's taken out of the pool now. Yeah,
maybe. Malphite definitely pulling double duty in bans here, so I like Tribe's attention here. Varus also taken away from Dienzio. I think it's just like keeping Varus out of the hands of good players is good for your health in games of Wild Rift. Like Varus is very annoying in lots of different scenarios. Zig's also going to be the other kind of obvious perk champion. So Senna going to feel a bit more comfortable now about the 2v2 matchup. Definitely going to have a bit more power rather than just like getting pushed in and outrange for the entire laning phase, which doesn't feel very fun.
No, this is just that's like a general rule of thumb. If you're playing a game, you're getting outranged, typically not a lot of fun. I like this for Tribe. Picking up the brand, this is going to be going over to Dienzio. It is a mage. It does supplement a little bit more of their magic damage. Seems like they want to give counter pick over to T-Tigers. Want to see if that Wukong is going to be in the jungle or not. Oh, it's NASA support.
Excuse me?
Stove, bring it home, boys. Give us Font of Life NASA support. Come on.
I mean, you get some extra farm alongside the Senna. You got lots of scaling. Doesn't particularly pair with the Yasuo, but hey, Nasa's pretty good. We'll see how it rolls out there for Stove, if that is indeed the player that's picking it, which I think does feel pretty likely. And to round it off, you'll love to see this. Some Akali for some added dive there.
Okay, so we'll have to see what what T-Tigers is going to pick up as the last pick here, but Nasus into this team comp is actually kind of sick. He's going to have a little bit of a hard time versus Gragas and Brand, but Darius and Jace, you ever step up into range, even Riven, have fun with Armor Shred, have fun with a 95% slow on the Nasus Wither. I love this. And Font of Life, as soon as you do damage, your teammates are going to be healing. This is something that we saw a really long time ago during Summoner Series. Like halfway through the season, it was getting picked up in some of the other regions. Then we brought it out. Sentinels were the first ones to adopt it. Saw a little bit of play, and then it got nerfed. The Fimbulwinter got changed. But this is what I'm expecting. They are really diving into like super deep picks from the Beyondverse.
Bringing out the arcane technology here. I mean, Suzaku needs something, right? It's a very exciting comp for them here. It's very standard, very like, we're just gonna like do our thing and go 2-0 for Tribe here, right? They're looking to have a clean sweep into the grand finals, and Suzaku are gonna provide a lot of resistance. Definitely not what you'd be expecting showing up to draft meetings today if they had one.
At the very least, they're playing for content. At the most, what I expect, they are going to at least put up a fight. Especially, they already made it all the way up here, right? They made it to the upper finals. If they lose, they will be facing up against Cloud9 in the next match as we get ready for grand finals at the end. But all four of these teams, like we've said before, already qualified for Mall of America for the regional championships. And honestly, if there's ever a way to go out of the upper finals, it's Yasuo Wukong. And this is just a banger combo.
Suki also on the Akali. So, maybe they heard us. They're thinking they didn't have enough damage in the last game. Now they have plenty of damage as Premonition is just dancing around, wanting this not to happen, but Jace does Jace things, so can't really stop too much, unfortunately, but Premonition knows he has to play safe. Does have Conqueror here in the 1v1. It's Fleet for Suki in the top side, as they know that, this early assassin in lane aren't going to be all that interesting, but come mid-game, come fights, going to have a plethora of targets to dive onto there, especially with the help they can get. Very nicely done there for Premonition, sneaking on in. But what's happening in the bottom lane? I mean, we have to know. That's, I guess I didn't know what else I expected. I thought maybe there was some sick Nasus situation, but not yet, I guess. Stove just big chillin'. Yep. Alright, well, see what happens here in the 2v2. So far, so good. Definitely some earlier push here for Stove and Isabella. But Max Green getting aggressive. That's such a good look there. But Isabella doesn't go down, and this is a very sustained, heavy situation. The Ignite is there. Stove is going to make the play happen. Doesn't get it done. But a nice route there onto the Enzio is going to maybe cause some issues. Isabella getting a little bit low. But is going to be forced back away. And so far, so good. Here for the 2v2, you can see how that sustain kind of builds up over time. It's a very, like, frustrating, very attrition-based matchup. But Demon King, maybe going to put the ball on top here in the bottom side of the map. Looking to dive. Doesn't go for Max Green. They're actually splitting the difference, but it's First Blood going over to the other, and Second Blood is unfortunately going to go for Tribe.
Oh my god. I got lost in that fight, and we even get an execute all the meantime.
Oh.
Demon King dies. He gets executed. We're going 1-for-1 on the board here. We just got some early game fights. There you go, Pastry. We were a little bit early on the call there, but we got it in the end. Senna and Nasus, we're here to fight. We're here to scrap.
Yeah, exactly what I expected to happen. Actually, really nice attention there for Demon King. Like, well set up in the 2v2 there. I think splitting targets on a dive is always going to feel just a little bit too greedy, and I think there was some punishment, as we will see, because Demon King is like, this DNTO guy's low. I'm ignoring my teammate diving. I'm going to try and get this kill.
We are time to fight. There we go. Demon King's like, you're not backing. I'm making sure of that. We're going to make sure that you do not get to have a free back. You're going to be able to punish that. There's a fight in the mid lane. I saw premonition. Oh, man. Okay,
Had a premonition? What happened?
I saw the flash go down. I saw the barrier go down, and I was wondering what was going to happen. Starting so deadly on this champion, he was one of the first adopters when we had access to it, because it wasn't available during regional champs, and then we got to see him play it in a few of the tournaments, and he is one of the few North America players that just is super good on this. Let's see exactly what happened. Okay, so you just got Jace capped. Okay.
Yeah, you just got Jaced. Oh, very nice aim there on the Q starting. Very stylish looking 1v1 kill, but really just using the early game power. Yasuo is not a particularly good laner, especially in the earlier stages in this kind of matchup. So starting takes it all the way. Does give himself a Dust Blade, so it's going to be even harder now for Premonition to get it going. Top lane also going pretty well for Chuck, who is trying to bully Suki around, but Suki keeping the gold actually up just barely for the Akali in the 1v1. So not going too badly, but starting roaming down to the bottom side of the map, where really Suzaku have shown, their attention and their early game strength. It's going to be a problem if Starting's going to camp himself here, although it looks like they are just swapping it up right now.
He's just going to pick up a little bit more gold. He's going to be on the side lane, and because he's so powerful at this point, already with the first item completion, he is very difficult to deal with. And Suzaku, their laning allocation here, I think is a little bit interesting. They've sent Nasus over to the side lane to pick this up, has finished the Fimbulwinter, has the Winter's Approach, not quite the Fimbulwinter. I think it's a good call here for against Tribe. Like, Starting is not here, and so a lot of your gold, a lot of the power is just not available to you. Yep,
this is take a 1v1 and was losing as expected there for Stove up against Starting. Actually ignited Starting, it looks like there, so it was trying to keep him at bay. But Nasus with space is going to get plenty of farm and stacks, which is good. But T-Tigers springs the trap here. Demon King with a beautiful spin, and it just doesn't matter. That's a kill for Tribe.
Okay, now Tribe, they may be a little bit more self-sufficient even without their star mid laner. They're like, oh, look, we could do this without him. They've got their item completions as well. They're killing Demon King, who now has 2 deaths onto his name. T-Tigers is just getting more and more advantageous trades in this matchup. Time and time again, it's game 1 happened, game 2 here, again on the Riven. He's got a Rift Herald in his back pocket, and once they redeploy onto the map, they can grab a little bit more gold and start positioning for this dragon.
Yeah, Tribe feeling pretty happy right now. Up 2,000 gold. Feel they want to drop that Herald there. Max Green and Dianzio trying to combine. Premonition with a very nice looking tornado, but not going to take it. Not enough damage there right now on the Yasuo. Doesn't even have the charge blade done. Is going to be pretty close, but Tribe have more things to attend to here in the bottom half of the rift, as T-Tiger is going to go ahead and take this blue, and looks like Dragon's going to be started up in short order.
And this is a cool kind of you know, as we get ready for this team fight, Tribe, like you said during the draft, it is a very stock standard. Like, we are here to team fight. We are here to play a pretty standard draft. Whereas Suzaku, I think this game really is going to test their communication. Who are they putting the Nasus Wither on? Who are they knocking up and landing Last Breath onto? We haven't quite seen a huge team fight for them. Is Max Green going to start it off? Should be able to get away. He does have the Stone Plate. And Tribe get away without any punishment. Suzaku, a little bit lost.
Yeah, tough one there. Couldn't start the ulti with Yasuo or Wukong. Stove couldn't wither someone down for them to chase. I mean, definitely can be tough to get on some of these targets, but Tribe with a very nice exit there. Chuck and Stove now dueling. T-Tigers in the back line. It's a 2v2, but here's T-Tigers is just going to go straight forward, and Demon King forced to burn the ulti and retreat.
That was a glancing blow. They're like, okay, we're just going to go for it. Demon King. Oh, that decoy got so much value, but
Yep.
it still hurts a little bit. You also got Chuck's the barrier there. I don't know if Suzaku are kind of misunderstanding how much damage they do. They should almost never be looking for a fight with someone like Wukong and Nasus, especially without him having a few more items in his back pocket. It's never going to happen unless someone just like straight up AFKs. So Suzaku still a little bit dizzy from the early game. They're not setting up on time. Their timers for objectives and setting up are still a little bit off. So Tribe are more than willing to say, cool, we take those. I'll get a free objective in my back pocket.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and leave. Filling out. Tribe definitely, I think, showing off some of their experience here as Max Green continues to look for angles in every possible brush. T-Tigers is going to get away, just taking this farm away. Starting's like, hey, buddy, that's my wave. T-Tigers is like, I don't think so. Grabs that up.
That has been their key to success all of last year. A bunch of us on the broadcast have kind of just talked about it for Tribe. It's just, hey, we're going to show up to these objectives, and since no one's here, we're just going to take them.
Hey, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it turns out getting stuff for free for the most part is pretty good. You know what else is free pastry? WNS Regional Championships.
Hey,
you guys want to
let's
show
go.
up? It's first come, first serve seeding. Premonition might need a seed after this one. Chuck, let's see it.
Yeah, already has one reserved, but doesn't want to take what Chuck is offering, and will back away there. Topside though does get that first tower over to Tribe, so they'll grab that bonus gold as Stove running around with his blasting one that I'm still trying to figure out where it's going into. But Nasus definitely hanging out.
I'm trying to remember what the Nasus build was. I'm gonna be honest. The only thing I remember from last year with this build, yeah, that is true. All I remember was you need Font of Life, you need Fimbulwinter. Everything else after that, it's a blur. A little bit of a blur. It looks like it's Rylai's, so really just trying to double down on no one is moving. I'm gonna slow you. Either way, here we go.
Ooh, that's very nice here, but Premonition not in the area to follow up there, but Demon King does find the angle. The Rift Herald is going to fall, so the tower's going to stay alive, but again, Suzaku not together to try and make all the ultimates sing. Instead, it's going to be Tribe walking away.
Okay, Suzaku, they're pretty happy that didn't just end up in their turret falling. It's 170 HP, so it will fall eventually, and especially with a second Rift Herald here, Tribe looking to try and take control of this. And like you said, it was a good idea, just wrong zip code. Premonition was nowhere near that fight. He is not last breathing anybody here. And again, look at where Suzaku are. Suki just like pushed out a wave. Demon King is on the bottom side, but there's no dragon in sight for the next 40 seconds. And so they just give over the Rift Herald. Tribe are feeling more than confident with this game, slowly accruing leads like this.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of been a bit quieter since that solo kill, but starting's side lane pressure actually matters a lot here in these situations. Like, he is just constantly down here in the bottom lane, at least for the last few minutes, and just basically drawing people to him. He knows he can win any 1v1 that Suzaku will throw at him. He might be able to win some of, or most of the 2v1s that Suzaku may want to go, and then obviously he can back away when it's going to be a little scarier than that. So he's just going to slowly but surely get gold for himself. He's getting all this farm. He's going to knock down this tower. And Tribe are just playing away from starting, knowing that he can be self-reliant, and just taking over mid and top lane, making sure they get the objectives there as well. So really nice stuff here. And starting should be applauded not just for his individual skill, getting his solo kill, but what he's doing with his pressure and gold lead now that he's got it.
He's got a full wave to himself. They're even on the dragon here. This is their team fight. If they can land the last breath combo, everything before is made up for. They're trying to go for something.
Oh, but T-Tiger's going on in to delete Isabella from the Rift. Another Infernal Dragon could be on the menu, but Demon King is awfully low. He's going to have to go for it here. He's not going to go. He is going to get it. That's big news there. But the fight on the other side for Suzaku is not looking good at all. It's already 4 dead with 1 more to go. It's going to be an ace for Tribe, and that is not worth that dragon.
They may even get an inhibitor here. They have so many members that just rip apart turrets. They've got minions here as well. This mid lane is absolutely doomed. It'll be a 12-minute inhibitor if Tribe want it. Members of Suzaku are respawning. Let's see if they push for it, but...
Yeah, nothing they can do.
Yeah. Oh my god, Tribe. Like, Suzaku, I'll give you props. You did something finally. But the team fight was a little too sloppy. They were all over the place. We got step 1, which was do a 5-on-5. Do something. And step 2 was, you know, to be a little bit more coordinated. We'll get a replay of this fight. They're on 2 different fronts. Suki trying to get Dienzio out of this fight, which I really love. Keeping 2 members out, you would think this is a numbers advantage for them. But they're too far down. Demon King just kind of gets ripped to shreds. He's super, super squishy. And from here on out, it's just starting. It's Dienzio off the back of this fight, finally able to pick up some kills. The Pyroclasm just kind of just tears apart Suzaku.
Yeah, I mean, you say it was, you know, a 2v1 that Suki was running interference with, but Isabel just died instantly. Like, he was left in the front line of the fight, basically, which is not where Senna is supposed to be. T-Tigers jumps on the opportunity, just pushes Senna back to the base, back to the Shadow Realm, and Tribal basically fighting an even fight from there, and they've had the gold lead. They're now massively far ahead in gold. They're going to have super minion pressure the entire game long now, and looking like a Tribe 2-0, very confident 2-0 at that if they can finish this game off cleanly as they march themselves towards the grand final. So we'll be our first finalist here in Major 3. To see what Suzaku have, we know what these abilities can do in combination, but Tribe just seemed too far ahead, too good today for Suzaku to be able to stitch that together. And even this, looking a bit tricky. They're going to try and make the play. There's a last breath onto 1. But that stasis is going to buy a lot of time. Here's the bow over the top. He's going to keep it going. The one starting is low. He is going to die, but a kill happened before that could really finish off. And now T-Tigers still popping off there as Dienzio is able to get 1. There's a second kill coming through as Brand actually is going to grab the double, and Isaboa is just going to be dove. Senna can do nothing but watch herself die as Tribe take another very big fight.
And starting, he's got to be a little sad, but the fact that they won that team fight so handily. They put so many resources into killing him, but he's able to dip dive and weave out of that one. They'll get a second inhibitor here for them. And Pastry, if they don't end on this wave, they can go mid lane, they can threaten for that one. It looks like instead what they're going to do is put down Vision in the top side and get ready for a Baron fight. Tribe, 14,000 gold ahead at this point. They got 1,000 for each minute in the game.
Yeah, there aren't very many bad choices at this point for Tribe when you have this game situation with the gold lead you have full map control thanks to the 2 super waves. It is a big difference to have 2 waves rather than 1, although 1 is very powerful as well. And Tribe just have a very obvious point to attack. They can take the Baron at their leisure. Starting's going to try and be a jerk and steal away the blue buff. Doesn't get it. But, you know, at least hung around to try and be a little bit cheeky, waiting for the rest of the team to come back out on the Rift as well with their spent money. And Demon King is just going to be shredded to bits as starting. No T-Tigers on that rampage once more and keeps on diving. Suki knocked up there. This Riven is a menace right now, Alk.
Dude, starting, he's like, I want star player. Who is this T-Tigers guy? Ultimate random on my team. I want that star player award. It makes me feel good. It makes me look good on stream. Everyone's favorite streamer here just absolutely blasts Demon King alongside his team. They'll grab the Baron, and they'll be putting the finishing touches on this series, Pastry. This is our first grand finalists here in the 3rd major for the WNS, as Tribe looking to reclaim some former glory here in North America. Still have a lot of work to do, but the foundations of such are being laid.
Yeah, I'm going to have a very familiar opponent regardless of who makes it through, because Cloud9 they played many times, and of course Suzaku they're playing right now. So Tribe going to be familiar with whoever they go to. Suzaku going to try and make one last ditch effort, but T-Tigers just solo bolos the enemy top laner in the midst of everyone else. In fact, he's still going. He's going maybe a little bit too deep. There's the last breath. He's going to find T-Tigers, but he just keeps on going. Demon King spinning, and T-Tigers just will not be felt as Tribe will finish off the Nexus and take the 2-0.
Oh my god, they did it. I'm so happy. I'm glad that they're able to do that for them. They obviously, for Tribe, this means so much for them being able to win. They're probably going to say, look, we were expected to win this series, but I think there's been a lot of times where you've seen Tribe stumble, especially coming into some of these majors. So exciting stuff for them. Speaking with starting, this guy was looking forward to playing in the major and wanting to kind of get back into that, working through some of the issues that this team has had all throughout this year. And finally, some of that is starting to come at a head, and it's a good time to start peaking Pastry. You know, Major 3 coming into the grand final, into the regional champs. Really, really good time.
Definitely so. Scaling maybe back towards international as well, of course. Tribe were our representatives for Horizon Cup. Icons is in some ways around the corner, although we do have quite a bit more Wild Rift here in NA to play before we get to that point. And I feel like our favorite streamer does deserve it, Alk. I think Starting does deserve star play, even though T-Tigers tried to steal it away from him there with the big damage and the massive 1v4s. But yeah, you know, Starting really got the game going. I mean, he literally got the solo kill, was like, hello, I am your pressure valve. Please play around me.
One of the things that I want to see from the stats page is just like turrets, the structure damage this guy did. Starting, man. Oh, man, he's so good.
Broke the curse, though, Degon. What happened?
Yes.
We did it! Yeah! You know, and it's great for Tribe here because I think for this squad to be that humbled throughout this season, after being so dominant in Season 0 of North American Wild Rift, to have the struggles that they've had, to win games dominantly and to look good and to be cruising and hitting on all cylinders. And yes, we can give this one a starting, but T-Tigers finally looking terrifying again. Like, T-Tigers, I think, is the biggest a person that I think got bumped the hardest after Horizon Cup. His form dropped. But since then, it has been getting better and better, and he's now truly facilitating. He's hard carrying, and now Dienzio coming in, fitting in, playing the brand this time down there. I love the fact that this squad is finding its form at the right time and getting back to being scary, because even when they wanted to end the game here, you still had people just going down to the bottom side of the map and still just fighting, even though the Nexus is open to clean things up. They're starting to get their swagger back as the best team in North America as we take a look at some of these highlights from this series.
Yeah, the thing that I will say about T-Tigers is this was indicative of their performance during Horizon Cup. He's a massive part of their early game. He is looking for engagements across the map. He is calling the shots for this team very early on. And so when the team is struggling and they're unable to win team fights, win 2v2s and the such, T-Tigers is going to look bad. T-Tigers is going to have a hard time finding success in this roster. And when they're doing well, T-Tigers looks like a god. So I will just, you know, I'll cut him some slack and say that it is simply a, you know, the burden of the role that he fills on this team.
Yeah, does feel like it here, but nice to see a return to form here. This play especially, like, deleting that center, like, it's an easy angle to find because she's in front of you, but, like, T-Tiger's very quick to capitalize on opportunities, and Tribe in all situations, right, whether it was skirmishes, 1v1s, or just simply 5v5, so I guess this is a 3v4, so sure, this too. They look so clean, and I expected Suzaku to put up a little bit more resistance. I'm curious how their opponents will look across them now that they are in the grand finals, because I think both Cloud9 and Suzaku know what it takes to try and take out a team like Tribe, but Suzaku definitely not having the right number this game around. There he is. There's our boy. There's the favorite streamer.
I love him.
Everyone's favorite
50%
streamer.
KP, by the way, seems a little bit low because he was really just in the side lane for most of this game after 1v1ing his mid lane opponent.
Yeah, but a grand, like he broke the game open, and then a grand of gold per minute is that's no easy feat. No one wanted to fight him, so that's why T-Tigers is able to get a lot of these fights early on. They're like, all right, let's stay away from starting. We see where he is. Oh, tires in the bush. Surprise, we're dead.
It's never just starting. It's never just starting. It's like starting and the homies. There's always one somewhere.
Definitely. We're going to be hearing from one of the players from Tribe now. And before we do, let's take a second to talk about Suzaku. I like the fact that they did pull out a unique composition there at the very end. I think you hit on it probably in like the mid game there, Alk, where it seemed like they just didn't have their lane assignments correct, and therefore they didn't know what their damage levels were when they were looking for a lot of these fights. But I think if you go into a matchup where you're like, hey, if we play standard and they play standard, they have better players. So let's find a way to generate an advantage. And they were able to do so.
Man, I can tell you're hanging out with LS. I already know where that reference is from. C-tier, C-level gameplay versus S-tier. I already got it. Yeah, we talked about it during the game, and I'm honestly excited now to see what Suzaku versus Cloud9 is going to be, because I think that'll be a really, really strong matchup as to where both of these teams are.
All right, well, waiting for us here now is, again, Dragon Laner for Tribe Gaming. It's Dienzio. Hey, man, another one, brother.
Hey.
How's it feel?
Oh, feels good. We're running through it. I mean, if you saw Isher Boa on the back of his wall, he had Tribe there. He cannot put a check mark on it unless he makes it back to the grand finals. But I mean, he will have to go through C9. Tough one.
All right, let's see. What do we got in the back of your wall? We got a couple hoodies there. You know, there's no
Yeah.
fodder there behind you. See, you don't even know.
Yeah, I don't have any.
But the brand this time coming out here in the lane. But this game felt when you saw that game 2 draft, what did you think that they were pulling out there? Were you surprised by it, and did you know how to play into it?
I mean, it was a standard, Wukong Yasuo composition. I mean, it's pretty straightforward what they got to do. They got to get the knockups, and then Yasuo's going to ult and hopefully kill us all. So knowing that, it's easier to play around it, and yeah, it was fun playing out, bringing out the brand too.
Yeah, getting to pull out the brand was a lot of fun. The Nasus didn't throw you all off?
I mean, I was surprised. But back in the old days, there was some Senna Nasus, so I guess the logic behind it made sense. But I think that they should have just. I don't know if that's what. I don't think they really wanted that. I think definitely something went wrong in draft if they had to go Nasus. So.
Well, there you go. Maybe something did go wrong in draft. We're wondering. We're like, this is interesting technology. Okay, we're seeing how this works, and it's like, you guys never gave it a chance to get it online there. Going to Mall of America now. We already booked that one from last week. You are trying to catch back on up to our top 2 seeds in Immortals, in Sentinels. What do you think is the biggest thing that you need to do to get back to that top level there?
I think we just gotta keep playing a lot, keep trying to look for areas to improve in, and just not take any steps in the wrong direction. We're all really excited for it, so I know we're gonna put in a lot of effort in, and hopefully, we can see some crazy stuff at that championship.
All right, well, you're locked in for at least second place here. You could go for that first place prize here of our $15,000 prize pool. Who do you want to do it against? Suzaku for the run back or Cloud9?
I mean, honestly, Cloud9's definitely going to make it to the finals. So, I mean, I guess I'll be excited to meet C9 in the finals, and let's see how it goes. All
right, there you have it. Dienzio, a man that lacks no bits of confidence here. Congrats on the win. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Thank you, man.
Always good to chat with Dienzio. That was a call, dude.
I missed having him on interviews just because he always talked the best trash talk on Twitter. He was one of the best parts of NME when he's on that roster. Anytime I went on Twitter or in interviews, just premium flame. And I want some of that back. I know he's holding back. He's like, I want to, have the performance to back it up before he starts getting into some of his arsenal.
Yeah, man. You don't get him in trouble, yeah. Hey, I like the level that he's at now, right? Okay. He's like, okay, we're not quite there yet, but we did just smash his team, so they're definitely not going to make it.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, backhanded compliment. Or the other way, backhanded insult.
Yeah, a little bit. Let's take a look at the bracket here with our 3 teams still remaining. Again, that was the winner bracket finals. So therefore, Suzaku still have another opportunity. They got to regroup here before they play Cloud9. And then the winner of that will play in our grand finals against Tribe. And again, this is positioning here from here on out. So we do know that Saint will be the 6th seed at the WNS Season 1 Championship. We know that Tribe will be no lower than 4th, but we don't know if they're going to be 3rd, 4th, 5th. if Cloud9's going to be 5th, 4th, 3rd, like, you know, it's
of
all around,
numbers.
as well as the prize pool that's there. It's $6,500 for $6,500 for first place, $3,500 for second, and third place will have $2,500 there. So again, money on the line, winning one of the majors here in the WNS on the line. And yeah, there we go. I wanted to get your closing thoughts here, guys, as this is it. We are saying farewell to both of you after a quick 2-2-0 series, Pastry.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about the rest of this major is like every team has something to prove. Like both Tribe and C9 are basically trying to say that they are the best team left, right? And certainly the best team in this major. And I think winning here, getting that top seed that you can is obviously important. And Suzaku are just another upstart, right? There are so many North American teams trying to crack into the top 4, and it's going to be a tough run, especially after what Tribe just did to them. But if they can take off Cloud9, which would be an upset, and then beat Tribe, which would be an even bigger upset, very exciting to see kind of where the teams land at the end of this major, moving into that regional championship that's only a few weeks away.
I think we've seen a ton of really cool teams so far already played throughout the majors, and now sitting in grand finals, Tribe are definitely just watching Cloud9 and as to what exactly they're going to do. The monkey is on Suzaku's back. They're like, we need to kind of put up, try to win this, because I know we've been talking about regionals, but there's still a major here. Like, there's still money on the line that is like, you know, some differentiation that they still need to be able to win. And I'm sure, you know, a little bit more pocket change before you go to Mall America. It's got to feel nice.
All right, well, we'll find out if they're going to be able to do so. Suzaku GG, Cloud9 in the lower bracket finals after we take a short break here at the Wild Rift North American Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series, Major number 3. 3 teams still in this tournament, but we're about to say goodbye to one of them. Is it Suzaku GG or is it Cloud9? And I had to say goodbye to my other casters. Get 2 new ones. Here comes Rafa. Here comes TJ. Gents, nice background.
Yeah, TJ, nice background. Where'd you get it from?
Yeah, Rafa, nice background. Where'd you get it from?
No, you can't do that to me. I asked you the question first. You answer me first.
I'm
Sorry,
the one
Deacon.
that lives here. You're the one that's taken a screenshot
Deacon,
of
he's
my
spitting
house
lies.
and
Don't
put it
listen to him.
behind you.
Don't listen.
I don't know. TJ, it seems like TJ said you lived there first, so I'm going to go with he who strikes first wins here. So welcome to the show, both of you. Hopefully we can figure this out on the broadcast. Which room is it really belong to? There it is. All right. We've got ourselves a match here in the lower bracket finals. Cloud9 and Suzaku GG. Let's take a look at our squads that we've got going on here. We've got to see him. We got to know him. We got to love Suzaku GG. They got bodied here in a sense by Tribe in that last matchup. It was not the greatest look here from the squad.
I'll actually fight you on that, Digon. I was watching that game and, alright, it didn't look great for Suzaku. But I was looking at what they were doing with the draft they had and thinking that it was pretty much going to plan. My big issue was that they didn't have clear win conditions in the draft. I thought they were playing quite well in-game.
TJ, are you saying they drafted for failure? Is that the...
Yeah.
Oh my God, TJ firing shots here. I don't know how to follow that up.
Well, if they're not drafting, what would you change about the draft then? You want to dive into the draft? Where should we be putting our focus on for this squad?
I think, very simply, the draft we saw last game was drafting for everybody, more than it was drafting for failure. Suzaku didn't have a clear win condition coming out. They had a lot of tanks, a lot of bruisers, and if any one of them had gotten a huge snowballing gold lead, they could have won through it. But you're playing versus Tribe Gaming. You're playing versus some of the best teams in North America. That doesn't fly. You don't get random gold leads. And I want to see a little bit more intentionality, a little bit more trust in key carries, whether that's Istraboa, Premonition, Demon King, Suki. The entire roster could carry if they got given the tools.
There we go, TJ. I love the way that you wrap that one up. All right, let's take a look at Cloud9, though. This squad... I loved what Pastry said earlier. It's like, is it an upset if they keep losing in the opening round? It's something that they did today, but one thing we got to see different from this major compared to previous ones is the mental fortitude to bounce back and continue on, and they are marching closer and closer towards getting back to where they should be. This is the team with potential, the high ceiling and the low floor here, Rafa.
Yeah, Cloud9 have been kind of struggling with the biggest enemy in themselves, in consistency. But when they look good, it is primarily through Meals and Old School. When, as TJ put it, when they're able to select which of these players is going to be their key carries, the one that's getting a majority of the resources, then that is when Cloud9 look their best here.
I think we saw a little bit of that with the Seraphine comp, right, Digon?
Yes, we got to see a little bit there. Seraphine Rengar hopping on in. So I'm interested to see how Cloud9 functions in this one. Do they continue pulling out different pocket picks and funny looks that they could possibly save for later on at the WNS Season 1 Championship? Or do they use them now to get even closer and higher seeding for the WNS Championship? Interesting question that should be answered here in just about right now. Game 1, ready to go as we take a look at our head-to-head. Premonition and Meals are our 2 players that we're looking at.
And we were talking about this, especially from Meals' perspective earlier, where this has been historically one of the more supportive players on Cloud9. Throughout many of Cloud9's dark days in the early majors, he was trapped on supportive character duty. Recently, though, Meals has been pulling out games on Akali, games on Singed, games where he's playing the Seraphine that the entire composition is built around. And that, to me, is a really exciting sign for Cloud9.
And on the flip side for Premonition, when you want to talk about strange pocket picks, Premonition probably is one of the mid laners remaining in this tournament that is kind of known for just pulling out whatever he feels like that will fit to the composition's needs. And if Suzaku are able to identify that, hey, Premonition needs to be one of our primary carries specifically for this matchup, prevent Meals from being as the facilitatory person as he needs to be for the rest of Cloud9, maybe that is the avenue that Suzaku look to upset Cloud9 once again.
All right. Well, that'll have to happen because all three of us believe that Cloud9 are going to get into form.
I
here.
never said
That's
it
a
was
good
not
sell,
gonna be
Rafa. Good sell, Rafa.
I feel like I debated the whole audience thinking like, oh, maybe Rafa's supporting Suzaku. It's going to be tough.
Chat, let us know here. You going with Suzaku, you going with Cloud9, and the whole caster desk, as you can see right here. The game is ready to load on in. Lower bracket finals of Major 3 underway right now.
I hope I don't make any Suzaku fans in the chat upset. Because I
No, you've got to... Rafa, I know you're new to this. I know you're new to antagonizing Twitch chat. You can't compromise with them. You have to say the opposite. You have to say, I hope I make Suzaku fans upset. And then what you actually have is you have the potential to bring them joy. Because if the upset does happen, then they're so happy. Because they beat everyone. They beat the casters. Then they're living up on the highlights. So you just got to antagonize them more as a kindness.
You know, we are taking the fall and, you know, being proved wrong so that the fans can get the maximum enjoyment. You know what? I like that. We're playing the martyr here, TJ.
One of the other reasons why Cloud9, I think, are favored here is because of the revenge arc. I just want to mention it now so we can maybe bring it up later. If Old School and Cloud9 win this, then they play against Tribe, which is Old School's old team. That's the team that kicked him at the start of this season. And he has the chance to play them in a major final. That, I feel like, is worth beating Suzaku for.
Yeah, and if you're on Suzaku's side, it might just be sorry, Cloud9 are not necessarily focused on beating you for the purpose of beating you. It's for the purpose of, you're in my way, you're blocking my entrance to the grand finals against Tribe, so I'm going to smash you as fast as I can because I want to spend as much time enjoying a potential sweet victory against a former team.
Let's talk about this draft, though, because already I asked for Suzaku to go with more directed, obvious carries, build their compositions around a player as opposed to giving everybody the tools to carry. We'll see if we get some tanks in the second half of this draft. That would kind of complete the kit for me. But right off the bat, we've got a Sona Vayne composition. I said maybe a little bit more faith in Istraboa. You cannot have more polar opposites than, okay, you're playing a starving Senna who doesn't farm, to, okay, you're playing a Vayne in lane with Sona. The entire house is bet on Istraboa's Vayne right now.
Question, TJ. What if this Vayne actually goes to Suki in the Baron lane? Or Premonition?
If then I will be a little disappointed, because again, there will be no faith in Istraboa. I want to see this composition completed with a tanks and multiple roles. Right away, the problem with running Vayne Sona together in lane, though, is that they have absolutely no early game. So when you're looking at the opposite side, there are two ways that Cloud9 could counter this. Either you go full send early game, you bully them with something like Lucian. The Xin Zhao, for instance, will be very deadly to that lane during the opening moments. But the other thing, the other option in that sort of lane that Cloud9 have actually taken is you run Lulu Jinx and you say, we can match you in the late game. Lulu is also very vulnerable during the early game. The Lulu Jinx lane, equally powerful, I think, but also equally vulnerable to early pressure. So they've instead selected a composition that is just kind of neutralized. Both those lanes will be quiet early, and then we'll get some really fiery late-game team fights.
And when you talk about late-game team fights, TJ, I think one of the big ways to start those things off right is with a giant rock monster knocking up multiple people on the side of Suzaku, and you get those resets rolling.
Now, I do hate Malphite, but on the other hand, he is always really fun to hope to see. 99% of the time, Malphite is a useless rock. However, if Zello manages to get him to be a big, exciting teamfight threat, then yeah, this is absolutely the kind of game where a Malphite could shine, where we could get to the late game. And once we get there, these late games are going to be defined by our 2 AD carries. I think also, though, by our 2 assassins, Demon King and Meals. We asked for the Meals Akali, we get it. Demon King on a Rengar. Those are the 2 assassins that will be threatening Istroboa and Old School in these AD carry-centric team fights.
And when we look back at our head-to-head matchup as well, for Meals, it is taking on the Riven from Premonition. This is the matchup that Premonition has kind of elected. The past couple times we have seen an Akali versus him in the mid lane. And sometimes Premonition doesn't get that early snowball advantage, and it really detracts from Suzaku's ability to snowball and detracts from Demon King's ability to really play the game.
Yeah, I mean the thing with Riven in this matchup is that there's not going to be a whole lot of early pressure on her. Akali takes a couple of levels to get going. But once the Akali has a gold lead, they will just win the 1v1s. Riven's advantage is that she can chew through the smoke veil, so whilst the Akali is inside of smoke veil, Premonition can stun her out, she can do big AoE damage into the smoke veil and find her regardless. But as long as Meals doesn't fall on the back foot, she should be able to win, his Akali should be able to win those lane matchups.
Keep my eye out to see if Meals can live up to fruition on what your expectations are, TJ. I do want to point out before we get into our major objective fights, between C9 and Suzaku, the last time these 2 teams played against each other was in the second major in the lower quarterfinals. That was the farthest that Suzaku had ever gone in a major, and they were knocked out 2-0 by C9. The fact that Suzaku have made it this far in the tournament is already a huge celebration, and for them, they don't have as much pressure as C9, who are looking to go beyond this and look for a match against Tribe in the grand finals.
Yeah, that's the tale of 2 cities, right? Cloud9 are this massive organization, this team that everyone expects to be at the grand finals at the Mall of America. And over on the Suzaku side, they're the team that nobody expected. They're the team that I think beating out both Enemy and Saints in order to get to this position is already a huge win for them.
For Suzaku, just building up, not even making an appearance at the first major, to making a short-lived appearance at the second major, to now being in the lower finals. You know, huge stuff for Suzaku, and being qualified. Yeah, and being qualified for the Season 1 championships. So far, Cloud9 have had no struggles against Suzaku in the early game. They've contested them at both Scuttle Crabs and got both of them.
Yep. This is early game. I frankly expect Tarzan to be running it a little bit more on character, but not on player, if that makes sense. Normally when you draft Xin Zhao, what you're looking at is opening couple of minutes. Like first 3 minutes, Xin Zhao can get into people's lanes, do a ton of damage, he's real scary. That's not how Tarzan plays except on Lee Sin. And I frankly, it's one of the things that disappoints me about him as a player. I want to see him get more into lanes because he's really good at it. But it's just not what he's done this season. So Tarzan is going to sit back in his jungle till he hits level 5. He's now done that, and we'll get our first gank down bottom.
Going to be a 4-on-4 here. Demon King has popped through the hunt, looking for Selma. He flashes on Ower, and he gets first blood. Can he deal with the remaining members of Cloud9? It is Premonition that flashes to look for reinforcements, but Premonition maybe is able to find Old School, but is not going to be able to find more because it is Tarzan and Meals cleaning up the kill. One more flash from Tarzan, and Cloud9 3-2.
Very positive trade for Cloud9 in the bottom lane as they catch Suzaku a little overextended in the bottom lane, but most importantly, not having enough control of the river of their own jungle. It's very easy for Cloud9 to come in on the flank here. Look at Meals, completely unspotted until he's in this fight, very clearly unexpected as a presence.
Just a nice way of Cloud9 being able to split up. Yes, their Dragon Lane duo was incredibly low, and inevitably the divers from Suzaku were able to isolate those threats, but not without sacrifices to it as well.
Here are your first objectives. This will be a Mountain Drake down on the bottom side of the map. Rift Herald over on the top side. This Mountain Drake currently in the possession of Cloud9, but Demon King has an angle. I'm going to fight for this.
Nice traps. It's going to prevent Demon King from being able
Very good
to
traps.
get in. Whoa, Zello just pops the trigger, and they're saying we're going all in. Tarzan is going to secure the Mountain Dragon, and Demon King doesn't even get to play the game, TJ. That cat is sent back to the litter box, and now Cloud9 get to run Suzaku out of the pit.
And all of Suzaku is still reliant on the Vayne damage, which just is not online. A massive crescendo. The Sona ultimate did land there. We saw Stove stun up 3 players. Impale Zello to the wall off the back of the Condemn. Oh, it's Straboa.
Looking for the 1v1. He gets it.
Doesn't get the kill.
He flashes out. He survives.
He just doesn't have the damage mark. And that's devastating because Suzaku have played the entire team fight, now 2 of them, around putting Straboa in position, around the theory that they can set up for the Vayne to succeed.
Tarzan tried to do his best to hold on to the mid lane turret. Suki is able to flash out and survive using both summoner spells. Meals doesn't have perfect execution, so looks like the rest of Suzaku are going to be able to get out. But at this point in the game, TJ, we've already seen an explosive start for C9. How do Suzaku recover this?
I think more than anything else, I want to see them just knuckle down and play to late game. You have Sona, you have Vayne. Just don't play the game for a bit. Just sit tight and hope Cloud9 plays slow.
Check out. You're going to be like, all right, if we see anyone within 500 meters of us, that is a no-go. We turn right back around and we say goodbye. We'll see you at the late game.
It's time to do your taxes, everyone. Just open that up on your PC, log into your software of choice, be doing that for the next couple of moments. Because there's no world in which Cloud9, with the gold lead they now have, are going to lose 5v5s, which might sound a little dramatic, but their composition is already stronger during the mid-game, and they have a key item advantage you see in the bottom lane on Old School versus Straboa. And that is, like we talked about during the draft, what this entire game is going to come down to. So the advantage that Suzaku could have, maybe in the future, is going to be Stove coming online and adding damage amplification to Straboa. Until that exists, you just need to wait.
I think Suki's dead here. And Meals is buying a lot of time just by himself and amongst 3 people with the Shroud. He will go down, though, and it's an overall 1-4-2 trade, but they get the turret as well.
Yeah, it is a shutdown onto Straboa. I know I'm really pitching the Suzaku line here, but that is the right place for the gold to go. Unfortunately, Old School got the entire turret's worth of gold during that time, plus a kill, so the AD carry gap doesn't close, but at least it's not getting worse. Too much worse.
It's a question of how long can Suzaku can hold on, right? And just hold out, because...
Can I be 100% honest
Give me
with you?
brutal honesty.
Not that long, I don't think. That fight was really good. That was a very good demonstration from Cloud9 of how to force that kind of fight, how to make sure that Suzaku have to back off of action like that. And Suzaku elected to step into it. You know, frankly, when you see that Rift Herald go and you just lose Suki, you just say, I'm sorry, Gragas, you're gonna die here. And instead they committed extra resources to that fight and just lost more
Hold
players.
up, they might have caught out Tarzan. He's receiving so many shields and heals, but they have got them where they didn't have their full 5 team members.
That's
huge.
Suzaku
have found a way back into this game.
That's massive, Rafa. And they're going to look for more premonition over the wall onto Zello.
Zello is just fighting against this Vayne. Even though the Vayne is not
late game
strong yet, all 5 members of Suzaku supporting his Jerboa and making sure that he can hit with impunity, and they get this dragon off the back end of it.
Yeah, that's a massive team fight. It's a lot of gold into Straboa's pocket, and it got them the dragon, which is yet more gold, yet more stats boost, and it just comes from a really weird bit of positioning from Tarzan. He gets caught out here, and you see Demon King spot the opportunity, say, hang on, Tarzan's all alone there, just with Salmon nearby. We have player advantage, and they roll through and get 3 different 1v4s. 3 different situations where they can bring 4 players damage to bear, and Cloud9 can do
It's just
nothing.
a great awareness from Suzaku, knowing that both Meals and Zello were off on the side lanes. And as you said, number advantage right there, 5-on-3. You can burst down a Sin Zhao even through the Lulu shields and the heals. And now this throws a wrench in C9's whole plan.
And that's why it was a little bit of weird positioning from Tarzan and everyone over on Cloud9 who are waiting in that bush. Because Suzaku can see where your sideline players are. You have to respect that. The gold lead isn't that big. You can't take the 3v4. You have to respect that they're going to be looking and hunting for kills exactly like that. Suzaku do a really good job there.
Little spooky moment there for Old School, thankfully. Demon King doesn't do one-shot territory worth of damage. It's going to allow Cloud9 to reconvene and start setting up here. And this is an interesting state of the game. We're at 10 minutes, TJ. Another Rift Herald is coming up. I imagine that now that Cloud9 have all 5 members again, this is not a fight that Suzaku can realistically take.
Yeah, here is Suzaku, especially with only these 2 players. I'm really worried for Istraboa. He needs to get out of here. Cloud9 just want the Rift Herald, luckily for Istraboa. And this is the right call for them. Rift Herald is, of course, how you force teams that are turtling to move. So they're going to be able to use this Rift Herald in the middle of the map and just try and get this tier 1 that's still standing. Just try and run their advantage and force Suzaku to fight. Which, when they still have a gold lead, now about 500 gold, over Istraboa sounds like a good plan, but Istraboa with the Wit's End complete is starting to come online, so watch this Vayne damage.
But the Vayne damage is not going to come through if he gets knocked up by Zello. Good flash away, reposition Suki, splitting up all the members of Cloud9. No one has gone down quite yet, but everyone is blinking on HP on the side of Suzaku, but somehow Suzaku survive.
And that's really worrying for Cloud9. They spend all their resources there, and Suzaku are starting to come online in a big enough way that they can turn it back around. It's not just the damage on Vayne, it's also the health bars getting bigger on both Premonition and Demon King. It's also the fact that during that fight we saw Stove come in with big heals, keeping Istraboa alive. A huge crescendo, his second very good Sona ultimate this game to lock down the initial engage. And he's built Ardent Sensor, so every time he heals Istraboa, Istraboa's doing more damage.
This Vayne is starting to get to that threatening, terrifying levels that you were predicting, TJ, if Suzaku can hold on to this game long enough. But when we look over on the flip side of Cloud9, holding that, Zello, can he outplay this one on the tower? No, he can't.
Well, on the Cloud9 side of things, you know, they have Old School, who still has a gold lead. He's completed, I believe, Stormrazor on one other item, so he's, like, pretty big right now. But they're not playing to Old School's tempo. Jinx isn't being set up for in these fights. She's largely being left behind as this really aggressive engage comes through from Zello, from Tarzan, from Meals, which is kind of just the story of Old School. This is the tragedy of Old School in every Cloud9 game. Meals and Tarzan are going ham, and he's like, guys, I'm really big. Just let me get in range. I swear I do a lot of damage. And the fight just rolls away from him. And that's happening again, which means that a lot of these Cloud9 fights, they're actually down a member.
Oh, God. And Suzaku want to get this fight started off before Zello can get back into range. Old School's being threatened, but nice wild growth from Cellball's going to keep him alive. And look at that! They're playing around Old School! They've got the fortress set up around him! They are protecting the king! That is Old School! And he's looking at Demon King himself. Demon King is able to... No! He doesn't even get the dragon! I think it was stolen away by Cloud9!
But it's Istraboa on a triple, turning now for Zello. He's gonna run away in the battle of the 280 carries.
Oh!
It's Istraboa's Vayne who comes out on top.
Istraboa went massive in that fight. It looked like Old School was going to be cleaning up to great success, but on the back end of it, somehow Istraboa just goes unchecked.
He gets the damage amp this entire fight from Stove, and he just turns it on, isolating Meals, condemning him to a wall, cancelling the entire Akali kit, and then focusing the backline. First, it's Selma, then he rolls through, targets Old School, through the fortress, past Zello, and gets the 1v1 versus the tank. That is the easiest kill in the world, and Zello knows it, running for his life, as Suzaku have climbed back into this game versus Cloud9.
And now things are so dire for this side of Cloud9, because when you're looking at this Suzaku squad, everything that you were fearing has come to fruition. Isdraboa is online. He's got the 3 items, including an Infinity Edge. So not only he's got the attack speed, he's got the resistances, he's also got the crits coming in as he's melting both squishy members and frontline alike.
Just an incredible teamfight performance from Isdraboa, and one that we haven't seen him set up for yet tonight. I mean, you saw him on Senna those last couple of games, stuff like that. Like, he just doesn't have the opportunity to flex like this, but through a combination of both teams' drafts, all the chips this game were put on the AD carries. You saw it in that last team fight, and Isdraboa manages to deliver.
Are we concerned, TJ? If you're looking at a perspective from Cloud9 now, are you shaking in your boots? Or is it just about, hey guys, play around old school.
Okay.
come back to the fortress.
I'm shaking my boots a little bit, but they're also those fuzzy ones, the really like soft, furry ones that are lined on the inside. Uggs is what I'm thinking of.
Oh god!
Oh
That's
dear!
a huge pick on
They're
the
not
old
Uggs!
school! You can't play around him if he's already dead! The rest of Cloud9 are on the run, they weren't in position! Demon King and the rest of Suzaku taking great advantage of a massive pick!
They're leather boots now, Rafa! That was terrifying! This Nexus is open!
Are they going to just end the game right here? They have a 5-man advantage against 2. They want to barrel their way right into the Nexus. They've taken out Tarzan. This could be it. And Meals is gone. Suzaku, one step closer to changing fate and rewriting history.
What a performance! Isdraboa sets them up, and Demon King finds an angle, a millisecond, where Old School is too far forward, leaps halfway across the planet, and manages to just annihilate Old School before he can press any buttons. Look at the gold graph, Rafa! That's a comeback if I've ever seen one. They did exactly what they had to. They locked down the game. They didn't let Cloud9 build momentum. They won a major team fight. And Isdraboa, alongside Demon King, claw back the game.
This is madness, TJ. I remember the last time that Suzaku played against Cloud9. Second major. Lower bracket quarterfinals. Cloud9 did them in 2-0. Sent them back home, so that Suzaku would have to play through a qualifier again for the third major. We are now in a position where Cloud9, who were looking beyond this match, as you saw from Old School in the interview, I want to play against Tribe so that I can beat them in the grand finals. You gotta beat Suzaku first, because now they are 1-0 against Cloud9.
He did 21,000 damage in that game, Rafa. And you know that 90% of Isdraboa's damage that game was not in the rest of the game. It was in those last 3 or 4 team fights.
Holy moly.
Oh my lord.
Well, TJ, this is the position that I'm in. I came into this series expecting a certain outcome, and now everything I know is a lie.
You know, I'm having a flashback now to when there were 3 Cloud9 logos at the bottom of the screen, because we all predicted Cloud9, and I said some things at the time that I'm coming to regret. And I'd like to apologize to Suzaku fans in chat everywhere.
Remember when we talked about at the beginning of the draft when you're like, no, Rafa, you gotta antagonize.
You gotta double down.
Antagonize the Suzaku fans.
That's actually what I do remember in this moment, Rafa. Yeah.
And taking a look back at how the game started, you know, Suzaku had some decent responses in the early game, but it was mostly Cloud9 favored.
No, I was feeling super smug throughout this entire time. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be right. I'm gonna get all those prediction points in Twitch chat. Everything's on track. Because, yeah, there still was the outside chance of Vayne turning around. We had this conversation at the midpoint where I was like, all right, Suzaku can maybe in an ideal world lock down the game, but what are the odds really that they manage to stall out everything?
Right?
And then they get this little skirmish where they find a couple of kills, and that's when I started to get worried for my points.
And I think this is where C9 also start to realize a little too late that, hey guys, we have a Jinx. And Jinx we don't see often in the competitive meta anymore, because if you don't play around the Jinx, she just gets isolated, she gets targeted down, and she cannot live up to her reset fantasy.
Watch this. I hope we get a replay of this mid pick. I don't know if it's in the package, but the mid pick that we found, or the Demon King found, was one of the silliest things. Thank God. Thank you so much, production. You're wonderful. Watch Demon King spot this angle. I don't even know how he does. He sees Old School. He's just gone. That's it. Through the wild growth, mind you. They spent wild growth. It did not matter, because Stove was right there, a quiet MVP of this game. He gets my planetary award for sure. He manages to land a massive crescendo, which locks down the entire team fight, and the damage amps everyone else. And if you're like, you're giving him the planetary award, who got the star player award? That one's easy. That one is easy.
The last time we saw Isjerboa go massive on this vein was in the first game against Enemy in the upper bracket that eventually sent them from that series, from the upper to the lower bracket. This is already a track record that Suzaku are setting. Remember, this is still a best of 3 for the lower finals. It's only one more game now that separates them from advancing for a rematch against Tribe in the grand finals.
And we came in all ready to talk about Old School, the grudge match, the revenge arc.
Going.
This is like one of those Liam Neeson movies where he's got to get revenge, but if instead of climbing over that fence, he like tripped and fell.
And he never made it. The film ends.
He's waiting for the bus or something.
He goes back home, and the audience is like, aren't you supposed to save your daughter? It's like, couldn't get over that damn fence, man. Maybe in the second film we'll try.
I got the subway times wrong. Sorry, I got the subway times wrong.
Oh no. Well. Cloud9, what are you gonna do going into this next draft? I feel like one of the big
I've got an easy one. Well, I'm always against that sort of thing, because I don't think the Vayne is the problem. The problem was that they looked at the Vayne composition and they said, sure, we'll do that, let's match it. Let's go head to head. You're late game scaling, we're late game scaling. And if you're gonna wrestle in the mud, you're gonna get dirty, right? They opted into the play style that Suzaku wanted. So, easy solution. If Suzaku show you that late game again, if their first lock-in is Sona followed by Vayne, take the easy route. Bully them during the early game, get this series over with.
Don't even let them get to the point where they achieve that win condition in the first place, right? You don't even want to chance it.
Yeah.
Just try and shut them down, dominate them. And to that extent, I can agree, because if you have something like a Xin Zhao is really darn good in the early game. You know, I like to think of it as a budget Lee Sin when Lee Sin isn't available, because you have strong ganking prowess, you can set up your lanes for success, but the only time we saw any early aggression was ones that forced Suzaku back away from Scuttle Crab, and the one fight around the Dragon Lane. That was it.
That one Dragon Lane fight. And I talked about it at the time, it's just not what Tarzan does unless he's on Lee Sin. So I would say give Tarzan Lee Sin. Run a composition that if they want to go late game, you can just bully them off the face of the planet with. That would be my very easy call for Coach Nano over on Cloud9. Here we go. Draft for game number 2. Cloud9 are going fancy. Is this the Seraphine composition again?
Well, TJ, history recalls that when Cloud9 and Suzaku played against each other, I don't remember the support, but I know that in the second game, Meals played Soraka mid. You know, it's not necessarily a Seraphine, but it is the Enchanter playstyle. And I know you're kind of wincing at it. You don't look comfortable, TJ.
No, that was a cringe. That wasn't a wince. That was a full body cringe. I was cringing away from the concept of it. Yeah. I didn't really like. Sorry, this is the wrong phrasing. I don't like Seraphine compositions, but the Seraphine composition they ran earlier today around the Karma, around the shield stacking with Shen, I really did like. That was a very good execution of that. Suzaku are saying, we'll do that again. And they're locking in a Camille. There's the Lulu. Right away, that indicates they're aiming for the late game. Lulu is always going to be paired with somebody like a Vayne, like a... there's the Vayne stolen away, like a Jinx. So Suzaku, I want to see that Jinx get locked in, otherwise it is going to get banned away. I don't know what other late game carries you'd feel comfortable running on Istraboa.
The last time that Suzaku were in this position where the Vayne was sniped away from them or banned against their series and enemy, they put Ezreal on the Ezreal. And he kind of lived up to the hype, and
yeah, I like Ezreal.
Have a lot of safety as well on the champion.
You know me, I'm a huge Ezreal fan, so I'd like Ezreal here. I think that you do want something like the Jinx into shield stacking, if that is where Cloud9 is going, which the Karma is always a little scary with. Just because the Ezreal burst damage doesn't quite have the sustain necessary to get through. But it is neither of those options. It is Kai'Sa, who isn't bad, but I think that says everything about how good she is as well.
She's just kind of a jack of all trades. She just
yeah
fits.
It's going to be very hard for Istraboa to solo carry the late game in the way he would on a Jinx or a Vayne with a Kai'Sa. Now that does give them, the Kai'Sa does give them more early and mid game team fighting options. So I don't mind that. Over on the Cloud9 side, there's a very clear front to back being built with the Renekton added to this roster. My curiosity is whether or not we're going to see meals on the Seraphine and that pair with the Karma again, where the Karma shields give the Seraphine free heals because her second ability that normally provides shielding provides healing if she has a shield, so you can shield her with the Karma, and then the Seraphine will heal everyone around her. So we'll see if we get that particular synergy again, but I suspect we're not going to. I suspect this is just going to be tanks here on out.
While we are awaiting on what answer C9 will be looking towards, we know that there's no Lee Sin or Nunu, and Suzaku have also taken away the Xin Zhao. So this is forcing Tarzan completely onto a new champion. Now, I know in the past that Cloud9 have put this Vayne in the jungle in certain situations. I don't think this is the time to do it. I just want to set the precedent that has happened. Oh, but it is the meal singe, TJ.
We're living our best life. That means it's Riven jungle. A true underline of just how good Riven is that I could not have told you which role Riven was going to. Could have been played at like 4 different places. But yeah, it's going to be Riven jungle in the hands of Tarzan, which is a very viable pick, very meta right now. The Singed, less so, but they like the Singed odds into the mid lane here. And I think
Darius
this might be Darius mid. I don't know if I like the world we're in, Rafa. I mean, I really like it, but I don't know if I can like it. Are they flipping this? This is support singed? What? Can you do that? Can they flip that?
No, wait. We haven't gotten to final composition arrangements. I was about to see there we go. There we go.
I'm glad I took you with me. I'm glad I also pulled you into my blaze of panic.
I was about to fall on the ground.
I'm glad I could pull you in like that.
Jesus.
Okay, so Singed goes mid here into Darius. I like that flex from Premonition. You can 100% play tanks mid, Darius, Mundo, etc. I think Garen mid's really good. And we see it a lot in Asian regions, so the weirder pick here is the Singed, but if Mills gets enough gold on the character, he can absolutely make it work.
We saw how successful this Singed Mills was not only yesterday in their last couple series. I mean, it's a pick that if you're not practiced against it, regardless of which lane it goes to, Singed is a very hard champion to adjust to when you are playing it in a high-stakes match like this one.
Yeah. And one of the things about Singed mid is because that lane is so short, because the mid lane is the shortest lane on the map, it's very easy actually for Singed to clear wave with his passive. because the goo has to cover less surface area in order to lock out the lane, if that makes sense.
And even though you don't get to do the proxying fantasy, the way that Meals has used the Singed is I clear wave and I look for a kill. I roam around to a side lane, or I roam with Tarzan and I help him gang up on someone.
You clear wave and you get out of lane. And that's going to work very well against a Darius who doesn't have the ability to really roam like that. We do have a dive early here. But the reason you pick Darius here, the reason you pick tanks mid, the reason I like picking tanks mid, is because you can just not care what's going on. The Darius can miss a couple of CS, he can roam and sacrifice waves sometimes, he'll still be fine in the mid game.
Tarzan, yeah.
Good flash.
Gets over the wall, and he secures the crab here, and Meals is here. A lot of low HP bars for Isjerboa, but he's able to distance himself safely, and Meals is the one that's left out to dry. That's first blood for Suzaku in a game where it's match point for them to advance into the grand finals.
The curse of the Cloud9 level 3 continues.
Stove might be locked up here. Condemn. It should be enough damage. Cloud9 are going to answer back.
A very good stabilization. Is it enough, though? Because Meals going down is very significant. That's going to mean that this mid-Singed who needs gold in order to be a significant threat, to be a reasonable damage dealer in the mid-game, is already behind. It's not impossible that he turns it back round, but he's going to need to get lucky in teamfights, and that's not what Suzaku had built to allow him to do. There are so many frontline bruisers who can take that threat. There's the Lulu who can ult through that threat. It's so scary.
And Premonition almost solo kills Meals in the mid lane. Thankfully, a clutch shield from Selma saves his life. I know I was definitely a little bit nervous and anxious there for how many auto attacks Meals was taking.
I saw Selma on the map. I wasn't even nervous, Rafa.
Yeah.
I was like, Selma will get there. I can finish this point about Singed burn in the mid-game.
I was definitely hyper-focused, but, you know, I'm glad that you had the big picture there, TJ.
I think the most interesting part of this early game is now the bottom lane, where we're looking right now. Because if Kai'Sa gets an early gold lead, she can really bully out Old School and really take down this Vayne. But of course, what we just saw was the opposite, where Vayne got an early assist. So there's going to be, despite the current gold deficit, a little bit less pressure than you expect in that bottom lane. And I think that's why we see the switch. Cloud9 bringing Old School over to the mid lane, trying to take advantage of what little they have in order to protect Old School in this early mid game.
We got a dragon spawning in a couple seconds here, TJ. Suzaku leading most of their members towards the dragon side, where there's Cloud9. Don't seem like they want to contest it. They are leaning towards the Rift Herald instead.
Old School backing away here. You see the Isjerboa matchup being so scary for him right now. And that'll mean that the dragon is forfeit. Really, whatever Suzaku decided they wanted would be forfeit. Cloud9 should be immediately turning onto the Rift Herald. They currently have Tarzan on the task. Can he complete it in time?
Barely. Barely. Yes. I'm not going to lie, TJ. I saw the Suzaku members slowly waddling into the pit. I was like, oh, I hope you're finishing this up. Tarzan is looking towards the top lane. Zello just burned Suki's flash. Hextech Ultimatum is still available. Remember yesterday how Suki outplayed 3 people against enemy, but this time, Cloud9 learned from enemy's mistakes and are able to pull off what enemy couldn't. But Old School might find himself a little overextended. It is Stove and Demon King that pick up a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's not how you want that fight to go. Old School getting a little bit more gold in his pocket. Isjerboa trading 1-for-1 with Stove getting the kill. And all of this feels kind of inconsequential. You know, the numbers are going to stay relatively even. Isjerboa still has a gold lead. But it's actually kind of devastating because there's no way really that a Vayne should be getting kills this early. The fact that the Vayne is getting gold this early is a really bad sign for Suzaku.
And Suzaku should know more than anyone how terrifying it is to give gold over to the Vayne.
True.
They just did that in game 1.
And I think that's part of why Istroboa steps up there, right? You have this pressure to, this is where I am strongest, right? You have this pressure to perform because there is no point in the game where Kai'Sa is going to be better against Vayne than right now.
Yeah. Suzaku need to then remember, if they're feeling the pressure in that moment, it's like, guys, remember, you're the underdogs here. Cloud9 were expected to go past this series. If you're a Suzaku fan, you're begging for this team to be like, guys, chill out, take a step back, let Cloud9 be the ones that are pressured to make mistakes, because right now, Cloud9 are trying to force this fight under tower. They haven't taken down the tower yet. Selma is going to be the one that is the sacrificial lamb. Oh, but Zello with a flank. Can he get there? But Premonition had the stacks available.
He's dead.
He goes down, and this is now disaster for Cloud9. Suzaku! It's just all about patience and waiting for Cloud9 to funnel in. They get an ace at 6 minutes.
That's a devastating team fight for Cloud9. They lose everything they've been quietly farming up. This gold lead that they built with the bottom lane turret take is completely neutralized. We're on even gold again, and that means Suzaku remain within striking distance.
And take a look back at this replay once again. Premonition has the full stacks available so he can reset.
And it's the patience. They play back, they play to Istroboa, they reset around the front line, letting that Darius take hits and go down so that Istroboa can farm auto attacks and then, yes, deliver the ultimate in the killer instinct to finish the fight.
And now, if you're Cloud9, yes, you have been falling behind in the gold advantage department, but you're starting to become concerned about how you're taking these fights because you see where the world is when Suzaku are the ones succeeding in these team fights.
I mean, that fight just looked a little uncoordinated from Cloud9. Zello had a good flank angle, but there was nothing in the rest of the team to follow up behind it. They had just spent all of their cooldowns on their initial engage. So either the call needed to be, okay, we're going to wait on our initial engage until Zello is here on the flank, or Zello needed to get the call, we spent everything, we have no cooldowns, you need to wait, you need to back away.
It's like you said, TJ, what Suzaku did so well. They were patient, right? I feel like you have to exercise the same caution as Cloud9. Don't be so... what do I want to say here? Don't be so anxious to start off the fight. Take it slow. You have the better scaling composition here.
I'll introduce some anxiety for you. Ooh, nice attempt. We've got dragons coming up. Infernal down bottom.
Exciting for Istroboa already. Transcendent Embrace flings back Demon King.
Istroboa.
But Istroboa, once again, unchecked, but he is super incredibly low. He's got to be careful about how he plays the remainder of these team fights. Meanwhile, it is Old School. That is the one that is untouched at the moment. He's got the shields, and he's got the rest of Cloud9 supporting him this time around.
And it's night and day. That team fight, Zello comes in on the flank and just annihilates Istroboa's HP, forcing him to spend all of his cooldowns and Stove's wild growth defensively to stay alive. Curiously though, Cloud9 don't feel confident enough to press the advantage. That means that Suzaku have first bite at this Drake.
Zello probably goes down here unless it required a flash from Demon King, but he bought enough time. The rest of Cloud9 just got resets. They've been able to spend their gold. They should be stronger in this team fight, and they've already isolated Suki out. He is living to the very bitter end, but he eventually goes down to Tarzan and is now a 4-on-4.
4v4.
This is really scary though. Premonition has just come up. Proto Belt into the flash for the Apperman. Finds Meals. Transcendent Embrace knocks up a few people. Tarzan looking for the re-engage once again. Play around Old School. Allow Old School to carry for Cloud9, but they just can't do it. Suzaku are the ones that hold strong, and the Dragon is now their prize.
And the backline is never in range of Old School. He has to stand so far away. He's so scared of Premonition's engage there that he's out of range of that team fight. And Suzaku just play it through the choke point, through the tri-bush brilliantly, allowing Istroboa to free farm, benefiting massively from the support casting of Stove. And that means they get the Infernal Drake, a massive damage stat boost. Their gold lead at the top of the board is only 2,000. You can add another 1,000 to that in just Infernal Drake
and this
stat.
is so incredible for Suzaku, because now they have just off the cusp of 2 fights throughout the course of this game, put themselves ahead I want to remind everyone at home, this is match point for Suzaku, where they can get a chance to find a rematch against Tribe. If they get this pick on the Old School, this is one step closer. No more damage for the side of Cloud9. It is only up to Tarzan and Meals to put in the work, but they're getting picked off one by one. Premonition and Istraboa are into the back line, and they've found 3 members here, TJ.
Meals all alone, 1v4, will be speed boosted out by Selmore, but it's another disastrous team fight for Cloud9. Another team fight where Old School's caught out early, and another team fight that is going to give Suzaku a major
Instant
objective.
flashbacks to game 1 where Suzaku ended the game off of a pick on the Old School in the mid lane, and they ran it down into the Nexus, putting us now at match point for Suzaku. It's not enough, and it's too early on to end the game, but you're already starting to see the signs once again.
Now, I'm gonna pump the brakes on the Suzaku train a little bit. I'm tapping on him. Rafa, Cloud9 do still have Vayne. We never call games when Vayne is in them.
You have a point. It is, from the way the momentum has been carrying Suzaku, it seems so damn easy to fall into that trap, but I agree. Can't count out the Vayne.
Can I put a brick on the accelerator
yes,
now?
Let's see it.
That Vayne is down 2,000 gold! Old School has been blasted out of this game, dude!
I felt like you just reeled me in and said, hey, don't worry, it's okay. If you're a Cloud9 fan...
No, we're going! Cloud9 might be about to lose this series to Suzaku!
Oh, God. We're on a roller coaster right now. And for any C9 fans watching, this is do or die. They're down a game already. Zelo's been routed off. There's 30 seconds before Baron can be taken, but the damage has been done. Tarzan and Old School, can they find this pick on the Premonition? They do it with ease, and they've evened up the board.
1-from-1 trading kills, but Suzaku able to take down the top side of the map.
Okay, a flash from Stove flashing over the Baron wall to reposition himself here. Transcendent Embrace is good, but Meals goes down, and Old School hasn't got enough damage yet. Flashing over. Woo! He found his Jaboa! But can he clean up the rest of the fight? He's too low on health. He's not going to be able to fight against the 3 people, even with the help of Selma. Suzaku still pushing forward and increasing that gold lead ever so slowly.
Still winning the fight, but it's a massive pickup for Old School. Look at that gold lead shrinking. That is very important for Cloud9. Again, we never call games when Vayne is in them, and this Vayne just got a massive chunk of cash to spend.
Was down 2,000 gold. Now it's only down 1,000 versus his Jerboa. Thankfully for Old School that he was the one that got that shutdown here.
Yeah, look at this flash. There's nothing to be thankful for. He did this all by himself. What is that?
Thankful to his own mechanics and the power of his fingers, baby.
Old School at the head of the table. I'd like everyone to thank me.
I'd like to apologize to absolutely nobody. Old School.
Whoa there, Will Smith.
Cloud9 here now have to force maybe a fight after the dragon being taken. You already see that Meals is into the back line, trying to cause as much distraction as possible. Play around Old School, give him the shield. Massive knockups from Tarzan, but they found Old School. They're forcing him to retreat back. Istraboa with the killer instinct rounds him off.
He's dead.
This time Istraboa is the marksman that is victorious in the 1v1. He has the team supporting him to push on through, and they are looking to run it down the mid lane.
And I think Suzaku have done it. There are timers, pretty
way.
short ones, for this late in the game. Here come the minions. Can they do it? 10
Selma
seconds.
would have to clear out the 2 cannon minions, but there's another wave coming. Oh my god, wait! This could be it!
5
TJ!
seconds.
Suzaku! Last time they faced Cloud9, it was a Cloud9 2-0 victory, but Suzaku will upset Cloud9! And they will look for the rematch against Tribe in the Grand Finals!
I feel like I say this every major, Rafa. What a rough day for Cloud9 as they go down unexpectedly in the lower bracket. A huge upset. And Suzaku are the ones to deliver it this time, looking better than ever. With Istraboa pulling out levels of carry I did not think possible. That is 2 games in a row. They have come from behind on the back of their carry, on the back of their dual laner and their jungler Demon King, who, do not forget, created this mid-game opportunity for them. What a performance in this series from the both of them.
He opened up the space so that Istraboa could thrive. Look at the damage charts.
That's more than last game. It's 2,000 more than last game, Rafa.
I'm speechless.
He's got his head in his hands. He doesn't know what to do.
am so speechless right now. I don't know how to handle our reactions here. And remember, we all predicted Cloud9 to win.
We did.
I don't remember that. I've always said Suzaku are one of the best teams in North America.
I remember TJ saying, Kaisa, she's not bad, but that tells you what you need to know about the champion. And that's what I heard.
You know, those words are not ringing a bell with me. I'm going to be 100% honest with you, D-Gun. I do not remember saying that.
I got you, D-Gun. I heard
Thank
that.
you. Thank you. You definitely said that. But Istraboa, what a shift. What a performance. Has to be star player. And also old school, both of them having a platform to perform on champions with mechanics and making it happen for both their squads. But they lived and died on it. And Istraboa getting the better of it multiple times here.
What a treat. What a great series to see 2 teams just lock hands and say, we're going to go to late game 2 games in a row. We're going to make this all about AD carry team fighting. That's just joy. That's just incredible to watch.
Believe, baby. They linked arms and they said, if we're going down together. But they never went down. They upset Cloud9. Remember the last time they played against Cloud9 was in the second major lower bracket quarterfinals. They got swept. This time it's the other way around.
It was a great thing to watch. Absolutely great. All members firing on all cylinders. Zella was trying his damnness to try and push Istraboa out multiple times on the crocodile again. You've seen that guy show up on Renekton. But Istraboa continually finding ways to reposition, get into the fight. And think about how many fights there in this specific match where one team is leaving with barely any HP. Both teams are leaving with barely any HP. It was back and forth in terms of these fights. But we felt like, hey, all you got to do is let Cloud9 be the one to be proactive, make the mistakes. And this was a very clear case of it. Zello coming in here into Premonition, who had full stacks, and Zello just dies before he realized what happened to him.
And I feel like, obviously, this is a bad play to say that over because that was a mistake. But I feel like a lot of the time when Cloud9 have had these awkward exits from tournaments, we've said, I don't know what happened to Cloud9. They completely fell apart. This wasn't the best look for Cloud9, but it also wasn't that. It wasn't Cloud9 completely falling apart. I think 2 games in a row they executed the strategy they drafted, and they simply got outfought in teamfights, outplayed on the map by Suzaku in the late game.
I really couldn't contribute anything more. It just seems like every time that Cloud9 thought they had the upper hand, the next fight, immediately, Suzaku are the ones that respond right away with a bigger knockout punch.
They were one good team fight away from sealing the game, from sealing the series in 2 games consecutively. Right? There exists a world where they win 2 team fights across this series, and they are the ones that are walking away 2-0.
And you know, this is one where I think Cloud9, they'll feel bad about it, but this is a learning lesson. This is a different learning lesson. A lot of like before it was very easy. I agree with Selma. It was, we played bad, so therefore we lost. This was like, hey, we got outplayed. There's a lot for us to learn here, and a lot of the reason is the back on this man here. Get that whiteboard back on up, baby. Istraboa making it happen. Look at the damage. 30% of the squad's damage. We saw how much he pumped out. It was a ton of damage on the Kaisa, and using the killer instinct so well. Sometimes he waited till the last second. Sometimes he used it early for early repositioning to get away from the danger.
If I'm Dienzio after the back of that interview saying, "Yo, Isdraboa, what happened to the whiteboard? You know, I think you should just write that off." I'm looking at that whiteboard again and thinking, what was Isdraboa ever really concerned? Was he just warming up and taking that tribe match as a litmus test? Because now the real series is about to begin.
I think the most impressive stat there was that he had 86% kill participation as a Kai'Sa, which you were talking about the killer instinct speaks to just how much ground he was covering during those fights. And I want to flag that because, yes, that's Isdraboa being insane, but that's also the team knowing that he is the key carry. That's also the team making sure that there's always a pocket of space in which a Kai'Sa, which is a relatively short-ranged AD carry, can be auto-attacking everyone on the enemy team.
Great job by Isdraboa and Suzaku. GG's dream run continues to grow. They now have the opportunity to play for the lion's share of the prize pool that we had today, but they're not the only ones getting prizes. Here we go. You could see the prize pool right there. 6 grand, 4 grand, 3 grand, 2 grand total on up. So they at least earned at least $1,000 more here after defeating Cloud9 in the lower bracket finals. But we got our side prizes here as well, with $1,000 going to the most improved player. And this is something I love that we do here in the WNS. We give out the money to the players that maybe didn't quite make it all the way up into the top 4, but still get recognized as getting their prize pool for how good they are.
You know, the first season that I played Little League, we did horribly, and then at the end of the season, everyone else got awards, and I got an envelope with $20 of cash in it and a sticky note that read Most Improved Player.
There it is. And then, did you keep playing? Great, TJ. All right.
Yeah, I did.
All right, good. I wasn't sure what the answer was going to be, so I quickly got us out of that one.
You were really rolling the dice. I could have been like, I was done after that.
Let's take a look at some of our most improved players that'll be going home with $1,000 in cash. We've got Zenith rank 1 for Yon in the solo lane, Tybe in the jungle. Surprising to see him on this side of it, but we know how dominant he can be, and he definitely impacted some of those games there for No More Ego, and a random for Yon as well in the mid lane. Yon, a squad that I think got a tough draw in the bracket, but a team that we know that can punch up pretty well.
They've consistently have appeared throughout most of the majors in both year 1 and year 0. In fact, they have been always sitting outside of the top 4 for a majority of the first year that we had in Wild Rift. So yeah, I'm definitely in agreement with them getting a little shout out here.
And our last 2 players to get the shout out, Jackie from No More Ego. Again, not a lot of peel for Jackie in his matches. He was constantly getting dove on and still finding ways to dish out damage, but not enough to get over the hump, as No More Ego go out a little early and will still have to try and find their way to the WNS Season 1 championship via Last Chance Qualifier. And support from Demon is that way. You can see him rocking that Worlds hoodie. That's one of the good ones right there with that color scheme. Let's take a look at the bracket now that we gave our kudos to some of the players that already were eliminated, and now we could see everyone that was eliminated except the 2 teams. It's the salty run back. Flip the logos. Will the result change? We'll find out here. Suzaku, GG, and Tribe. If Suzaku maybe play a little bit more like that. Again, I'm down. Let's see Isdraboa, Dienzio round 2. No more Senna marksman. I don't want that. Like, come on, TJ.
And what a run it has been for Suzaku, because I remember we were kind of sleeping on them. Do you remember the Suzaku reflection match on the very first day that went to like 3 games, and we were like, oh, I wonder what happened there, because we didn't really watch that side of the bracket. We didn't think that was going to be good. They went 3 games versus Reflection. Those were kind of the 2 teams that we expected the least out of. Just coming in here from the open qualifiers, not expecting a whole lot. And then they continue throughout the bracket, just beating steadily more impressive teams. They beat Enemy, and you're like, oh, well, you know, sometimes Enemy are off, but that's kind of cool that they've beaten Enemy, and then Yawn. and they lose to Tribe, and that's the expected result. I guess you can pack it up and go home. No! They come down here, they beat Cloud9 in the lower bracket after Cloud9 have plotted their own anime revenge arc the entire last day and a half. That's incredible.
It is, and it's also a little funny. In my interview that I had with Old School, I said, all right, I'll see you later. And we did see you later on the Rift, which is what I meant, but Pastry's like, how do you know they're going to win? You're just giving away the script.
Oh!
And so now, Dienzio was wrong earlier as well in terms of which team they're going to see.
It was
and now
Pastry
Dienzio,
time.
Yeah, it was
He's
Pastry with
behind
the
it.
curse, dude. It was Pastry.
Well, it was Pastry time, but also, what was that stat on you predicting Tribe Gaming to win? Could I get that again?
It is a new fixed. It's a fixed number now. I just want to say that. But before it was 0-4, 100% wrong when I picked Tribe. But I picked Tribe this time, and they won. So
All I'm saying is that if anyone is giving out curses, you are the warlock.
Okay. Let's take a look at this matchup one more time. It's so good. We get to see it twice today. Tribe Gaming against Suzaku GG. Chuck, the terrifying Tigers, but only one guy. His name's T-Tigers. Starting all over, everyone's favorite streamer, Dienzio, and Max Green, one of the best engaged supports in all of North America. This Tribe squad looking good here, Rafa.
And Tribe were very dominant in their series win against Suzaku earlier today. However, if Suzaku just had that performance against Cloud9 and they come in with that momentum, then as Tribe, I think the only thing that you have to be concerned about is, okay, how do we not lose our composure when Suzaku come in with that momentum? How do we make sure that we are still playing our game and we're not letting Suzaku get ahead?
That's a fair question, TJ. How do you think they do that against this Suzaku GG squad?
I mean, I said it at the beginning of our day today. I didn't think Suzaku lost that series to Tribe on mechanics. I thought they lost it on drafting. And so, to me, with a team like Suzaku, that is something that could be fixed, could not be fixed. We're going to find out whether they've got their heads in the game, but they have a larger sample size to work with. So my suspicion is this second time round, they're going to know what went wrong during the first series. They're going to be able to make those adjustments. And Demon King's never taken his eyes off the target. He's always looking that way. And do you know what's that way, T-Gun?
What's that way?
That's the championship. That's the mold.
So we're going opposite of the way that we read? Okay.
That way.
We're going that way. Yeah. I got you.
What direction am I looking at, TJ?
As much as Demon King pushes out that 10-0, 0-10 energy as Pastry claimed it, we're looking at the star players down in the bottom side of the map, Dienzio and Azure Boa. One more time, I feel like we were robbed of seeing the same mechanics that we got to see in that last game because of the draft, as you've highlighted. I cannot wait to see these guys run at each other. Everyone else uses meat shields, and maybe a surprise appearance from starting all over, dishing out a ton of damage from the mid lane, but I feel like it's going to be through these two guys the game is going to be decided here, Rafa.
You know, we were expecting the Dienzio old school matchup, but I feel like the Isdraboa Dienzio matchup is, in a different way, just as good, because now Isdraboa is coming in like, yeah, you didn't expect me to show up here. You thought it was going to be the other dude, but you better put respect to my name. Did you see what I just did on the Vayne and the Kaisa back-to-back? You better watch out, Dienzio.
And
I'm coming for you.
And to that point, I just want to see those stats from the last two series. Because if you look at those stats, especially the KDA at the top of the board, you're like, oh, Isdraboa much worse. Isdraboa's been playing Senna like 90% of this tournament. He's been in jail. They let him out, and here's what happens. So I don't think those stats tell the whole story. I think we're going to have an absolute banger in the bottom half of the map again.
I love it. You said it. And so now let's make it come to life here. I will say, last time they played, Senna Varus and Senna Brand. Those are the ones. Now we get an extra heaping of it, as we will have a best of 5 to decide our winner of Major 3 and who will be the 3 seed and the 4 seed moving on over to the first ever WNS Season 1 championship. We'll find out after we take this short break. Don't go anywhere. The championship right after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series, Major number 3. We're at the grand finals, the two best teams here in Major 3. It's Tribe Gaming, it's Suzaku GG. Maybe a bit of a surprise, but there's no way anyone can debate that they aren't the two best and have earned it throughout this tournament. Degon here with Rafa, TJ. We've seen these guys play in the upper bracket finals. Didn't go the way that we thought. Didn't get to see the Suzaku GG that we saw earlier in the tournament. We got to see him turn it on against Cloud9 in the lower bracket finals. And now we have ourselves one more big fight. Let's see those predictions. Where did you guys go with who you were picking? Let's see it. Bam. Oh, okay. Both of y'all going with the underdog story. TJ.
I can't help.
Well, you know, honestly, I just predicted the same team that I've always predicted every time Suzaku are playing.
Stop the
I
cap!
make a very big
Hold
point
up.
of predicting.
We need our production to bring
hold
the
on.
replay back. Can
I need
we get
stats.
Yeah,
Can we get
we need
stats? I need a stats cap here because this is a
No,
stats cap.
I'm known for that. I mean, you could ask Twitch chat. I'm very well known for this because people, I remember just last game when they were playing Cloud9, I predicted Suzaku and everyone was like, that's crazy, TJ. I'm very well known for this.
Egon, are we getting gaslit here? This
We're
feels...
getting gaslit, but don't clump me in with the we. You picked Suzaku here too. Like what's going on?
Okay, well, I'm going to say that, unlike TJ, I will not lie and gaslight the fans. I predicted against Suzaku in the series against Cloud9, and Suzaku proved both me and TJ wrong. So, I am now on the Suzaku train. I feel like with this momentum going in, and in a best of 5 where you have more games to make adaptations, this is a series that Suzaku can upset Tribe.
You know what really is going to get answered? What is stronger? You all being wrong this whole tournament or the Degon curse? We'll find out right now. Let's go, Tribe! Here we go. Game number 1 of our best of 5 finals. Some extra Wild Rift for you starts right now.
You know, Rafa, I'm not going to lie to you. Last season I did the Icons finals in SEA, which was like the big Southeast Asian super tournament with all the different regions coming together. And I had a 100% prediction rate throughout like the entire tournament. It was remarkable. It took me like 1 day in North America to have the worst prediction rate I've ever had on any tournament ever. I have never been right about any predictions. You should fear me when I endorse your team on the prediction screen.
Is that a message to Suzaku fans right now? I mean, I'm in the same boat with you, TJ. I'm pretty sure our stats person, perchance, has up until this weekend, I have had the highest prediction rate over any other caster in the WNS. But now...
And you're normally quite good at it, but the second you got paired with me...
I mean, I'm not blaming you, but the correlation does...
I'm blaming me. And then on the opposite side, we have Degon, who... Up until today, every time he predicted Tribe to win, they lost. And then the one time, or yesterday, that he predicted Tribe to lose, they won. So, truly, who can say? A battle for the ages.
The only time he has been right about a Tribe victory was today when they took down Suzaku 2-0. But now, in the draft phase, TJ, this is our grand finals between Tribe, a team that has been in their best form in the entire WNS circuit so far, against a team that no one expected to make it this far, to be quite frank. We had C9 highlighted, we had Enemy highlighted, but it is Suzaku that is opposite of Tribe in game 1 of our grand finals.
Again, I don't know what you're talking about, Rafa. I
Stop
always
the
predicted
cap!
Suzaku
You
to come
cannot
down.
keep capping me like this, TJ. I will not be gaslit.
I'm just telling you
on
the facts.
The Wild Rift Esports channel.
I'm just telling you what's honest and true, Rafa.
Chat, you know the truth. Someone go back and clip. Get the screenshot of TJ with this Cloud9 prediction.
You know, you can do anything with Photoshop these days. Let's talk about this draft for no particular reason. Tribe Gaming are returning WNS champions, the defending champions. Coming in here with Dienzio on Varus. It'll be Karma, either in starting sands or in max greens. And that's kind of the other hand of this. We saw a really good performance from Stove on Enchanters in the last series. He's now playing against Max Green, who is my personal favorite support in North America. I think he's an incredible player, one of the best support players in the world. And he now gets to be kind of an added factor in that bottom lane duel that we were hyping up.
With this current 3-man core that Tribe have drafted here, TJ, I know we have just seen a couple of support karmas, but I know you are more particularly a fan of mid lane karma so that the support can run a beefier champion.
I'm really big on tanks. That's my whole thing. I don't know if you've noticed yet. We're getting the Ezreal.
Baby.
But if you're gonna run enchanters, it might as well be these two enchanters, because Stove has got their Nami. Nami functions very well with Ezreal. We've got said Ezreal, so there's a lot of mobility. You don't need a tank to protect Ezreal. They're able to stay alive. And this is going to be support Karma alongside Varus, so there's very long-ranged poke lane down bottom against Ezreal, who can match that.
And I feel like the big fear for Suzaku in this Ezreal Nami lane, yes, you have a sustain advantage, a real sustain advantage versus the pseudo sustain that Karma brings through shields, but the amount of wave clear advantage that Tribe have with their Dragon Duo is overwhelming compared to an Ezreal lane.
It's the big difference. Is going to be that Varus just throws a piercing arrow into the wave and it's done. Ezreal, he's got to work for it. He's got to put his back into it in order to clear a wave.
Those are my Mystic Shot sounds. They don't sound anything like it, so...
But they should. If you released a version of Ezreal where every time he fired his Mystic Shot it went pew, I would buy it.
Thank you, TJ. That means a lot. Maybe we can convince the Wild Rift team to make a Ezreal skin with my voice lines. I'll completely butcher it. It'll be the next April Fool's meme. But what's not a meme, TJ, is that we are finished the first draft, and now we get to see all the pieces aligned. The last part of the composition for Suzaku was the Darius and the Diana being locked in.
I think I really like this Suzaku draft. It's very simple. They've got a hard engaged front line. It's going to be Darius with the Proto Belt, followed by Diana, followed by the Xin Zhao, being that front line right behind the Nami wave. So Stove throws out the Nami wave, the entire team engages, and you've got Ezreal behind it just threading big damage in past that front line.
Taking a moment here, TJ, to once again look at Suzaku's expectations for this series and this major. This is not only the farthest that they have gone in any previous major. The last time they got knocked out by Cloud9 in the lower bracket quarterfinals over in the second major, which they have now changed their fate on. They have been the ones to upset Cloud9 once again, and now they're playing in a grand finals where they find themselves against a team in Tribe who we have had serious criticisms for and questions about during the entire circuit. But so far, this is the best that they have played.
Yeah, this is the best performance we've seen from Tribe since the Horizon Cup, where they came into the Horizon Cup as the undefeated kings of North America, and then learned that that didn't mean anything on the international stage. Learned that North America was a ways behind everybody else. And despite being a really strong roster with a ton of talented players, they weren't able to keep up with the global meta. And I think what has happened in this tournament is that we're starting to see that talent get supported by the drafts, by the play. Yet again, Tribe are a team that are playing smart and understanding the meta, and that's enabling what they've always had, incredible players, to shine.
Tribe, can they continue this form now in what might be their most unexpected but potentially hardest opponent yet, based on what we have seen throughout this weekend? We might have a little bit of early action here in the mid lane, but it's just Demon King and T-Tigers making sure that both of their mid laners can clear out the mid wave.
Yep, both laners showing up, saying hi. And I do expect this early game to be a little bit slower, because this is kind of about Tribe Gaming waiting for Dienzio to come online. They're not going to force a fight until starting and Dienzio have serious damage. If they do, it'll come from T-Tigers and Chuck. On the opposite side of things, you have Istraboa, you have Premonition, who also require a little bit of gold to get started. I think kind of the only player with immediate agency is Demon King. That Xin Zhao. We talked a decent amount last series about how Xin Zhao has some early game potential. So I guess this game comes down to, does Demon King do anything exciting early? And if not, then it's teamfight time, baby.
I do like teamfight time, TJ. That's when everyone...
You do?
Yes!
Okay. I didn't know if teamfight time was like only my favorite special time, or...
Well, see, the nice thing about teamfight time is then you just see all 5 bodies just being thrown against each other on both sides, and then you're just
Sure.
like, what the hell is going on?
Teamfight time is something we can share
Hell
with
yeah.
everyone.
Everyone gets to participate. Everyone gets to watch. Everyone gets to throw out emotions, maybe curse words as well as to exclaim things.
Whoa, dude. On our broadcast?
Hey,
I don't know.
You know, just to cover it. It's my safety.
I talked a little bit earlier about how Istraboa...
A nice lockdown from Max Green. It forces one Summoner Spell from Istraboa as well as Stove. So it's not a kill, but a huge advantage for the bot lane.
I talked a little bit earlier about how Suzaku and Istraboa are relying on this Nami wave, this kind of CC rushdown composition. What's going on for Tribe Gaming? Well, it's the opposite. They want to stall, they want to kite, they want to build space for Dienzio to kind of throw damage in through the front lines. That front line built of T-Tiger's Riven, Chuck's Renekton. And then starting, and Dienzio are both characters in the Orianna and the Varus who function very well on the back foot, kind of backpedaling. They're very good taking steps back and throwing damage into a rolling forward front line.
And the nice thing about both of the characters for starting in Dienzio is that they function both as damage dealers, but they also can contribute some utility, but it has to be the right moments. Because if you step forward on your champions and expose yourselves to that 3-man diving threat of Suzaku, that could be one step leading to an unfortunate demise for Tribe.
Speaking of unfortunate demises, we didn't have the quiet early game I predicted. Nothing really happened from Demon King. I don't know how unfortunate demise ties into this, but I needed a segue.
Well
It's
done.
Dragon time. The Infernal Drake is up. And the Rift Herald on the top side is getting focused by Tribe, so it looks like it'll be a pretty even trade. Suzaku taking objective for objective. Again, something that makes a lot of sense in a game where neither team especially wants to fight early. I do expect, though, this Rift Herald to change that, and we're probably going to see this Rift Herald used very quickly.
Because they just gave up the Infernal Dragon, which would allow Suzaku to have a better time in the late game as we go further and further. So now, I feel like with the stat advantage that Suzaku are trading as an investment, Tribe are more pressed to say, hey, we got to accelerate this game and we got to close out within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that's why this Rift Herald gets used instantly. Suki backing away, reading the play very well, allows the Rift Herald to crash and take first turret. That's a significant gold boon over to Tribe Gaming, which means Suzaku now need to survive the next couple of moments, avoid any dangerous team fights.
Oh, looks like we had almost an all-in between... Oh, it was a solo kill from Premonition!
the honey
I didn't even see it!
That's nasty! He saw the honey fruit and he said, thank you so much. I can get this kill now. If he hadn't opened up the honey fruit, Premonition wouldn't have been able to go for that.
One of the head-to-head matchups we were highlighting was mainly Istraboa and Dienzio, but we completely forgot to talk about Premonition and starting as well. These two players have been kind of the clutch game breakers for both of these teams in the past. Starting used to be the king of mid lane back in year 0, and he had been returning to form in this tournament. But if Premonition makes a statement like that in the early game, that's huge for momentum-wise in Suzaku's 5.
Yeah, anytime you can shut down the starting. Here we go, the top lane.
Good flash from Chuck. He gets out.
I don't know what I was worried about. It was Renekton, but Suki seemed really confident. I don't... Yeah, Premonition was under that turret, and Diana's so good defensively. This is real sketchy.
I want to punish the fact that Premonition used both of his summoner spells in the last engage against starting, but it's not enough damage from T-Tigers, but he finally closes the gap. Broken Wings flashing onto Stove under the tower. It's a double for T-Tigers, and Tribe are back in it.
A good job from Tribe Gaming, maximizing their engage on the bottom side of the map, relying on T-Tigers, who is their greatest strength at this point in the game. And not only that, but Chuck, if you see here on the top side, just stayed in that top lane, kept farming. This whole fight was perfect for what Tribe had on offer, and the big damage dealers on the opposite side never got into it. You see Istroboa shove a little bit too late, have to hide behind Demon King, not have his Darius there to soak for him. It's just not an ideal fight.
And already when we have talked about how Tribe come online, when we remember yesterday in Tribe's victory against Saints, a 2-0 swift victory. It was off the back of both Max Green and T-Tigers working hand in hand, getting those massive advantageous jungle skirmishes, and it's come through once again.
I'd like to announce a personal victory, Rafa.
What's up?
Whilst casting this game, I've opened up a pack of batteries and replaced the battery in my tablet stylus that we're using to take notes with. And it was duct taped shut, and then inside there was a plastic sealer. And I got through both of those. My stylus now works. I'm taking notes again.
Well, you better keep your pen at the ready, because I believe there's going to be even more things to keep track of as this game progresses. We are now at a 4,000 gold advantage for Tribe at 8 minutes.
And Suzaku's dive comp, their full engage comp, hasn't yet had the 5v5s it wants to succeed. Tribe, I talked about their ability to kite, to play defensive earlier. That hasn't really come into play. Instead, what we've seen is a lot of individual skirmishes, individual pick-off opportunities.
I think we're about to see it once again. Demon King tries to survive and look for a trade against Chuck, but hold up!
Wow.
Demon King actually survives, and they've taken down T-Tigers and Premonition with the flash! Immediately isolates Chuck, picks him off! That's 2 for Suzaku.
Tribe again looking for those side of the map skirmishes that they can leverage, and this time it goes wrong. As Premonition arrives in time to get out with the kills, Suzaku get the gold they need to stay within striking distance. Tribe have run the map so far. They still have a 2,000 gold lead, but they are not in control of this game, not by a long shot.
T-Tigers and Chuck have just respawned. They're running, hauling butt back over to the Dragon Pit, but Suzaku, they're going to burn this objective down before they even get a chance, unless T-Tigers can get it to the pit. Woohoo! T-Tigers, at the very last second, steals the Dragon away from Suzaku, and look at the follow-up from Tribe. They put a halt to Suzaku's momentum. They are the ones running them out of the pit. T-Tigers, yes, you may have taken them down in the side lane, but T-Tigers will still push through and look for sweet victory.
Istroboa still trying to find something here, wasn't able to be part of that fight. A huge difference maker as the fight happened too far forward for this Ezreal to engage. He's being kept out of things by the long-range pressure of Dienzio, of Max Green, and also, if you look at this fight, by the zoning pressure of the tanks. Nobody's paying attention to that, though. Check out this steal.
Look how close it is. Literally, on the very last second. T-Tiger comes in over the wall and yoinks it away from Suzaku.
You can see, though, that the combo built into the composition of Suzaku lands there. They managed to land Moonfall into Bubble, which ties up 3 members simultaneously CC'd, and Istroboa, who's the damage dealer who has to follow up on that, can't, because the ultimate from Max Green zones him completely off of the play. He has to arcane shift over the wall and out of range of that CC combo because Max Green reads the play, has saved his ultimate, and single-handedly stopped Suzaku's dream.
And you can see
play.
that Suzaku, they understand how to play their composition. But to be quite frank, they're not quite at that stage yet where Istroboa can pump out all the damage while Suzaku are making that combo work out. Istroboa still needs a little bit more time to scale on up, and now they find themselves in a 2v2. Istroboa gets sniped out by Dienzio.
Far cry from the performance he had last game where Istroboa defined the game. They will lose Chuck as well, but this Rift Herald is going to chew away at the turrets of Suzaku. It's still full HP as it approaches the second turret.
Still has Flash and Barrier, looking for the backline. Moonfall does great damage, but not enough to take out Dienzio. The marksman for Tribe limps away.
And it's never going to be enough to take out Dienzio. That is not a smart play to go for. That reeks of desperation. Premonition, feeling like he has to make something happen, dives in at a player disadvantage in the middle of the map with no one who can follow him up. just hoping to get lucky and manage to shut down the Enzio, hoping somehow Max Greens is asleep at the wheel and doesn't shield him. It's not going to happen. That's a very aggressive look from Premonition that they have to clean up.
It's going to be hella disrespectful if you think Max Green is going to ever be caught looking away from his phone and not be there ready to keep his marksman alive. Now Chuck separated from the rest of his team, flashing over the wall. Demon King closes the distance. That's one pickoff, but what can they do with it in the time frame?
Dude, I feel like I'm back at the Horizon Cup. Chuck just being bullied in the side lanes.
It seems like the story for Chuck most of these times, but one of the things...
Well, he's looking for like angles and control around the side of the map, and he's looking for fact-finding information. So it's understandable why he's the player that gets called out so much, especially versus a team that's in a position like Suzaku. Whereas Suzaku, the only way they get into this game right now is by finding, specifically Chuck, in the side lane all alone. However, it does also happen a little bit too much.
Throughout the course of the first circuit in year one, the Wild Rift North American Series, we have looked at Tribe and how they have fallen from grace from the top of the throne that they once stood so dominatingly in. But it has been teams like Immortals and Sentinels that have taken that throne away. Even teams like Enemy that have gotten the best of them in previous majors. Tribe, there have been many mistakes and criticisms we have thrown their way, but they are in form to clear those criticisms, to make up for it, and return to the championships in the throne.
Cloud Drake now 2000 HP. Here's
Chuck,
the tidal wave.
So absorbing as much damage as he can. It is T-Tigers that secures the Dragon, but look at the back line. Can they get to D'Enzio? And the question is no, because D'Enzio, it doesn't even in the focus. It is T-Tigers that have taken up all the attention of Suzaku as he goes into the back line, takes out Stove, but it is his life that is forfeit alongside Chuck. The Dragon is secured. Can Suzaku do anything within these death timers?
Yeah, really interesting by T-Tigers, sacrificing his life to shut down Stove, knowing that in a extended team fight, the Nami is of course a key target, but I don't know if that team fight was going to be extended. Certainly, T-Tigers' dive cancelled any hope of the team fight being extended. You see just how single-minded he is. Look at this full chase down.
He was a man on a mission, TJ. He had one person in mind, and it was the sushi boy himself and Stove on the Nami. He wanted his meal right away, and he didn't care.
And you can see Istra is like a little confused. He's like, wait, aren't I? But I'm the AD carry. What's going on
Am I a
here?
joke to you?
This T-Tigers just flies past him.
I could just imagine almost the appalled look from Mr. Bo. It's like, okay, guys, T-Type, Riven's on. He's not on me. Oh, yeah. I guess he's on Nami.
I mean, it's gotta hurt your ego a little bit as an AD carry, because every AD carry player I know is constantly whinging about them being dove. I play support.
you hear from Alk Battery all the time. Anytime we get into a fight, and Alk in the corner is like, guys, I need help. Guys, they're on me, and then it's just silence.
Oh, you know, playing AD carry is so hard. You're always getting dove. What do you do when they're not diving you? What do you do when they're diving your Nami? I think you apologize. Stay quiet in the team comms, you know?
Just hope that your team doesn't notice your absence like Tribe just did. But in this current state, 16 minutes in, they are 6,000 gold ahead, a commanding presence and a commanding lead. I imagine they have the pieces ready to close out this game one.
Suki all alone, overextended.
I don't think he's getting out of this one. TJ Israel tries to come over the wall fast. The tidal wave is just a little late. Hold up now. The damage is strong for Suzaku.
Good combo.
Can they make the punish? T-Tigers is buying as much of his time once again, starting with the stasis. T-Tigers goes golden. The shockwave on top. T-Tigers comes back to life. The Death Stance healing is going to sustain him all the way through. Israel doesn't fall, but Tribe are the ones victorious in the skirmish.
Premonition still hunting, but he cannot catch anything. And Tribe Gaming stabilize a scary skirmish. An incredible play by Suzaku to begin that, and T-Tiger single-handedly decides that it is not going any further, demanding the full focus of Suzaku, burning through their fledgling frontline, and yes, it is the support from starting that manages to ensure it works. He gets the shielding, and he gets the massive shockwave, which saves him from the punish.
And you see how deadly this composition from Tribe is when it is played in full effectiveness. Starting and Dienzio untouched in the backline, because you have to give respect over to this Riven, who is not only pumping out a considerable amount of damage that your backline needs protection from it, but also is so damn hard to kill.
I will note, Istroboa is building armor penetration. He's completed the Serelda's Grudge. Istroboa has his Muramana online. The Ezreal is going to start hurting. Not as much as Dienzio's currently doing, but this Ezreal is doing damage in teamfights.
The question is, TJ, is it going to be enough damage? Because for Suzaku's sake, they hope it is, because we have arrived to the Elder Ocean, and this is where things are going to be to make or break for game one.
You're looking for the combo. Tidal Wave into Moonfall into True Shot. You're looking for the Dream for Suzaku, that engage all landing onto the backline, shutting down starting Dienzio and Max
A wombo
Green.
like that could turn around even a 6,000 gold deficit that Suzaku are in. But look at the patience from Tribe. Here comes the Tidal Wave. Moonfall, not quite yet. Shockwave halts it for now. Moonfall doesn't hit the backline, and it's Chuck onto the backline that has absorbed as much attention as he can. He falls down, but the cleanup for Tribe can now come fully to fruition. They wipe out 4 from Suzaku, and they will push for game one.
You see there, the damage is online, but the combo doesn't land, and T-Tigers emerges from the smoke like a terrifying tiger and takes down Suzaku. Game number 1 is slow, it's steady, and it's a win for Tribe Gaming.
The composure that Tribe have demonstrated in this opening series. Remember, this is off of the back of seeing a Suzaku upset Cloud9 in the lower finals, a result that no one expected, and Tribe do away with any fear, any concerns that they had in the matter of 16 minutes.
And you can tell that they are playing a little more respectful than they were during the first iteration of this series. I mean, there's a while there where they have a significant gold lead, and Tribe Gaming don't just force a fight. They take their time. They make sure they don't get caught in the combo that is repeatedly being attempted by Suzaku.
I am... Because now, here's my...
We have to pick star player?
No,
Is that what's
no.
going on in that noggin of yours?
I'm...
Because
For me, I mean, T-Tigers absorbed so much attention, right? That feels like the natural... That's the natural, like, direction.
I think you could make a case for Max Greener starting as kind of the supports that enabled T-Tigers to do that. But I also agree, you know, Chuck wasn't the frontline threat in these fights, which meant that the entire composition kind of relied on T-Tigers to soak up attention, to be that scary frontline, and he did it all by himself. So, to me, I would give T-Tigers the star player award.
You saw how terrifying he was in the skirmishes leading up. And apart from a couple of fights where T-Tigers and Chuck were slightly overextended, and Suzaku made a fantastic rotation, collapsing in faster before the rest of Tribe could reconvene and bring reinforcements to the fights, T-Tigers was very efficient in the way he sustained himself and bought so much time that Dienzio starting got the free fire in the backline.
So that's what's going on in my head. We do have our, I think, Game 1 litmus test. This is a best-of-5 series. What we've seen from Suzaku is, wow, they are here, they are a team that can play at this level. But I think the game doesn't yield any definitive results, right? We're not coming out of this with, okay, Suzaku are weak to this specific strategy. Okay, Tribe Gaming are within striking distance in this way. Suzaku, for the most part, didn't get to execute their strategy because Tribe Gaming played the map very well. The times where they did get to execute their strategy, it looked good, but they were too far behind in goal.
There's a couple times where I've looked at this Suzaku composition and found a lot of comparison to what Saints would do earlier in this tournament, who was one of our other teams that has qualified for the Season 1 championships, that they draft around their marksman player. They have a bunch of diving bruisers, assassins, that are supposed to take up all the attention of their opponents here and allow their Dragon Laner to free fire. But I feel like the main difference so far is that Saints had incredible macro gameplay where they were able to rotate super fast, and Suzaku against Tribe are not able to match the tempo and the pace that Tribe have really come away with in this first game.
And I think a lot of that was just composition. Like, I don't want to, again, this is why I'm saying that we don't have a whole lot of data yet, because Suzaku didn't have a composition that could skirmish very well, and Tribe spotted that and exploited it very well. That's something that having a Riven on your team does give you, is that anytime you have a Riven on your team, you can just put that Riven in any 1v1 anywhere on the map. 93% kill participation, by the way, and they'll win it.
He was involved in almost every single fight. That is... I mean, if that's not star player material, I don't know what is. And rightfully so for T-Tigers on this Riven, being able to come through clutch once again for his team.
Yeah. No, just an incredible performance by T-Tigers. One of many he has had over this tournament, one of many he has had over this season. One of the reasons why I believe he's got one of the more star player accolades of any player in this tournament. Just an incredible performance so far.
And I want to come back to Tribe's overall narrative about this journey throughout the first year of the Wild Rift North American Series. Because, like you said, this is a litmus test here for Tribe. We're not sure how this is going to pan out for the rest of the series. But with this form that they have demonstrated, not just in this Game 1, but throughout the entire tournament, it is the best that they have looked since the second and the first major.
At what point, Rafa, do we say Tribe Gaming are back? At what point, Rafa, do we say that the undefeated Kings of North America from Season 0 are back in Season 1 and they're going to be a real threat at the Grand Final stage?
If they take down Suzaku 3-0, or if they take down Suzaku regardless of the result, I feel like it is confident.
That's enough? They're back, baby? That's all it takes for you?
I feel like they are definitely back in top 3 consideration if they sweep Suzaku in this series. A dominant showing like that then shows that they are coming back with a vendetta, and that Immortals and Sentinels need to look out, because that's the big condition here, is that Immortals and Sentinels, they are not in this tournament. And as Dienzio has said before, this is the first time that most of the members of Tribe and himself, considering that he was on Enemy last year, it's the first time that any of them have been forced to come to a Major 3. They had already qualified for the championships at this point.
And they talked about it. They talked about kind of how weird that was for them. I think, because it's not just, of course, their Season 1 dominance. This is the roster that was so dominant in Vainglory as well, in previous mobile esports. This is a team that is used to being the best in North America. Over the course of years of their lives, they've been the best in North America. And they are not this season. Immortals have that crown for now. I would say that's a tenuous crown. I think there are, 3-4 teams in proper contention. Tribe Gaming maybe penciled in there as well. Before we talk about the draft, speaking of pencils, this is the stylus.
Nice.
And I don't know if you can see this. I just dropped the battery I put in. But there is no, plus minus. I don't know which way the batteries go in. So I am a hero for managing to assemble it while casting. I need to pick up the battery now. Talk about the draft.
I'll let you pick it up, and I will catch you up to speed once you have assembled your stylus. Good note, TJ. You have not missed much. It's a Karma first pick. This time it's Suzaku because they're the ones on the blue side of the map, but they have also taken away Dienzio's Varus. And
Sure.
T-Tiger's Riven.
And the Vayne getting a ban here as well, which it did last time. Tribe Gaming definitely taking their notes. You can see both the Rengar and the Vayne, the keys to Suzaku's success in the lower bracket, banned away here. And they get a first lock here of Set, which is going to instantly give them a very, very tanky front line that could be played either by Max Green or Chuck.
Listen, baby. It's in for T-Tigers. And if we think back to Tribe's dominant victory over Saints yesterday, the Lee Sin Set combo.
It left you without words, Rafa?
I mean, because
Okay.
Max Green on the set, I mean, talking about how we had always been pushing and envisioning a world where set support was one of the best supports that you could lock in. It didn't come to fruition when he first came out because he was so overpowered that you could play him in the jungle and the Baron lane and beat almost every other matchup. After some adjustments, you see him reigning as one of the top supports for now.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge part of this composition. It's going to let them be very aggressive in the bottom lane if they give that to Max Green, which makes it all the more interesting that Suzaku, with a Karma locked in double down here, this is going to be a Karma and a Kai'Sa potentially in the bottom lane. And that Kai'Sa does all right. Kai'Sa's pretty good during the mid and early games, so she'll be able to deal with the fact that there's a Set in that lane. Karma, not so much. So I feel like this has to be a mid-Karma game. You really don't want to play Karma into the Set, but now they're trapped. That could be a Jace mid, starting loves his Jace, and you don't want to play Karma into Jace either.
So you're kind of, you're in a sticky situation if you're Suzaku, like, hey guys, where are we putting this Karma?
Maybe first locking Karma isn't the angle, Rafa. I don't know about this whole first locking Karma thing. We're on the security team at the Mall of America. We're talking into our walkie-talkies.
Gotta say over at the end of your sentences. Over.
Over.
Well, Suzaku, they are now isolating some potential threats from Tribe, noting that there's a ton of physical damage already from Tribe's composition, taking away huge AP threats. Ziggs is one of them.
Yeah. Taking away the AP threats is good. The Ziggs is also very long-ranged. You can see the theming there on both Varus and Ziggs being banned out. Now, Brand, these are the kind of long-range Dienzio carries that could sit behind a Set very effectively. Okay, so this is support Set confirmed, and they're saving last pick for the AD carry, which is kind of interesting.
Is there a world where Tribe can get away with not having magic damage? I feel like Suzaku, if they don't have a strong enough front line, maybe that's the angle?
So you are right that there aren't a lot of characters who would be building armor. It would make the itemization for Premonition, or for Demon King, sorry, a little bit easier. Fiora, oh, interesting. So Fiora has pretty good matchups against both Set and Darius, so it doesn't matter where things are getting played. Fiora's very good into both of those. It is a Suki ego pick, to be clear. This is Suki just saying, I'm gonna win this. And yeah, we don't have any real magic damage on this team. There's a little bit on Jace, but not a whole lot of magic damage over for Tribe Gaming.
We've talked about Static Field doing insane amount of damage to camps before when Jungle Jace was a thing, but we don't want it to be a sufficient... It's not a sufficient amount of magic damage for these team fights. This is practically an all physical damage composition from Tribe. But to be fair, Suzaku don't really have any real tanks.
Anyone who's building armor. Yeah. And so, like, that's going to mean that, like, Demon King and Suki are maybe a little bit scarier than they ought to be. They're maybe taking a couple more hits, particularly Demon King can get away with building some armor items. But overall, I don't think it matters a whole lot. Tribe Gaming have built a fortress composition that's going to have the Senna, the Jace sitting in the backline, pumping out damage, and this incredibly beefy front line in this Set and Darius. And I don't know that Suzaku have the tools to challenge that in the 5v5. We've kind of flipped from the last game.
Well then, TJ, I want to go back to what you said about Suki with the Fiora pick. You called it an ego pick, but when we've looked at where Tribe have received criticisms before, it is about a lack of stability on the Baron side of the map. Maybe Suki can find that advantage and use the split pushing style a way to break open Tribe.
Sure, I'm worried a little bit because now I'm worried a lot bit.
Well, Tribe are going to take any concerns that you might have had as a Tribe fan about the full physical damage and say, you know what? What if we just open up the game with First Blood?
So I'm worried a little bit because I feel like Suzaku are falling victim to exactly the thing that I laid out during our very first desk of the day, where I said I think Suzaku are not drafting for any player to win, they're drafting for everybody to win, and that doesn't work at the professional level. I feel like they've kind of done that here, and that's not a great sign. Oh, Max Green, you disgusting animal. You nasty man.
What a face breaker flash. Just clipping Izdraboa, catching him off guard. Dienzio in the bush. However, Demon King and Izdraboa just punishing the fact that he had no flash from before in the prior skirmish. Suzaku striking back.
Good kill, necessary kill for Suzaku. So, their roster, as I have been talking about, with the Ahri and with the Fiora, both of those are dual-focused characters. Both of those are skirmished-focused characters. So they're not going to be able to take full 5v5 teamfights as easily. And I think their ideal scenario is that they find sideline fights.
Oh, that's a lot of damage on the Premonition. Clutch shield
Good
from
shielding.
Stove. He won't burn down. And the rest of Tribe have to depend
Go
on
low.
making sure that they can distance themselves away from Stove and Demon King. No one goes down in the skirmish, despite it being so close.
And so that is the strength of Suzaku. They actually have quite a good roster for 3v3s.
Hold up.
The ego pick not going so well here in the top lane.
I thought Chuck was about to just send the full dunk on to Suki. The riposte was already gone, but Chuck, waiting for his moment, he's going to take patience on that one, just forcing Suki to recall.
Stravoa knows somebody's out there. Well, look at that! Did you see Stravoa knows that the root was coming over the wall there? He doubles back because he knows DNZ is going to try and root him coming round.
Is aware. He did just play a Senna game in against Tribe 2 series ago. He's aware of what he wants to do, but notice this. Dienzio is 2 levels down against Izdraboa thanks to that isolated kill.
Yeah. And a lot of that is also just because of the zone. Dienzio is able to get so much extra advantage into lane, and he's like pushing so far forward, but that's not actually damage this early on. Dienzio doesn't actually have hits that hurt. A lot of the damage in that first kill came from Max Green. And so Izdraboa is able to step forward at any point if Dienzio oversteps and just kind of
And remember
execute.
here, Dienzio, because he is playing Senna, it is Max Green that is taking a majority of the resources here. So if you thought Max Green hurt before, he is going to continue hurting more and more because he is stacking a bunch of health on this champion, going for what I believe is the Black Cleaver Rush. So this is a set that when we approach the first objective fight of the game, it is going to be a haymaker full of damage.
Oh. Was ready for the Karma ult to do a little bit more, but Demon King opted not to go in behind it. A little known fact, the name Max Green is actually short for Maximum Green, in reference to how much cash money he's going to win.
Is that a fact?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Well, if it fits the narrative and it goes with the Tribe victory, then yeah.
Sure.
Well, I'm down to clown with that.
Tigon, can we get a fact check on that?
We'll have to see. Tribe, once again, giving up the Infernal Dragon for the Rift Herald, the extra spike of gold. However, Tribe are in a good position to put Suzaku in a stressful position. They get the smite down, but they want to take the fight afterwards. Demon King cannot fend them off from Stove. Stove will go down, and Dienzio is able to trade one back. But Demon King cannot live for much longer because it is T-Tigers who rejoins the fight. And now with the Rift Herald in his hand, he has sent it into the mid lane, taking advantage that no one was there to protect it.
A heroic effort by Suzaku in order to get that Infernal Drake. T-Tigers!
He doesn't have Dragon's Rage, he just secures the first brick, but Premonition, he felt his life was on the line there.
Yeah, his heart rate goes up there, burns the flash in order to stay alive. So it's a heroic effort to get this dragon, and it's important that they do. But they lose far more than I think they wanted to. That big route into Dawning Shadow means Stove is just instantly dead. Max Green actually, in a very lucky turn of events, gets melted mid-air, so the full impact doesn't land. And if that lands, I think the slow means Istrobo is dead as well. So, very good kill to shut down Max Green. Very good damage mitigation by Suzaku. They are now significantly behind.
A pretty sweet kick as well from T-Tigers, closing out the fight of that, knocking up Demon King thanks to Premonition, using him as a human bowling ball. And as you said, Tribe find themselves 4,000 gold ahead. The state of the game where Tribe can take some time, as there are no objectives currently to fight for.
Max Green finding an early lead at the bottom side of the map, but the real story has been T-Tigers. The real story has been the cross-map control yet again from the Tribe Gaming jungler.
Oh, does Chuck fall? Whoa! If you want to talk, if you want to talk about redemption, we have talked so many times about Chuck being a target to punish and take advantage of for multiple teams. Suki even erring on the side of it with this Fiora pick. A counter that was supposed to be able to answer the Darius, but Chuck winning the 1v1, huge for him and huge for the momentum of Tribe.
Yeah, Suki opts into this lane, says, I can beat Chuck in a 1v1, and he is wrong. Twice now. The second time costing him his life and his turret, as Chuck grows that top lane advantage. No real aid. T-Tigers has visited there a couple of times, but it's mostly been Chuck doing the damage all by his lonesome.
T-Tigers is really just there to say, hey, what's up? I'm not actually here to give you any resources. I'm just passing by looking for a crab, maybe a Rift Herald. And Chuck is like, that's cool, bro. I'm doing my thing. Suki ain't got nothing on me, and he shows it twice now. The first kill going his way. And if you're now looking at the scope of upcoming team fights, now you have to add the threat of a Darius that is accelerated.
An accelerated Darius in team fights with an accelerated set. It's just going to be an impenetrable front line for DMZO to sit behind and just whittle away. The only hope for Suzaku is now outside of team fights.
I don't know if this is one of them, TJ. I'm going to be real with you. T-Tigers and starting have already isolated Suki here. Demon King wants to look for the return, but T-Tigers have flashed away, forces Demon King's own flash.
That's the reset.
But starting cleans it up. Meanwhile, we got more action, the picture-in-picture. Max Green and the rest of Tribe have forced away Isdraboa after isolating Stove.
Demon King nearly makes something happen there, but whilst he's trying to win a 1v2, the rest of his map is falling apart because Tribe Gaming are picking apart a skirmishing composition. They are finding angles through which they can get Stove and Istroboa all alone. They can find Suki, who's already losing lane, and punish that harder.
And now we have the Dragon coming up, TJ. This is another fight where Tribe should have control. Oh, huge potentially from Premonition, gets instantly kicked away. T-Tigers making sure that he's able to flash away, but Premonition still on the prowl, looking for just one more spell rotation, but T-Tiger stays alive, and now Premonition
he's out of cooldowns,
and out of no way out of there. T-Tigers, he's able to pick him up, but Max Green answers back. Meanwhile, we've got another skirmish on the bot line. Isdraboa has lost his team. He's lost his front line because they all went diving forward for T-Tigers. So that means that DNZO and Max Green can clean up the rest.
Can we get a Suki cab real quick? There it is.
Starting. Okay, I thought there was going to be one more 1v1 action. But Suzaku, so thirsty for T-Tigers. Isdraboa was left out to dry.
Well, it's not a silly play. In fact, the fact that they killed T-Tigers is the reason that this dragon is still on the board. So it is a very smart dive, but Premonition goes too far. You get that initial burst onto him, you go over the wall, maybe even for that fight near the blue buff, and then you just need to back away. You need to realize that you have overextended and Max Green is prowling. And instead they get a split fight where Istroboa can't rely on any protection. Stove literally tanks using the honey fruit to keep Chuck the Darius from just eating his AD carry, and in the end, it's still not enough, which has cost them a lot. Because Istroboa is one of the more fed members of Suzaku. He's one of the people who needs to be enabled in these fights, and he was nowhere near that one.
Nice charm from Premonition. Unfortunately, doesn't get much more. Tribe still maintaining position and preventing Suzaku starting up the Dragon. And it allowed for starting to just solo the Rift Herald by himself uncontested. Kasuki was picking up the wave. This charm might be huge from Premonition, but starting with a beautiful flash, Max Green throws themselves into the middle of it. Doesn't get the showstopper off. T-Tigers looking for the follow-up. Still has Dragon Rage available, but no Sonic Wave to follow up. Istroboa onto the backline. Can he find Dienzio? But it's not enough damage. And now Istroboa! He's isolated. He's all by himself. He'll get routed off by the remaining members of Tribe. And Suzaku, they've lost their Dragon Laner.
God, Istroboa is so good, Rafa! It did not matter he was 1v4, but that was an incredible play from the Dragon Laner.
You can see how hard he is trying, TJ. In a world where they are not down 8,000 gold, maybe that play results in more kills back over to Suzaku.
And Istroboa is in fact only down 100 gold after all this, because he's been playing so well this entire series, but in that fight he's separated from his teammates who are at far greater deficits, and so there's just no way for them to help him. He's hung out to dry.
Once again, T-Tigers in starting, leading the charge here through the Dragon side of the map. And he talked about deficits before, and noting that Istroboa, yeah, he's not that far behind Dienzio, but you have to look at the massive gold leads that both T-Tigers in starting and even Chuck have over them.
Dienzio in trouble here.
Nice knock-up.
Good start to the fight. All of this is about the charms. The only way that this fight goes well is if Premonition lands a really sick charm and they find the kill immediately.
That charm
off
is not going to be sick enough. Not enough mana to...
That was an ill charm, but it was not sick.
Unfortunately for Premonition, just not enough mana to really supplement the rest of the full spell rotation off of the back of the pick. The Rift Herald makes the charge. And now we find ourselves, TJ, this is the dreaded moment. Suzaku, though, they want to find this pick onto T-Tigers. He tries to flash away. It's actually Max Green. I see the shield coming up, and Max Green is doing everything, and Istroboa jumps immediately back onto Dienzio with the killer instinct. Suzaku have found two.
Premonition finds the charm when he needs to, threading it past the front line of Max Green to shut down Dienzio as well. Max Green and Dienzio both shut down. Nice little parting Void Seeker onto Chuck. And a huge chunk of gold over to the members of Suzaku who need it the most. Their gold leader, now Demon King, who's been playing incredibly all game. Second place, Istroboa, who wants to sit behind him and work this game back into their control through picks like that. Players who are out of position on Tribe Gaming that they can find and shut down. The skirmishes that this composition was always built for.
And Suzaku, we're just down almost 11,000 gold. They've evened up ever so slightly, but this is still a large deficit to work through.
And I do want to make a specific call out. I don't normally do this, but we have a Hullbreaker sighting over on Suzaku. Suki is packing a lunchbox. They think this is going long.
Max Green getting caught out. Huge Haymaker shield into the showstopper, but no one can really follow up onto the initial play. T-Tigers threads himself right into the backline. He has a GA. Ooh, that kick just wiped out Stove. It's a strike for T-Tigers as Tribe are able to take out two for the price of one.
Suki, in the meantime, does win the side lane duel for the first time this game. Benefiting from the Hullbreaker stat bonus, he's going to chew on and take a turret. But despite all this, Suzaku are losing a Baron in exchange for a turret and a negative teamfight trade.
For Suzaku, you have to hope that trade is worth it, because now Tribe, with the Baron buff on their side, the next fight that goes majorly in their favor could be what makes and closes the game.
Tribe Gaming are one good team fight away from having tournament point, from being one game away from the tournament win. Here's the pick. It's not a bad start onto Max Green. He gets Haymaker off, though, which means it's just going to take so long to kill him. And then I didn't see it. I didn't see the angle. That's why I'm not T-Tigers. He lines everything up, kicks him through Stove, relies on the fact that he has GA, knows that he can take risks there.
You see how T-Tigers just kind of stepped on back up after he was throwing punches? He's like, hang on, let me line this up. Demon King...
That was a penalty kick, that was.
Demon King, just stand there for a little second. Let me just, boom! And just right through the goal point. Stove. An unfortunate collateral damage is the mark of Demon King's body being kicked across the field. There's a giant spearman. You don't want to be on the other end of it.
No, I have a deep-seated fear of penalty shootouts. Suki playing defense while this push comes through the middle.
Max Green, huge Haymaker shield once again flashing away. This time he survives, and now it's T-Tigers and starting with the flank. It is all doomsday for Suzaku as their team members get routed off. Chuck with a massive dunk will force Isdrabo away. He will survive, but I can't say the same for Suki. And now with 5 members strong, the Baron buff on their side, TJ, this is the game-winning push for Game 2.
Yeah, this is what they needed. Here come Tribe Gaming to close out game number 2 and to put themselves on tournament points. They are one more win away from winning their first major all season.
This is setting up to be a statement tournament, a statement series, and a statement overall just from Tribe to say, NA, if you missed us, don't worry, because we're back.
I don't know if any of the players missed Tribe Gaming doing this to teams.
That's a fair point. But the fans that have enjoyed building up Tribe throughout year 0, who have been questioning what happened to Tribe after Horizon Cup and seeing the rise of teams like Immortals and Sentinels over them, putting many question marks onto this new Tribe roster, even after acquiring Dienzio. But this time around, in Major 3, Tribe are showing us the best yet.
So, star player question. I think this is honestly a wide open field. You could go with T-Tigers again. I think Max Green to find the early game. But here is a fun little bit of information. This is the first time I think Starting has left a game with max damage in a while. This is a really good performance from Starting, who has been, even amidst a return to form for the rest of the team, lagging a little bit behind. And it's a little bit of a cheat. He's just kind of sitting there on Jace, plinking away, but he did a very good job at it.
We've seen bad Jaces play before, and I feel like I just have an image of Starting constantly hitting 2 or 3 people with empowered shock blasts and just making the fight a lot easier for T-Tigers to come in and clean up, for Dienzio to do his dance that he always does, absorbing fight. And we've seen Max Green, who I think would be another candidate for this star player with a great engages, get caught out multiple times to allow these small comebacks for Suzaku. So I think this one is Starting for his play, dishing out the damage, and as you said, good factoid there, leading the damage in this specific game for Tribe. But I really just am impressed with how they've played. I'm impressed with how they're not giving room to breathe for Suzaku. And although Suzaku playing their hearts out and making a lot of plays, Tribe are playing from the front seat. They are leading this game.
And I think this time around, to continue building up why Starting deserved it this time around, is I feel like in some of the replays that we'll get to see from the skirmishes, Starting maximizing his damage output and sticking through until the very bitter end before he had to call it, before he has to flash away and prioritize his life on the line. Because a lot of these skirmishes is about Starting able to find successful flanks, being able to catch out the backline. Because if you're going for a very lethality-heavy build on something like the Jace, and not something the Bruiser style that gives you more durability, you have to come through with the damage. You have to be accurate with the shock blast, and he does it time and time again.
I would actually put another hat in the ring. I know that, you know, Father Dagon has made his call, but Looking at Dienzio in these fights was really impressive to me as well. You can see here in our replay package, Dienzio is constantly in Senna range, doing Senna damage, not to mention landing some really big Dawning Shadows, which I know in PC League of Legends, which is oftentimes a point of comparison, Dawning Shadow isn't that big an ability. It does damage, but not that much. Dawning Shadow in Wild Rift is a huge part of Senna's teamfight kit, and we see it time and time again get used very effectively. And it's coupled with really good sustained damage and healing in a way that many Senna players haven't achieved this tournament.
One of those players being Asher Boa. Remember, Asher Boa, 2 games of Senna in that last series.
I said he was in
jail.
jail.
He was in Senna jail. Now we're in Senna heaven with Dienzio's Senna here.
He's died? What?
No, it's... Senna heaven, just it's like 7th heaven, Senna heaven. Never mind.
Senna paradise, maybe, and just to make TJ happy.
Way too young to catch these references, Tico.
That's okay. No, it's not youth there, TJ. It's something else. That's okay though. Tribe. It's starting here. 60% kill percentage. Dishing out the damage again. A great overall team win in that last specific one. But the Jace, man, even in those replays, again, just watch where the Jace is, watch the damage that is dumping down. It's 2 to 3 people getting hit every time. And I love the fact that this is what we've needed from starting. Why are you everyone's favorite streamer if you keep losing early on? Gotta be the star player, not just in the game, not just in a series, but throughout a tournament here, and starting to do that and turn it on here and really stamp their name and their claim to major number 3, to the 3rd position in North America as we head to our WNS Season 1 championship. And more importantly, making Immortals and Sentinels think about a little bit there, who are sitting pretty and already qualified for the WNS Season 1 championship. And you all at home, we've said it before, we've said it again, it's free. If you're able to make it on over to Minnesota,
please do.
Over in Bloomington, make sure to come on out and enjoy some of the best Wild Rift here in North America. TJ.
If I'm at the Bank Rotunda in the Mall of America and I see the tournament happening, how much does it cost for me to walk in and watch the tournament in person?
It cost $0. It's free. You can watch it. You can play it.
It's
Big Pogs.
free.
It's free.
That's incredible, Digon. You're saying it's free for me to walk in at the Mall of America and watch the tournament live.
That is what I said, TJ. That is what I've been told.
Wow.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
Rito, for the free there. All right.
Based.
All right. So make sure, head on over, get those tickets, look online. You can find it there, especially over at the Wild Rift Twitter and all that good stuff, because this is just one of the series. This is 3 versus 4 right now. You can imagine what 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2 is going to be like. And again, slots at the Icon Global Championship are on the line here for North America. Y'all, it's time. Tribe, will they close it out, or do we begin the reverse sweep here on the final major here in North America for 2022? Let's find out. Game number 3 starts right now.
2 things on the line, TJ. 1, if Tribe win this, that was...
I still can't believe something, Rafa.
What's that?
I thought the tickets are free.
Yes.
You can just walk in and watch the finals live for free?
It is free, TJ. It is free. Yeah.
Whoa, dude.
Imagine.
You know what? I think I'm going to go. If it's free, I think I'll show up.
I'll meet you there, TJ. There's some really cool things to do at the Mall of America before and after the Wilder show.
Aquarium.
The aquarium could be a nice visit. Now, as I wanted to state before, if Tribe wins this, this is not only the dominant statement that gets to prove to everyone and in North America that Tribe are back in form, they're back in their potentially their peak for the circuit, but also Digon's overall Tribe prediction rate will be at 100% today, and that is also a massive dub to celebrate.
Very important that you specify today and not the entire season 1.
I said that for a reason.
That's not true.
I said that for a reason.
But today, yes, I'm with you. 100%. That is a true fact. Thank you, Rafa. Let's talk about this draft because the bans are pretty similar. The picks here are different. One of the reasons is because Suzaku changed things up. They ban away T-Tigers' Lee Sin and the Karma, so they don't have to deal with it. They give Suki the set. Taking that away from Max Green is kind of a secondary bad. Also in that category, I think this Riven, that's a takeaway from T-Tigers, is a secondary ban. And they picked up the Sona, which is going to give them some late-game power.
So far, I want to do a meatball check here, TJ, because I know how much you love tanks.
Okay.
Tell me, how many meatballs do Suzaku have compared to Tribe?
I'm going to say we're at meatball parity right now, and I'm loving it. And you might be like, Riven's a little bit squishier than a meatball. Yeah, but she's got a Sona on her team, so it's a big meatball rolling down through the sauce and picking up more sauce and getting bigger as a result. And then on the opposite side of things, you have Galio, you have Darius. Give me an assassin to jump into that front line, and I'm living my dream. Put like a Kha'Zix in T-Tigers' hands, and you can follow up the initial dive with that Galio and just end team fights before
if
they
begin. Want to
begin.
set up a Kha'Zix, they're going to be waiting until the very last pick of the draft. And TJ, I know you've got the big wide eyes because it is the Seraphine Sona comp being locked down here in a do or die match for Suzaku and the Master Yi. Oh!
I'm folding up the notes. I don't need them. This is just a wild ride, and we're going to go on it live.
Do we take off the jackets, TJ?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, is it that hot yet?
This is Master Yi jungle, I assume, unless it's getting past top lane again, but I don't think that's possible with the number of characters on the team or with the roles they fill. Which means that it's an incredibly good late game scaling composition. That's true for the entire team. That's Seraphine, that's Sona. They all do really well in the late game. But what is also true for almost everything here, although the Master Yi has been buffed, is that it's pretty weak early. They don't have a whole lot of tools to win the early game, which means a whole lot of emphasis is on Tribe's opening few moments. Tribe Gaming have Galio, Tribe Gaming have Darius. Those are going to be really scary out the gate. If they don't find traction, then we got Graves, we've got Corky. We're going the entire 15 minutes in potentially the final game of this grand finals here at Major 3.
And I know, TJ, you didn't get the Kha'Zix that you were hoping for, but in terms of damage output, you know, Graves can be kind of like an assassin. He doesn't have the long mobility of being able to leap into the backline, but the way that T-Tigers might be playing this matchup is to either itemize fully into crit and just demolish every target as he comes one by one, or he can focus a little bit more into the power of collateral damage and end the line and just try to eliminate the backline from range.
And that is why I wanted the Kha'Zix, because it offers another option that this team doesn't really have, which is I want to get behind the meatball and pick off the Sona, pick off the Seraphine, right? And they don't really have that tool. They have to fight it front to back. The good news is they have incredibly good tools for doing that. This is what Varus is really, really good at. So, we'll see. That's what I've been reduced to here as the analyst.
It is kind of hard to put a grasp and a framework on things when this is really the first time we're seeing it here in North America. I mean, we've seen a Seraphine and a Sona composition before from Enemy in year 0, but paired with the Master Yi, this is a first.
So Seraphine Sona was really popular in the Philippines, a team known as Team Secret, who was one of the best team in the Philippines, one of the top performers. They made it to the Horizon Cup, did pretty well. They built this composition a ton, they loved it, and so when Enemy were running it, I believe they were probably cribbing from those notes. Team Secret, it should be noted, 1, haven't been running it this year, 2, just got eliminated from their own regionals.
What?
Yeah, pretty big upset.
Shoot.
And a lot of that, I think, has come down to the fact that we've shifted into a tank meta, where having beefy characters in the front lines defines the ability of your backline to stay alive and do sustained damage.
Well, maybe Suzaku can do something that Team Secret couldn't do. I'm not sure really how to look at this current state of the game, one thing that I wanted to look for from Demon King is his massive clear speed advantage over Graves, but it is T Tigers that finds himself invading into Demon King.
And this is... Okay, we'll see if we get a fight here. This could be huge, but Demon King doesn't want it. A lot of this comes down to Demon King, because the reason why this Sona Seraphine composition might work is because instead of relying on an AD carry who needs to sit behind Sona Seraphine, or a mage carry who needs to sit behind Sona Seraphine and do the majority of the damage is coming from Demon King, who can stand on top of Sona Seraphine, who can play with the Sona Seraphine as they attempt to move forward. And the only thing they need to do is amp up his damage with things like Ardent Sensor, and the Master Yi will be able to do a disgusting amount in teamfights. But that means, of course, Demon King's got to have gold, and as you may be able to see by his frustrated spinning right now, his camps got cleared, dude! T-Tigers walked into his jungle and just took the whole thing away!
He was abandoned in the night, TJ. He came in, looted everything from the top side. You know, the Demon King is just thankful that he was able to grab a scrap of food from the big wolf, because everything else was taken.
Yeah, he thought he was going to a buffet. There was a 3-item limit. It's not a buffet if there's an item limit.
It's more like a food stamp for Demon King.
What? Sure. Okay. That's not how those work,
okay,
but all right.
You know what? Austerity. I think that's what the word is called, where you're just limited.
He is on austerity in that his budget is getting cut back, sure.
We got there.
These analogies are making progressively more sense, Rafa, but I'm going to be honest with you, not 100%
We
sense
started
still.
at a very low ground, and I'm sorry that I took us all the way to the bottom, but I'm glad we've come back to someone. We're getting better. And right now, I hope for Suzaku, this composition that they strung together, it is very high risk, high reward right now, but if you're down 0-2, and you are living on one last point before you are knocked out and Tribe take the grand finals, I'm okay with throwing a little chaos into the mix.
Mountain Drake up here would be big for both teams. Both teams have a reason to want this dragon, so I expect we'll fight around
Chain
it.
of Corruptions is huge. The knockup from Justice Punch lands Premonition into the lockdown before he gets away. And the rest of Tribe...
Some big ultimates burned here. Diemzio, T-Tigers both spend theirs. That's a huge chunk of damage down from Tribe. They still have the package in Starting's hands. That's going to need to win them the team fight. On the opposite side, Stove did spend his crescendo.
Demon King doesn't have a way to get over the wall and threaten for a Dragon Steal. Suki is flashing onto the back line, but T-Tigers finishes up the Dragon. That's a huge encore from Isdraboa, but can Demon King clean up? No, he can't. He gets taken out. Tribe are able to do away with the front line of Suzaku and don't lose a single member.
And Suki just gets completely split from the rest of the team. Demon King doesn't have the damage yet. And Tribe just back away. Sure, they will get charmed, but this composition that Suzaku brought isn't online yet. And the amount of gold Tribe just got may be enough to ensure that it never comes online. They're going to unplug that dial-up modem before it gets upgraded.
And they are taking away the other objective that Suzaku could look for. The fact that they all-in onto the first one now has given Tribe such a massive gold lead across the board that Suzaku don't even want to dare contest it.
I don't think you can. Yeah, Demon King just has to scrape as much gold as possible out of the jungle. And this is now the same story that we had during Game 1 of the Suzaku Cloud9 series. Can Suzaku just slow down this game for long enough that Master Yi comes online?
Oh, you can see how confident Tribe are feeling. They're spam emo dancing right now. They're jiggling back and forth, and they've got the Rift Herald ready to lock down onto this turret.
Premonition dies all alone at the bottom side of the map. Diemzio reads the positioning perfectly. You can't save this turret.
And this turret is already gone. Maybe Suzaku looks for a turnaround, but the backline had been chipped away by Diemzio. So it's just so damn easy for Tribe to clean them all up. Premonition is back up, but just to see the carcasses of his fallen comrades.
That is pure desperation from Suzaku. Dienzio reads their positioning perfectly and throws piercing arrow after piercing arrow over the wall into the team. Look at this. They're half HP by the time this fight starts. You need to leave. It's not going to happen. And for some reason, Suki and Demon King go for the fight anyway, 2v4 for all intents and purposes, and die throwing away any hope they could have had and mitigating this gold lead.
Suzaku are grasping at straws, looking for some type of miracle fight that just take Tribe by surprise, but Tribe remain composed and unfazed by any of Suzaku's attempts.
And it's the correct answer to Master Yi as well. You see the benefits of it in the two fights we've had so far. Max Green on Galio denies any sort of mobility or threat Demon King would have during the early game.
Premonition looking for an advantage onto starting, has the ulti, but it is Max Green that comes in with the hero's entrance, and a hero he is, saving starting's life, and now is the one chasing Suzaku out of the jungle, out of the bracket, and out of the tournament. Tribe are looking for more. They find Suki, and he's able to trade one onto the Enzio. It's the first kill of the game for Suzaku, but the first kill too late at this point, because you are now looking at a Tribe Gaming who are 10,000 gold ahead at 8 minutes.
And again, the team recommits desperately to a fight they have no hope of winning. Suki unable to get anything done. Dienzio putting incredible amounts of work in from the backside of the fight. And it's starting, who gets to clean it all up.
You can see how in the replay, Premonition, another desperation play. They're looking, and I can applaud that they are just trying to catch Tribe out when they are not grouped up, but you can see that these attempts are all for naught.
Now it's a good charm. Right here, you leave. And instead, they re-engage. Suki flashing, spending everything to get a kill on the board. That's not going to win you games.
And Suzaku are still trying. You can admire the fighting spirit, but you also have to admire even more
Look at
Tribe.
starting.
Oh
Look
god,
at
starting is going to cut them all off. He has separated the front line from the Enchanter duo and Isdrabo and Stove. And if you can't enchant your front line and the divers, then what's the point of this composition? Stove is going to get routed off by Dienzio. Well done from Tribe and starting, separating the core.
It's clean and clinical by Tribe Gaming. They now have a 10,000 gold lead and growing over Suzaku as they chase behind the tier 1s. And Dienzio, their new AD carry, is on fire.
Dienzio, someone who came over from No More Ego in year 0, always short of first place in a major, never one that could ever take down Tribe, and he realized at the end, if you can't beat them, you gotta join them. And he joins Tribe at the end of Horizon Cup after their run. But they struggle, TJ, throughout the entire circuit. Major 1, no results. Major 2, no results either. Not even getting a chance to break into the top 4. This time around, this is the best that Tribe have ever looked. And Dienzio gets to reign supreme alongside this revitalized squad.
And I have to say, it feels a little silly saying it this early in a game, but when I see team fights like that, when I see map play like this, I wonder, are Tribe Gaming back?
Let's see how Tribe can close this out. They have a 14,000 gold lead and a Suzaku who is trying to find a way back into this game. But once again, Tribe have thwarted the attempts by Suzaku. Get a 5-man ace.
It's an ace! There's nothing that can be done at this point. The gold lead's too big. There's no universe in which Suzaku get back into this game. And Tribe Gaming are going to burn towards these turrets. They'll get one more in each lane, and they're going to be able to convert that, I guess, onto the Infernal Drake. They're winning too much, Rafa. They don't have enough to win on.
Not even...
There's nothing for them to do with all this gold.
19,000 gold ahead, and the death timers are still too short because we're too early in the game for Tribe to be able to push through and open up the base of Suzaku. They have to wait for a...
He's emoting at him.
This is the Dienzio we know and love. Every time that we saw him on No More Ego during year 0, even when they were short of victories, he always had the emotes. He always had the confidence and the swagger to fight back. But now in year 1, through these struggles, Tribe have finally built themselves up. They finally have found the form that so many Tribe fans were waiting to see. Max Green with the Proto Belt forward, catching out 2 more. And Tribe finding more picks and knocking down more dominoes towards success in this grand finals.
Premonition, I think, knows it's over as he gets burned down. It's a big charm, but it's not doing any damage. The inhibitor turrets are going to fall, and here come Tribe Gaming.
With the Rift Herald, they announce to the rest of North America the return of the king. The former throne is coming back, and Tribe, I hope Immortals and Sentinels are ready at the Season 1 Championships, because Tribe have your names as a target, and they want that throne back.
Their first major win, their first tournament win since Season 0, and Tribe Gaming lock it down here in Major 3. It looks easy. 3 games in a row, 6 games in a row over Suzaku. Dianzio coming in big here in this final game, joined by T-Tigers as the major sources of damage. The arrows that Dianzio was finding for vision, that's the stuff that gives me hope. When you're looking at that team fight on the top lane, and Dianzio knows exactly where all of Suzaku are, because he's using his galaxy brain to throw arrows into bushes and figure out where people are, that's the stuff that makes me think Tribe Gaming is back. They've been revitalized by the addition of their new, or perhaps old,
and the
teammate.
big thing for here, TJ, is this is not only, as you called it, Tribe's first major victory since year 0. This is Dianzio's first ever major win. Because on Enemy, he had always come short. Second place in both the first and the second major of year 0. And then at the championships last year, not even second. It was Immortals that upset them in the lower finals. But Dianzio, with the new squad, he picks up his first major win in his career of Wild Rift.
Absolutely. And what a way to stamp the victory on, with just an absolute one-sided affair here in game number 3.
In blood, Digon. He stamped it on in blood.
It was not a good stamp if you're a Suzaku GG fan. I do want to take a second to shout out Suzaku for their growth, for the way that they fought, for the way that they're willing to try things in draft. Doesn't work out, even on the biggest stage here, willing to go ahead and do that. And I think all of us easily can say fans of the way that they play, and they've definitely picked up fans throughout this major number 3. But it's about Tribe. It's about the return of the former kings of North America. And now we've got ourselves a very, very fun group of teams heading to Mall of America for the WNS Season 1 Championship, y'all.
We've got a very fun group of teams still in the last chance qualifier. Like, you're talking up Suzaku. I think that's a very good note. They pulled out a miracle run here. They went further than anyone expected them to, and they looked like they earned it every step of the way. They plowed through some of the hardest teams in the bracket, who now need to fight for the last chance qualifier.
Well, so Suzaku, Saint, Cloud9, and Tribe will all be heading towards the Season 1 championships. But on the topic of teams that we need to be looking out for, there are teams like Yawn, like Enemy at the last chance qualifier to make their next, to fill out the last 2 steps in the last 2 spots. And that will combine for a collective 8 teams of very, very formidable and leveled up squads across North America here.
What a game here from Tribe. These clean team fights are just what I've been missing. To be fair, I'm going to come in with the toxic SEA caster take from Season 1 Digon.
Boy.
I don't think they ever looked this good. I think that Tribe Gaming during Season 1 got away with a lot of things that North America couldn't punish yet. And this is, I think, the best that Tribe have ever looked.
I'm just taking it all in, all these huge fights.
I don't know if that counts as toxic. That's like a compliment, but like a really backhanded one.
No, I think ending with "this is the best that you think they've ever looked" is down.
Means that I'm really, I really and this is something I've been talking about all season every time I get together with the casters from other regions. I really do not know who walks away from the WNS as our representative. I do know who my star player from that last game was, though.
Boom. Now everyone does. D'Enzio, again, in a hyped matchup against Isberjoa, lived up to the hype. It was fantastic.
Yeah. Incredible performance by D'Enzio in terms of the things that I always want Varus players to do. I've been kind of hard on Varus players over the course of the season. I really like Varus. I think he's one of the best AD carries, but he plays differently from every other AD carry. You have to be able to understand the map, where to put your arrows, how to leverage the advantages you get from playing a character that can shoot across screens. And D'Enzio puts on a masterclass, constantly fact-finding about enemy positions, getting a whole bunch of free damage before fights as well as during. That's the stuff that separates good Varus players from people that are just picking up the champion and playing them like any other AD carry.
I mean, have you seen D'Enzio's Varus YouTube videos? Back from year 0, he was one of the first people in NA. He's like, guys, Varus is so broken. And I know I'm half memeing, but half totally serious that D'Enzio was one of our main Varus players before everyone else started to jump onto the Varus train as well.
And Rafa, I think he just made another tutorial video. So anyone who wants to learn how to play Varus could just go back and watch this VOD.
I saw where you go with it, TJ. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time here for major number 3. It's been a great road here for a lot of these upstart squads. Again, let's not forget Saint making their miracle run on through, defeating Cloud9, and then getting over a Reflection squad that has just been so close and going to be one of the top names in our last chance qualifier. But Saint qualifying to go to the major in Minnesota. Cloud9, Suzaku, and then Tribe taking number 1 here.
Yeah, the fact that Yawn, Enemy, and Reflection are still not qualified, are all looking at that last chance qualifier with hungry eyes, not to mention all the other teams that are lurking during our qualifiers that are now going to have one last chance to surprise us like Suzaku did today, means that even the last chance qualifier, even the final 2 slots in our grand final are going to be so exciting to watch.
Yeah, they definitely will. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the last chance qualifier and feel the pressure all ratcheted up. And then you can only imagine what the energy is going to be like when we see these 6 teams all in person, plus the 2 that make it to the qualifier, through the qualifier, join us. The first ever in-person WNS event. It's the Season 1 championship. It's going to be electric because all of these teams have firepower, Rafa. All these teams can beat each other.
And this is now a moment where we can truly be excited about the next time Tribe get to take on Sentinels and Immortals, because every single time beforehand, during the second major and the first major, especially if you're a Tribe fan, you felt unsatisfied. You felt empty after seeing Immortals or Sentinels do away with Tribe. Like they're just a piss random team in the past. That Tribe were completely uncoordinated, but this time around, they have come in with a return to form, a revitalization, and a return to life. And I know now that the next time one of those teams goes up against each other in the Mall of America in a live setting, that atmosphere is going to be dynamite.
Live settings, man.
And I hear that the entry fee, if you want to see that electric match, is nothing. I hear you can get it for free.
TJ's still losing his mind over the fact that this is going to be a free event for all the endorphins to feel. But someone feeling endorphins right now, it's our boy down at the Dragonlight for the 3rd time in major number 3. Joining us is D'Enzio. Welcome, man. You did it. How's it feel?
It feels amazing. I was listening to the stream. Rafa, you said it's my first major win ever. And I was shocked.
Right,
I was like, wait a minute. You're actually right. This is my first major win, and it feels phenomenal.
Yeah, I kind of just wanted to ask again, the rematch. It was close games 1 and 2, both of them pretty contentious. There, game 3 a little bit easier. But what were the comms like? What were you guys like throughout this long day?
I mean, honestly, we were feeling really good throughout the entire day. We were just preparing the drafts. We were definitely shocked to see SDK make it back into the grand finals. I really thought C9 was going to win. And, huge shout out to the SDK boys, because I remember an enemy when we were in an org, or we weren't as well known and we were dominating. So I know that even though they didn't win today, they feel amazing.
Rafa?
Yeah, I think you have to applaud Suzaku for an extent of coming this far. And we talked about it before, leading up to the series, that the last time, the farthest they had gone into a major was lower bracket quarterfinals. Interestingly enough, D'Anzio, they were knocked out at the same time you guys were knocked out in the second major by Enemy. And so we know that a lot of questions for Tribe was, how do you guys recover? How do you guys take the time off from the qualifiers going into this major to prepare? What were things like behind the scenes to get ready for this major run?
I think it was a lot of tough conversations to have, talking about what our issues are and facing them head on. And I think we really worked on a lot of them. And I think we definitely are playing. This is the best we've played, I think, all season. And I still think, obviously, we have to play against Immortals and Sentinels to really show that we are back. But I'm feeling really strong. And if we keep this going, I know Immortals and Sentinels will be scared.
TJ?
Well, I'll ask you about that then, since you've laid it out. Tell us about this upcoming final. We've got most of the teams locked in. Is there anyone that you're especially looking forward to playing? And is there anyone that you've perhaps gonna have to put some extra work in to play?
There's not like a match I'm really looking forward to play, but I am excited to just play against Immortals and Sentinels, and I want to dominate them. But obviously, we will have to put in a lot of work. They are some of the best teams right now, but I'm looking forward to hopefully taking them down.
Want to get your closing thoughts here after this third major, seeing these upsets, seeing these teams kind of pop off like Suzaku, like Saint. Cloud9 barely get it over the finish there and able to qualify on through. Just the quality of scrims that you've been getting to speak to the quality of North American talent here in Wild Rift.
Yeah, I mean, the talent is definitely much better than last year. I remember that it used to be just so easy to play. Honestly, like the skill level between Tribe and then even us and to everyone else and Immortals and things like that, it was really big gaps. And I think it's really crazy to see, like, Saints, SCK, I mean, even Enemy still just having crazy upsets that even have us shook when we're watching. So now I don't even know who's going to win. Who knows?
Love that. Love that for the region. Love that for you. And one more thing I think you're going to love a little bit too. Wanted to award you MVP of Major number 3. Your boy Tribe D'Anzio taking that one home. There it is. The big graphic right there. Congratulations, man. Plus the $1,250. Yeah, $1,250.
Sheesh! That's a lot of cash, D'Anzio. And you're going to the Mall of America at the end of the month. You got to save the cash for some, maybe getting yourself some fresh drip there in Bloomington.
Visit the aquarium.
Maybe
it could be the aquarium for some. I feel like D'Anzio's a dude that's gonna be getting some fresh new style so that he can really swag on his opponents in the Rift.
Maybe well-deserved MVP, if I may say.
Yeah,
definitely a D'Anzio diff today. Definitely a D'Anzio diff today. But yeah, this tournament was a lot of fun, and just glad to be back on a better footing.
Yeah.
D'Anzio, before you go, can I give you a suggestion for your next YouTuber title?
Yeah, sure.
I got MVP doing this. Boom! That's the YouTube video. Bam!
Million views right there. Thank you.
Yeah, that's
Thank you,
right.
thank
That's
you.
right, baby.
D'Anzio, congratulations. You and Tribe winning Major 3, locking in that third slot over at Mall of America, and we'll see you guys there at the end of the month.
See you guys.
All right. 3 conversations with the D'Anzio diff. How lucky can we be this week?
I know,
TJ?
right?
I'm just saying, I asked and they said the aquarium's really cool in North America. And since the entry fee
He's really
to
on
the
the aquarium.
tournament is nothing, because that's free apparently, and you can just walk in if you're at the Mall of America. Maybe you go to the aquarium afterwards.
Maybe you could. I had a feeling you're going to bring that one up here, TJ. I know that one hurt you pretty deep. All right. Before we close it out here, though, I want to play a little game. We're going to round it out with the one that we did a while ago. We're doing rhymes. Rhyming sentences that rhyme to describe this major. Are you ready? Can you do it?
Yes, Degon.
All right,
Gotcha.
so we will go.
Maybe
We will
Degon.
go in order. So it'll be me, then Rafa, then TJ, and then me, then Rafa, TJ. We will do it 3 times. So you can, 3 times. So it'll be 9 total. Good luck. Ready? This major, number 3, was great.
So great that I cannot wait to see the total of teams, which will be 8.
Their play, they will have to elevate.
And we'll see which 2 will join the teams due to fate.
At the end of the road, there may only be... I'm going to use 8 again. I'm cheating.
Oh, no.
There
Come
may
on,
only
Rafa.
be 8. There may only be 8, but we'll have to wait.
At the aquarium ice rink, they can skate.
There we go. Thank you. All right, we'll just do it twice. That's good enough. Holy cow, boys. Thank you so much. You guys did a great job today. We had a lot of fun. And again, a lot of upsets. And what a tournament. Very, very happy with the way that it played out. Wanted to thank everyone that played, all of our fans at home, and on behalf of the entire live broadcast crew, we thank all of you all for watching. We'll catch you for the last chance qualifiers. Don't forget, that will be the decider for the last 2 teams, because we've got 6 teams already lined up for the WNS Season 1 Championship. You can still sign up and stamp your tickets to the championships at giantslayer.tv/WildRiftNA, or watch at home to catch all the action, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, here at Wild Rift Esports. Y'all, thank you so much. Have a great night.